Yeah. I need a smoke, where the matches. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, huh? All polo and some white shoes. Funny thing now is I'm a nice dude, but when you cross that line, it ain't the right move. And my tender bitch is what I like knows. Oh yeah, can you feel that? I'm giving y'all that real rap. I'ma get the money, make the deal fat. Making hits with a steel bat. The Audi Quattro or that Monte Carlo. Which whip will I whip tomorrow? Got 6 chicks down to sip the bottle. Go coast to coast so I can ship the cargo. I don't really know if these people keep it real. I'm just telling all you fuckers how the homie really feel. And I'm looking up to God. Can you tell me what's the deal? I'm just waiting for your answer at the altar where I kneel. I need a smoke, where the matches. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, huh? Let me get the money, I see you bitches acting funny, can't take nothing from me, nah. Rapping blunts like mummies, yeah. We freed the homie when he caught a bid. I roll around, you can't stop the kid. Truth be told, I'm hot as shit. Just say what up when you spot a kid. Real talk, I'm trying to speak the truth. I stay loyal, bro, it's in my roots. Since 15, I've been in the booth. At 16, I was on the move. Used to ride in that old Chevy. Now we out here show ready. I can see the bull, you're so petty. You can have your shine, my glow heavy. I need a smoke, where the matches. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, huh?
It was beautiful, yeah, together. Even though we planned forever. Days of dreams, nights of talks. It was only us together. The world was ours, nothing out of reach. Imagine where we could be. Our dreams is one, hope brighter than the sun. What could ever stop us? Then it all turned, I don't know why. Still to this day, I'm wondering why. Will we ever know? Will we ever get to understand what we both went through? Anyway, I'm thankful for the times I had with you. I just want to thank you for loving you. Your love made me love myself more. And I could never thank you, never thank you enough. I was down when you met me, but your smile wouldn't let me take down on myself, look down on myself. You told me I could, that I should, I would spread my wings and head for the sky. Then it all turned, I don't know why. Still to this day, I'm wondering why. Will we ever know? Will we ever get to understand what we both went through? Anyway, I'm thankful for the times I had with you. I just want to thank you for loving you. Your love made me love myself more.
Wait, are you fucking kidding me, dude? Oh my god, you are such a pathetic piece of shit. Shame on you. Shame on you, you fucking liar. You fucking filth. You fucking absolute dog shit. You fucking piece of shit. You fucking garbage motherfucker. What a fucking liar. What a fucking measly little liar, dude. What a fucking measly little, holy shit. What a fucking measly little liar, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Fuck you. You fucking piece of shit. You fucking garbage motherfucker. I cannot believe it. You fucking piece of garbage. You know these motherfuckers are such liars, dude. I despise these people so much. God, why are you such a fucking horrible monster, dude? Shame on you, and shame on your fucking parents for literally bringing to this world such pathetic, filthy spawn. You disgusting, vile piece of garbage. What a fucking liar. What a fucking measly little liar, dude. What a fucking measly little, holy shit. What a fucking measly little liar, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Fuck you. Oh my god. Oh, this is disgusting. So fucking disgusting. What a pathetic worm, dude. Shit, dude. I just, fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Disgusting. You disgust me, dude. Hashtag my dick, dude. Lying for clout ass motherfucker, dude. What a fucking liar. What a fucking weaselly little liar, dude. What a fucking weaselly little, holy shit. What a fucking weaselly little liar, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Fuck you. What a fucking liar. What a fucking weaselly little liar, dude. What a fucking weaselly little, holy shit. What a fucking weaselly little liar, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Fuck you.
Don't like me, 'cause I'm on the road, yeah. Alright, let's go.
Don't like me, well I'm on the road. I speed, chase, that's what I love. Can't see what I can't control. Did it once, yeah, do it once again. Watch my father, yeah, he taught me how to win. Cop new Prada, money taught me how to spin. Waves like water, music taught me how to swim. I'ma fill my bottle way up to the brim. Back then, yeah, I never talked at all. Ashes, yeah, let them bitches fall. I've been way better than before. Posted with my cash standing tall. Hey yo, watch this. Got a foreign gold switching for my necklace. Got $100,000 on my checklist. All the money you made, that's my work, sweat. You ain't learning. I be a new person. I be making money fast. They be so determined. I be working every day. Yeah, I'm up on my circuit. Get me another diamond chain, made it from the surface. I been hurting. Would you live with me straight till the end? Baby, don't leave my back. I'm too spent. This is what I got, yeah, it's how it been. But that's okay, cause I'm making ends. Don't like me, well I'm on the road. I speed, chase, that's what I love. Can't see what I can't control. Did it once, yeah, do it once again. Watch my father, yeah, he taught me how to win. Cop new Prada, money taught me how to spin. Waves like water, music taught me how to swim. I'ma fill my bottle way up to the brim.
Toss it all. Ashes, yeah, let them bitches fall. I've been way better than before. Posted with my cash till it's all.
She says that she loves me, she just wants to fuck me. Got me feeling something, got me feeling nothing. Alcoholic junkie, says she thinks I'm funny. Think I might get lucky, spending too much money. She says she wants my necklace, put her on the guest list. Hope I don't regret this, hope I don't regret this. I'm feeling hella reckless, cashing all my checks rich. Hickeys on my neck, shit, she's on the offensive. I do not know my set list, still I'm gonna get lit. Yeah, I have a death wish, live until I'm breathless. I'ma stay progressive, she gon' stay obsessive. Life is so expensive, do everything excessive. I think my brain's defective, yeah. Can't think when she's aggressive, yeah. She snuck into my section, yeah. You think I'd learn my lesson, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. Cause we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. No, we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. She's sitting up in the front of the class, using that ass, she gonna pass. Keeping her pad and her pen in her lap. She been so bad with the men in her past. Now she just want the professor so bad. I'll give her lessons that she never had, like taking a freshman and teaching her math. I'll keep her guessing until she a grad. She always leaves them guessing, they don't know what's next, man. Learned it from the best, man. She loving every lesson, with hands-on sessions, points for attendance. She asks a lot of questions, I answer with my presence. I sit back while I'm texting, said she wants to get in, said she'll bring her best friend. Know what happened next, man. You know what happened next, man. Treat her like a guest, man. Rolling out the best, man. She had a confession, yeah. She wanna stay for a minute, she wanna play for a minute, she wanna slay for a minute, and now I'm all up in it. I'll be back in a minute, I'll be back in a minute, make a track in a minute, and now I'm all up in it. No sleep, these girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. Cause we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. No, we ain't getting no sleep, yeah.
Hello! Hi! What's up? How's it going? Happy Pride, everyone. Happy Gay Month. You only get one, okay? Rest of the month, cut it out. No, seriously though, happy Pride. I hope everyone's, planning fun things, fun stuff and things. Am I late? Yeah. Yeah, I am. I'm pretty late. But it's Pride, so you can't be mad at me. So take that. It's like my birthday. But it's better, because it's our birthday. I wanted to start out, like, all the streams this month with a little bit of queer joy. I think that would be nice. Ooh. I pulled up a few random things. I'm gonna look for, like, you know, good stuff. I didn't really have time today, but yeah, I, like, kind of forgot that it was June until, like, 3 p.m., so we're doing our best. We're doing our best. I realized I, like, don't have enough tie-dye. Or, like, rainbow shit in general. Or any Pride thing at all. I, like, hate this tank top, but it's like the best one I have. I don't know how that's possible, really. But I gotta get better pride drip. Please subscribe. Yeah. I don't know, man. There's also, yeah, Dark History and Leftovers today. Gonna start with the Queer Joy and end with the Sag, like Target, whatever bullshit, anti-gay shit they're talking about on Leftovers, but we can do more fun stuff after that, so it's not like a bummer end note. Man, I'm fucking tired. I pulled weeds for like 2 days, and my body hates me. It just wants to give up. Just massive fucking fatigue. It's not okay. Life is hard. And I still have more weeds to pull. There was like 6 bags. Why do they grow so fast? Man, why does it have to be like that? And it's all the fucking thorny ones too. I feel like I got thorns everywhere. I'm all itchy. I'm irritated. Slightly sunburnt. Have a headache. And then I had to do dishes all day. So many dishes. So many dishes. Oh my god. Oh. Bro. Why is life so hard? I wish that it wasn't so hard. And like this part of my hand just like hurts so bad. My wrist popped today and I thought I like broke something. It hurt so fucking bad. Oh. Alright, I guess that's enough of my complaining minute. The top of the show complaining. Let's get into it, I guess.
So embarrassing. Okay, when I was a kid, I would write the endings for the cartoons that I would watch. So I would be bored waiting for the next episode, and I would just hurry up and write it. They were very happy endings. Dramatic, but happy. Like me. Oh, wow. Oh my gosh. I get joy from words. I love reading, writing, the storytelling, their feelings, their sadness, the way that they love themselves and other people. You're able to literally be in their shoes. It's just the best feeling. Like, oh, I was there too. Like, I lost my husband, you know? Like, as soon as I was able to like form sentences, I started writing my own stories. I ended up in foster care after I came out to my family, being genderqueer. They basically said you can either, you know, live with us or you can live your lifestyle.
Damn.
I was forced to think about things like my day-to-day issues, like where I was gonna sleep, who I, you know, was I gonna graduate high school? For a long time, I didn't write during that. It took me a very long time to rediscover writing. I had to relearn how to be brave enough to just say things. What you're holding back, what you're afraid to say is the most truthful thing you could probably possibly say. So I always try to write things that I'm afraid to talk about, I'm afraid to admit to myself, because I feel like that's what makes them the most beautiful, the most heart-wrenching.
Oh.
It makes you feel less alone.
The motivational. This is the Human Rights Campaign. You know. They're doing their best.
My dream is that I want a really big house and I want to adopt like maybe 5 to 8 kids. I know it's crazy. 5 to 8 kids from the foster system. And
That's so many kids. I mean, good on you. Holy shit. That's so many. I can't imagine one.
And I just want like a room where I can write something that I can leave behind for my children. I feel like most of my queer identity has been me trying to write my own story. I'm very proud of where I've come from. I'm very proud of how I've taken care of myself up until this point. I'm rewriting a new story for like the chosen family that I'm trying to bring love to. Yes, I'm writing my own story and it will have a happy ending, period.
I love
That I'm trying to bring myself up
like,
until this point.
This safety pin crop top, I don't know, whatever this fit is amazing. I love this.
I'm rewriting a new story for like the chosen family that I'm trying to bring love to. Yes, I'm writing my own story and it will have a happy ending, period.
Queer TikToks to prepare for Pride season. I don't know what is queer about this, but I mean, sure, slay.
Sound the alarm. I'm coming up. We'll have the ball.
Oh, that was abrupt.
Did you know boys used to be called girls? Until the late 15th century,
Jessica.
the word girl was used to refer to a child of any gender. Maiden child was used for a little boy, and gay girl was used for a girl, as in female, as in the way we mean it now. Not to confuse us all. The word boy was actually a derogatory term for servants, and man was used for an adult of any gender, which interestingly is how our 21-month-old refers to all adults, even though he has 2 mums. Huh.
Having only 2 genders is a colonizer social construct. Here are just a few cultures that prove that. First of all, there's a ton of indigenous tribes that recognize multiple genders. The Diné alone have like 4 to 6. And then Mexican Zapotecas in Oaxaca have muchos. And they used to be Aztec priests and Mayan gods, but then colonizers. Sworn virgins in Albania. Women who swore to live as men and never do the sex again so that they could have man privileges. Hawaii's 3rd gender, Mahu, are actually valued and respected.
Hold on. What? Oh my god. Oh my god.
And colonizers, sworn virgins in Albania, women who swore to live as men and never do the sex again so that they could have man privileges. Hawaii's 3rd gender, Mahu, are actually valued and respected. They're seen as caretakers, healers, and teachers of ancient traditions. Bisu in Indonesia, they're a combination of all genders. They're said to be a mixture between human and God, and they can bless things. Also, according to legend, they created the entire world. And Hijras, based in Hinduism, this includes intersex, fluid, and trans people. They bless families and they were always really respected. But then Christianity. Thank you.
Damn, that was so succinct. Damn, with the
Christianity. Thank you.
What?
It's only when I'm lying in bed on my own, and I wake up and I don't see your name on my phone.
Mortal Kombat, bitch, you have made it to the next motherfucking challenge. Me.
I feel like just in being out here doing this, even the people who don't stop to talk and ask questions, they look at me, they look at my sign, and if all these people have ever seen is the demonization of trans people in the news and media, and then they see me holding this sign, standing in Times Square with a couple of my friends, they see just a group of normal looking people, there's nothing scary about us. And I think that that makes a difference.
Aww.
Right.
Goddamn. That's incredibly brave. I hope one of those people is like security, at least. Oh my god. Oof.
Agreed.
That's sweet.
In any indigenous culture, there was space for trans and non-binary folk, and they were integral parts of our society in every indigenous culture you can find. So my transness is in my blood, it's in my DNA. It's what has been going on since before any man-made religion, any of these like standards that we hold ourselves to, any male woman, all of that. That's just a way to oppress, you know, a way to keep in line, a way to segregate everybody. And that's why I feel it's so important to be really into your culture, like to figure out your culture, because we are always programmed to believe what our parents need us to believe instead of what is actually going through our veins and our DNA and our blood.
Day 9610 of being a human.
The fact that something as basic and fundamental as emotions and how they are experienced is gendered so intensely is very frustrating to me. Because what Dylan Mulvaney has gone through is insane, and any human being would be more than justified in lashing out and being angry and screaming. But for trans women, if you express any sort of negative emotion about the very real and vitriolic abuse that you go through in this world, that can be weaponized against you as proof that your femininity isn't real. A very similar thing happens with Black women who have to go over the top to make themselves non-threatening and polite because simple expressions of emotion can be used to take femininity away from us. Gender as a control tactic is so strong, it literally requires superhuman effort just to be accepted.
This is brave, this is bruised, this is who I'm meant to be, this is me.
Right, then let's go. Hey, what's up? Slay.
Turf is a slur to silence you? Damn, I wish it worked. Shut the fuck up!
Oh, fuck. That was so good. Damn, I wish it worked. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna run that back real quick. That was too good.
Turf is a slur to silence you? Damn, I wish it worked. Shut the fuck up!
Texas or some state just dragged like completely ban drag, yeah. Yeah, a lot of them have. I've been tracking with the ACLU. There's in every state pretty much. Like all the states. It, like all of them. So I don't know which one you're talking about. I think Florida did a thing where they might be able to uh sentence people to death for being like gender non-conforming in public. So that might be the one you're thinking of. Texas, I think, also did a total drag ban. Um, yeah, it's fucked. But yeah, I've been talking about this for months. This shit fucks me up, like. What the fuck did California do? Okay, it didn't actually pass. So they're like tracking whether the bill actually passes, and if it's being challenged. I think this was about school. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So like New York is the only like true sanctuary state. I think Michigan, wait, no, Wisconsin, they must have done something. They might have not updated that. Minnesota also recently banned. Introduced. Amazing, amazing. Yeah. But that's why I'm starting off with queer joy to posts because we just need to like I think be even more in their face, like just show people being happy and normal, like regular ass people like they are. Like I feel like there's not enough of that content, just like positive shit, because like that doesn't get clicks, but It's out there.
All hail Plankton.
One thing that I do, and I think it's my duty as someone who's white, and I profit from whiteness because it's a system that has been implemented for hundreds of years, and just because I'm white, I get
The fucking makeup though.
to navigate certain spaces
Shit.
easily, and I get to have an authority, and I get to have a truth that is not questioned, right? So it is my duty to remind people that the gender binary is racist, and a lot of people is like, oh, you're crossing some lines here. Like, what is going on, right? Especially, like, of course, white people who just
True.
are really uncomfortable about that.
Ooh. Who was that? Fuck, I can't read their whole... God damn it. Let's see if I can find this. I want to see the rest of that. Girls will be boys. Let's go. Do, 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 do. Mm, mm, mm. That was funny.
I hope you keep on serving cunt. Keep on serving cunt. Keep on serving cunt.
Okay.
Keep on serving cunt. Keep on serving cunt.
Let's go.
This clip is easily my favorite moment from the anti-fascist rally against Ron DeSantis today at UVU. A protester comes and hits...
Did he just say wrong? Wrong, DeSantis? Alright, that's
the
pretty
stairs. This clip is easily my favorite moment from the anti-fascist rally against Ron DeSantis today at UVU.
Oh, he said Ron.
A protester comes and hits the stairs with a chalk bomb. And God, I wish you could see the faces of the 10 to maybe 15 pro-DeSantis and Trump supporters when all of the protesters rolled up like this. Check it out.
Let's go.
When trans rights are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back! When women's rights are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back! When women's rights are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back!
I'm sorry, fascists are not welcome here in Utah. I mean, bless your heart, but like, there's a lot. There's probably a lot of them there. Wicked. Fat chest.
Clap, clap, clap.
Me telling my straight friend being gay is a neutral thing that happens. It's neither good or bad, but also gay people are literally better than everyone else. Real.
Shut up, it is not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
I don't want to be masculine. I don't want to be feminine. I just want to be like regular. I just want to be like medium. Maybe even extra medium.
These are human beings. Yeah. And I could cry. They're not harming anybody. No. I don't know why he's doing this. I don't know. I mean, and I've said this before, and I'm going to get in trouble. But I have said this before, and it's been in print. I don't know what the difference between our Christian right and the Taliban is. I have no idea what the difference is.
You're not the
That
only
part.
person who's said that.
That fucking part. Literally. It's just fundamentalism. Religious fundamentalism. It's the same shit.
I just don't know what the difference is. What's happening in this country right now in the name of religion is so dangerous.
What about people who...
There's a solution for that. I don't know. I don't know if we want to be using the word solution. The Republican question. Uh-oh.
just think it is plain wrong that, you know, God made men men and women women, and there shouldn't be any gender fluidity
The
or
religion question.
Well, God's not real, and I am.
I mean, yeah, but like the religion question, like that's, I don't know if that's any better than the Jewish question. Like you're still doing like authoritarianism. You're just doing it in the other way. Atheistic authoritarianism.
So do that with that.
Hey, Belle, it's 9 p.m. It's time for your estrogen shot.
I don't want to.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Yo, bro, who got you smiling like that? Like,
kill the light, so baby, close your eyes.
Aww.
So we noticed that y'all were having some trouble morally, all right? So we're just gonna go ahead and just present y'all with two options, okay? Y'all have the option to eliminate one of these from public life.
Okay.
You have to decide unanimously. Your options are either mass shootings, right? Or trans people.
Oh, the shootings, obviously, right? Everybody agrees? Parents, students, teachers in the back, everybody with common sense? Yeah, I think we're on the same page. Right, evangelical Christian Betty Sue? I don't know. I don't know. You don't know? Oh. Who would have thought? Who would have thought confusion would arise here at this event from evangelical Christian Betty Sue, no less? What's got you so stumped, Betty? Thank you so much for asking. I just feel like we should take a moment and think of the children. The children, yes. Like, I don't have to explain to my 2-year-old son what a gun is. I throw on Bad Boys 2, he's good to go. But pronouns? Who explains that? The same person who always does. The 2nd grade English teacher. Well, they never let me get to that grade. But just think of my husband who works at the NRA. What would happen to our pockets? I'm sorry. How else would we make our money? All I know is Jesus wouldn't want this. He loved AK-47s. And who told you that? Tucker Carlson? Right.
it is Horse Girl Spring.
Everyone has an inner horse girl, and it's time to let her out.
This spring, we won't be walking.
We'll be galloping.
Oh my god. Stop. Save a horse, ride a twink. So true. So true.
What do you think the queer community will look like in 50 years?
We're all just gonna be data by that point, so I think that like the sex can only get better.
Sure. True. True.
How do you identify?
Ooh, what a loaded question.
As of right now, I identify as a butch lesbian.
Lesbian. Lesbian.
Gay.
Gay woman.
I know people use queer, but I've always said gay.
I mean, these days, queer.
I identify as a non-binary trans-masculine individual.
I use they, them pronouns.
I'm a dyke.
I have an F on my driver's license, but I use the men's room.
I'm a transgender woman.
Just a regular trans guy.
A man.
Queer femme.
Fat, queer.
Queer, black. Gender fluid, trans, and disabled.
Can you tell me about your first queer crush?
Oh, Queen Latifah.
Hands down, Molly Ringwald.
Punky Brewster.
Weird Al Yankovic.
Nancy McKeon from Facts of Life.
7 of 9 on Star Trek.
David Bowie in Labyrinth.
How about anyone in real life that you had a crush on?
No, I mostly lived in fantasy world.
There was a girl on the playground and she had like brown skin. She was kind of thick.
She had really nice golden legs.
She was walking down the hall with her boyfriend and he had all these pink marks on his neck from her kissing him. I didn't want to be him exactly. I didn't want to be her, and I just couldn't put together that I wanted her to be kissing me.
I definitely was very in love with my best friend in high school.
We were best friends.
I wrote this super meaningful letter that friends could write to each other, and I think for her it was like, what?
What does chosen family mean to you?
Chosen family are the people that know you and love you for.
I think my first celebrity crush was Ashley Simpson, first queer crush, which is so embarrassing. So random. I just thought she was so cool. IRL, I don't know, I'll have to think about that.
For exactly who you are.
You pick them because a lot of times your family doesn't pick you.
My family works pretty well with that. My mom and my dad are all incredibly supportive of me. Who is your queer icon?
The one everyone's gonna say is Ellen.
Probably Lady Gaga.
Shane from the L Word. Boy howdy, does everybody want to be Shane and they want to fuck Shane.
Edith Windsor, who...
Real. This was the person who played Shane. I think. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Yeah. Fucking L Word. Classic. Classic queer must-see. Honestly, it's pretty good. I'd recommend everyone watch it. If you're wanting to learn... Not really learn. Fetishize lesbian women. I guess. It's it's decent. It does some good things, but it feeds into a lot of the tropes. So, I don't know. It could have been better. It was also very very white.
If it wasn't for her, we couldn't be married.
Octavia Butler and John Waters.
I'm from a small town in Nebraska, so on Friday nights we would go see rock.
Oh yeah. Wait, they made another one, huh? Generation Q. I never saw that. Shit.
Horror Picture Show, and Frankenfurter just blew my mind.
Laverne Cox, when her Transgender Tipping Point magazine cover came out.
Kate McKinnon. I was in the military during Don't Ask, Don't Tell, and there's a lot of gay jokes, and having someone on TV who kind of looks like me, sounds like me, someone I want to be like, I can say, well, you like her.
I feel like as a non-binary trans-masculine person, there's not a lot of people I can look up to, actually.
Who is your queer icon?
Me. Hey, why not, Somebody gotta love you.
Do you feel like there's a...
I love Lil Nas. Lil Nas, I don't know, I don't really share an identity with him in any way, but I just think he's fucking fabulous.
Unified queer community?
There definitely is. I go out singing karaoke at lesbian karaoke night and go to Pride or the Dyke March.
To a 65-year-old white lesbian, I don't have a lot in common with you.
It's kind of lonely out there in a way. We have Tinder and we have this, whatever, I don't even know because I would never do it.
I think that it's easier to find
queer people online. I grew up with Tumblr. A lot of the LGBT communities on there kind of helped shape me into who I was.
Do you wish there was more of a unified community?
Yes, I do, actually. Because that's not the point, to separate yourself from everybody. It's to come together.
In order to unify the queer community more, I think that people need to listen to queer and trans people of color, and especially Black trans women.
Different sections of community value and center different things. And so I think there's a lot of subsets within queer community, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing.
What do you think the queer community is going to look like in 50 years?
That's going to have a lot to do with economics. People have always had sexual freedom if they had power and resources.
I hope in the next 50 years, it's just common, where it won't have people turn their heads.
Any type of person can walk down the street in 50 years, not be bothered, not be looked at, not be harassed, not be scared to live their life.
I hope it's just.
I hope, dude. This was from 3 years ago. It's crazy to think how much has changed in the last 3 years. I was looking at old Elon tweets, and he had, like, both from Tesla's Twitter and his own Twitter, made, like, pro-LGBT posts. But has since said shit like, pronouns are annoying, or whatever the fuck. He said, like, I'm curious if he's gonna make a pandering post this year. Curious.
Just normal.
Well, I hope it doesn't look like this, but I have a feeling we'll all be sitting in a cubicle in front of a screen. I won't, I'll be dead.
What's something you'd want to communicate to the previous generation of queer people?
I would definitely want to say thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm thankful for the rights that they fought for, and I also think that there's a lot of things that a lot of older queer people don't recognize in the younger queer community that are still problems.
A lot of older people tend to be like, oh, so are you like this very specific identity? And I'm like, well.
The older community, they still have biases, and having them just be open to ask questions instead of being rude or aggressive towards us for choosing our path.
Our generation being more open and using different language and needing to take space sometimes, I think is valid, and that doesn't mean we're invalidating their experiences.
You know, there used to be like 3 names for being gay kinda, and now there's binary or something like that. And as an old person, it's kind of hard to remember the language, but I think it's wonderful because I don't think people should fit themselves in a box.
Older folks won't always be perfect, but as long as we're all trying, I think that we can really find the value in our elders. I mean, truly, these people know what it's like to fight in a way that we don't.
What's something you'd want to communicate to younger queer people?
Everyone's journey is different, and it's unique, and never feel pressured to go about it in a certain way. You have to stay true to you.
Is there anything you'd want to communicate to yourself as a younger person?
Ugh, okay, now you guys over here trying to make me, I'm soft. But same thing I tell myself every day, that I have to remind myself, you're enough. For a long time, I was just like, God, why did you make me? Like, what was the point if I'm gonna be here suffering and nobody's gonna love me and I have to fight? So I'm just happy to be here and be here with a smile on my face. It's awesome.
Can I move?
You can move. Thank you so much for doing that.
Come talk to him. He seems straight anyway.
Yeah,
3, 2, 1, go.
I'm so excited to watch this.
Should we do another one?
Oh, I wish I could watch it on stream. That would be cool. Might have to go sailing.
Sup, you beautiful bastards. Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show, your daily dive in the news. We got a lot
to talk about today, so buckle up, hit that like button, and let's just jump into it. Starting with an online drama news, we had a lot of requests to cover this Grace Van Dien, FaZe Rain situation. But this is also a massive business story because at the core of this story, you're dealing with an organization called FaZe. Right at that time, it was considered one of the biggest esports entertainment organizations out there, even making history by going public on the stock market. And over the course of its existence, it went from, a few gamers trick-shotting, bullshitting around on the internet to a massive multi-million-dollar organization involving some of the biggest names out there. And along the way, new people came in, new leadership came in. There's also, of course, been no shortage of controversies along the way. Some of the most recent stuff we talked about involved the crypto NFT world. There have also been public general success struggles, like while the catchphrase for the organization has been phase up, their stock price didn't get the memo, with it at one point being worth $20 a share to now just over 50 cents a pop. But for what we're talking about today, it involves more recently early members of this group speaking out against the current leadership.
More like face down. I got him.
And all the chaos and frustrations we've seen in this situation has now kind of come to a head with this Grace situation. Right, Grace, you might recognize from a variety of film and TV roles, including Chrissy from Stranger Things. With Grace recently joining FaZe Clan and saying that she and the organization, quote, will be working together to create lasting change for female gamers in the industry, and adding that she's excited to take on an important role and bring women to the forefront. But upon joining the group, she quickly found herself in the middle of this massive feud with FaZe Rain, who for his part essentially has been waging war with FaZe Clan, doing things like leaking what appear to be many of the org's financials. Some of the specific Grace drama starting when Rain leaked the news that she'd be joining the group and claiming that she was only signed because, quote, she was on one episode of Stranger Things. With Grace early on firing back.
I'm sorry, sir. Were you in the meeting with us? Were you there? No, I've never met you. So, get wrecked. To everyone saying that.
With Rain
Get fucking wrecked. True.
responding to this, hurling insults at her again, using her Stranger Things role against her, and adding,
not only have you not hit a trick shot, but you don't even know what the that is. When you were still playing with Barbies, I made my first million out of this industry. And on top of it, you're excruciatingly mid who I would never let touch me on my drunkest night.
with a number of people responding to that, saying the comments went too far, that was sexist, that he's just attacked.
Yeah, that's weird as fuck. Why did you bring that? Why did you say that? Like, all the other stuff is like, whatever, mean, but like, I would never let you touch me. Like, she wasn't coming on to you, bro.
Attacking a woman for being successful. With Grace herself also responding, saying she doesn't know what a trick shot is, but
I know you, Rain, as the person who almost overdosed on a live stream. And I know that you're better now. And I'm really proud of you for that. I am, but don't come after me for not knowing what a trick shot is, man.
Right, and those remarks really started to divide people. Or some thinking she went way too low by bringing up the overdose, though others defended the remarks, saying she was pushed, so she pushed back. Arguing FaZe Rain literally sexualized her for no fucking reason, saying he would never let her fuck him just because she was joining FaZe. She literally has complete free range, I don't care. And if he wanted to go low with misogyny, then she can respectfully do the same. With people in the industry like Asmund.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the same energy exactly. It's like, it's different. It's apples and oranges, you know? Because, like, yeah, like, he fucked up by, like, sexualizing her and, like, only seeing her as an object, but then he fucked up. I mean, she fucked up by, like, bringing that up, but, like, it seems like it was already public knowledge, like, it was on a live stream. So, I don't know. It's not like she outed, like, a private problem that he had. That doesn't seem that bad. IMO.
Gold adding,
I believe in self-defense. I'll take the high road. I'll stay on the high road. It's no problem. But if you take the low road, I'll meet you there.
And there was some more sparring, there was more back and forth. I'm trying to condense this for you, but it all led to the two of them sitting down to talk it out in an encounter that just did not go well. With Rain uploading the video and then including his own commentary about their conversation. And it started with them just kind of going in circles, with Grace claiming Rain's actions intentionally or unintentionally encouraged his fans to attack her online, resulting in her receiving death threats. Rain denying that his remarks were specifically at fault for that. You also see them almost like bond for a moment, where they share experiences about addiction, and then hashing out some of the comments that they had hurled at one another while explaining their perspectives. But by the end, it kind of just falls apart.
I want to stop sexism in the gaming industry.
Okay, but I mean, if you feel what I said was necessarily sexist, I don't.
I do. You wouldn't have said it if I was a guy.
With Rain arguing that he apologized, he knows he went too far, what else does she want? And then saying,
you want to super victimize yourself for that? Okay, then I guess I'm hurt. How dare you? How dare you bring up the worst time in my life? I'm f***ing hurt. How dare you? It's like, what are we talking about? I'm hurt. I almost died. See, I can play that game all day.
I'm an actor too,
That game. I don't give a And it's like, how could you let other people hurt your feelings? Do you not believe in yourself? Are you not a confident woman? You should be.
This is also where you can see it really just take a turn for Grace.
Am I a confident woman? You don't know me.
So then how's this hurting your feelings? If I called you mid, you should be like, fuck him. Who cares what I say? And if you bring up my drug past, are you getting emotional?
Yeah.
Well, I'm just speaking the truth. I don't want you to get emotional.
I don't like you.
How
I
do you
think
expect me
you're
to
a
react?
terrible person.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, she's pulling the acting now. Because I said that
Pulling
I
the acting out
could.
now.
How am I a terrible person for what?
Pulling the acting
How am I a
out
terrible
now.
person? Explain.
I don't owe you an explanation, actually.
And I owe you an explanation.
So then she gets up to walk out the door, but before she leaves, she says,
Tell Vera that I'm not doing this video, and if they release anything, then I'm leaving, please.
and so now she no longer has FaZe in her Twitter bio. People have also had drastically different reactions to their meetup. Some in Rain's corners, others saying that Rain demonstrated sexism 101 by blaming her for getting emotional. We also saw FaZe Clan releasing a statement backing her up, saying FaZe is no stranger to contrasting viewpoints and passionate opinions on the future of the brand. Recruitment has always drawn that out, but make no mistake, the mistreatment of our newest member is in no way okay. Grace joined in hopes to bring her voice to FaZe, and we stand by her. And there you saw some who are originals from the organization like FaZe Banks not happy about the org releasing that statement. Some also seeing this as FaZe.
I mean, don't they all kind of suck? From what I remember, they're all kind of pieces of shit.
Abandoning one of its OG creators for one they just signed. But at the same time, you had people saying this whole ordeal has just reminded them of how sexist the space can be, and they feel bad for Grace getting caught in the middle of it all. Dasmond Gold again slamming FaZe, saying they hired Grace to clean up their mistakes.
They hired her and gave her a bunch of fucking money to act like a broom to clean up all these crackheads, and they're fuck-ups. The FaZe Clan has had fuck-ups for 10 years, and they hire her to play damage control for a bunch of fucking crackheads. And that's a fact. Crying about how, oh, it hurt my feelings. Oh, it almost took it away from me, almost took my son.
Fucking shut up, Asmongold. I don't think you have room to talk. Be real with you, I don't think you have room to talk. I don't.
Away from me, you almost took your mom's son away from yourself. You want to talk about being logical? Who put the pill in your fucking mouth? What a fucking pussy. I'll tell you one thing. I don't know if FaZe Rain would be able to last 5 minutes in a Modern Warfare 2 lobby after this.
Others in Grace's corner saying it sucks because it looks like Rain's actually getting what he wants. He may have pushed Grace out, or he made the whole situation just too toxic to be bearable. But that's why with this whole just nasty, chaotic mess, I want to pass the question off to you in general, whether you're inside or outside, but especially if you're in the online gaming, online entertainment space. What's your take on this? And then when you see the headline, socialite spared jail after killing police chief, you're like, wow, money lets you get away with everything. But in this specific situation, there might have been other factors at play. Because in Belize, Jasmine Harden shot police chief Henry Jemmett back in 2021, with her ultimately pleading guilty to manslaughter back in April and being slapped with a $37,000 fine and 300 hours of community service. So people going, why the hell was his sentence so lenient? Because the first thing is someone pled guilty to manslaughter, and the maximum sentence for negligent manslaughter is 5 years. And that's actually in line with US federal law, which is a sentence of 1 to 6 years for a similar offense. But also, circumstances around this incident played a major role. Because reportedly, Harton and Jemmett were actually friends. They were partying together on the night of his death. And according to Harton's defense, they went out onto the pier and Jemmett handed his pistol to Harton to put it aside, with him eventually asking for it back, at which point Harton claims that in her drunken state, she fumbled with it set off and shot the officer in the head, with police finding her covered in blood, completely distraught, and Jemmett's body being found in the water. And at least the official claim is that with that, prosecutors and investigators largely believed her story, which I gotta say, very trustful police force. Right? I mean, if I'm Harton in that situation and that's what actually went down, I don't think anyone's believing my story. People would be like, yeah, cool story, Phil, go to jail forever. But yeah, I guess with whatever happened, there's possibly 2 stories here. 1, when you're rich, there's a different set of rules, or 2, guns and liquor, not a great mixture. And then Amazon didn't just violate your privacy, but specifically your children's privacy as well, and they just got slapped with more than $30 million in fines for it, with the FTC and Justice Department accusing Amazon of retaining children's geolocation data as well as the recordings of their conversations with Alexa. And that's in addition to being charged with deceiving their customers after ignoring requests from parents to delete their children's recordings and other data despite repeated assurances that parents can delete that data at any time. Now, Amazon says, hey, we just held on to this data to train the Alexa algorithms to better understand children, but their reasoning there doesn't make it any less illegal. It is still a major major violation of the Federal Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, or COPPA, with the director of the FTC's Bureau of Consumer Protection saying, Amazon's history of misleading parents, keeping children's recordings indefinitely, and flouting parents' deletion requests violated COPPA and sacrificed privacy for profits. COPPA does not allow companies to keep children's data forever for any reason, and certainly not to train their algorithms. So Amazon just agreed to a proposed settlement, including a $25 million civil penalty. But notably, it also doesn't just stop with a fine. Amazon is also being required to delete the data in question and never use voice information, whether it be from a child or adult, to create or improve a product. However, some key things: this is still just a proposal. We have to wait and see if this gets approved by a federal court. As we often see with the haves, unlike the have-nots, despite agreeing to the settlement, Amazon denies violating COPPA and saying that they just designed Amazon Kids for parents to have full control and to comply with the law. But also, here's the fun thing with Amazon: they never do anything halfway, even with privacy violations. Because at the same time this is happening, the FTC has also brought another complaint, and that one against Amazon's Ring, accusing them of violating their customers' privacy by allowing countless employees and hundreds of contractors access to the videos from Ring cameras, leading to situations we've even talked about, like one in 2017 when a Ring employee watched thousands of videos belonging to dozens of female customers, including from cameras in their bedrooms and bathrooms. And the FTC saying that Ring didn't have basic security protections for years, allowing hackers to just take control of their customers'
Why the fuck would you have a camera in your bathroom? Let alone a Ring camera. Like, not to blame the victim here, but like, why did you have a camera in the bathroom? I just want to know why. What's the purpose? What's the purpose there?
accounts, cameras, and videos. In fact, reportedly 55,000 US Ring customers faced attacks from hackers. And in some cases, hackers could even use Ring's two-way functions to harass, insult, and threaten people, including children. And so obviously we're gonna have to wait to see how this plays out for Amazon, but with all this, it really highlights just something we've
This has been an issue for years. There's a website where you can just scroll through people's Ring camera. It's fucked up. Like, I don't know how, but like someone was able to super easily hack like the ones where people didn't set their own password. They just used the like, auto set password. And I think it's still up as far as I know. I don't know. Gotta do something about it. Wide open to LE requests plus slow to disabled share account access. Yeah. Huge security. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Amazon fucking owns everybody. They own everything and everybody. Like, the fucking internet operates on AWS. Like, they have everything. They have everything.
continued to see. Technology advances so incredibly fast that the safety precautions that should be instilled in it, as well as the ability to successfully regulate it, those trail behind. So yeah, just be careful with, at the very least, the listening and video devices that you have around your home. Or I guess just make peace with the fact that what you think is private is probably not private. And then today marks the start of hurricane season, and with climate change making natural disasters more frequent, many are questioning whether the insurance market's actually prepared. Or we've seen property insurance rates ticking up across the country, for example, right here in California. State Farm, the largest property insurance company in the US, just pulled out of the market, which is also the largest in the US. And this mainly because wildfires have made the state just too damn expensive to cover, though the housing crisis and inflation are also to blame. But nowhere has been hit by this problem harder than Florida, where State Farm announced that it would stop offering property insurance to residents way back in 2000.
God damn. They're like, no, we can't actually insure this. I can offer you nothing. Fuck. Oh no. Oh no. More of an Azure hosting guy. But yeah, I think there's sometimes like 2/3 of non-search clicks. Yeah.
2009, which was then followed by other major insurers. And that because of record losses to Hurricane Katrina and other disasters in 2004 and 2005. And so ever since then, Florida's markets have been dominated by smaller regional and local providers who aren't playing with nearly as much capital as the big boys. And even they are sinking under the cost, with 6 of them forced to liquidate just last year, followed by another one earlier this year. And now, more than half of insurers are on the state insurance regulators' watch list due to their financial health. So to cope with the crisis, they've raised premiums through the fucking roof, with Florida homeowners now paying private insurers about $6,000 per year, which is nearly 4 times the national average. And rates are projected to jump 40% by the end of this year, according to an industry group. And that doesn't even include insurance for flood damage, which is provided by the National Flood Insurance Program, a federal agency. And as far as what's driving the crisis, some people, of course, blame catastrophic events like Hurricane Ian, that being the most expensive storm to ever hit the state, causing $60 billion in insured losses, roughly half the total insurance losses from floods and hurricanes worldwide for 2022. And disasters like that are only getting worse as the climate warms. But you also have the insurance industry blaming a legal system that it says promoted excessive litigation and fraudulent claims, pointing out the premium shot up even as no hurricanes made landfall from 2019 through 2021. And that in addition to them saying inflation drove up the cost to repair or rebuild homes, both from increased labor costs as well as higher prices for materials. And when it comes to the response from Governor Ron DeSantis, he has sided with the industry's perspective, with him signing a bill that sought to prevent excessive litigation by stripping policyholders of the ability to recover legal fees when suing insurance companies, as well as creating a $2 billion reinsurance fund that private insurers can draw from to cover their risk, which is also why critics accuse him of being in the pocket of the insurance industry, which has donated nearly $10 million to him, a PAC that supports him and the state's Republican Party over the past few years. But also notably, despite his reforms, the market has continued to implode, with residents either eating the huge costs, leaving the state altogether, or just raw dogging it without any coverage at the risk of getting financially fucked by a surprise disaster. And for those who keep their insurance, many are turning to the state-run Citizens Property Insurance Corps, an insurer of last resort for those who can't find coverage in the private market. But there, even its price far exceeds the national average, sitting at about $3,700 statewide and reaching $6,000 or $7,000 in certain counties. And Citizens is also asking for a 14% rate increase to take effect later this year, which will be considered by Florida's insurance regulators next week. Though a key thing, even that's optimistic, because if another major hurricane hits Florida, it could completely wipe out Citizens' reserves and force it to impose emergency assessments.
Can't repackage reclaimed swamps as AAA property anymore. Yeah. Yeah. Contrary to what Ben Shapiro thinks, you cannot actually just sell your property if it floods. It doesn't really work like that. God. Fucking Jesus Christ. The fact that insurance companies are pulling out of certain states because they cannot ensure that they can recover those, like, damages. And yet, so many fucking climate deniers. Like, in what world can you just deny that there's any fucking climate problem? The hit people would take on selling their houses as undeveloped land. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think he gives a fuck. Because, like, that would be fine for him if he had to sell his Cape Cod home as just, like, regular-ass fucking bare land. Just demo the shit and sell it, you know? That would be fine for him.
Investments on customers both in and out of the private market, which could mean an additional 45% for current Citizens policyholders, according to an industry group. And now, more than ever, an event like that would devastate Florida's insurance market, since enrollment in Citizens is up nearly 50% from this time last year, reaching the point where it now has 1.3 million policies, about 16% of the market, and it's growing at a rate of about 3,000 per month. But yeah, that's the news on this topic, and or the answer to the question you may have asked while you were buying a home in Florida.
That's the source of the infamous H. Balmer guy clip. Sell your houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman. To... I wonder what he's doing. I hope he's okay.
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet over the next 100 years, say 10 feet by the next 100 years, and it puts all the low-lying areas on the coast underwater, right? Which, let's say all of that happens. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
Epic.
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman!
Fucking Aquaman! Goated clip.
Florida, what's the worst that could happen? And then Europe seems to be a bit of a powder keg right now. Beyond just the war in Ukraine and tensions with Russia being on the rise, Serbians seem to be finding themselves in all kinds of controversies. Starting off with ethnic Serbs in Bosnia, there, many in majority Serbian areas have threatened to break away, leading to the real possibility that violence will break out. And the US doesn't want that, but it made it clear that it supports Bosnia if it does, and as a way to show support, flew some bombers over the Bosnian capital of Sarajevo this week. The American ambassador saying the flights were to show a rock-solid commitment to the sovereignty and territorial integrity. But in addition to that, there's also trouble brewing between Serbia and Kosovo. The most recent drama coming from elections in northern Kosovo, which is mostly filled with ethnic Serbs, but saw ethnic Albanians winning nearly everything. And one of the key things there is that the local Serbs boycotted the election, meaning that the Albanian candidates largely won by default with just about 3% of the vote. And all this leading to major protests and violence as Serbs tried to stop the Albanian mayors from taking up their posts, and now it's an international crisis. Serbia is getting involved because the situation deals with ethnic Serbs and
Oh yeah, I saw that the government is auctioning off land where there are lighthouses because we don't really need it on account of GPS. So I might look into that, honestly. I would be a lighthouse keeper. I think that would be kind of fun.
because they don't recognize Kosovo's independence. Its president calling for the mayor's removal, although Kosovo isn't exactly willing to do that. And it's such a concern that NATO, which already had 4,000 troops in Kosovo, sent an additional 700 in reinforcements and said it's ready to send more. And even though the US has been a longtime supporter of Kosovo's independence, it still criticized the country's decision to install the mayors in the majority Serb region. This whole situation even spilling into the sports world this week after tennis star Novak Djokovic went to a camera after his first match at the French Open and wrote, "Kosovo is the heart of Serbia. Stop the violence." And while obviously calling for violence to stop is hardly a hot take, the first part ruffled some feathers. Because even though Kosovo is now independent and has always been
4,000 troops, yeah.
on the periphery of Serbia, throughout history, it's played a major role in shaping Serbian identity and religion. His comments even leading to France's sport minister saying that his actions were not appropriate and shouldn't happen again. And with this, some have even drawn comparisons to a situation between Ukrainian player Marta Kostyuk, who refused to shake the hand of her Belarusian opponent, though the French sports minister has said that those two situations are not on the same level and is fine with the pro-Ukrainian messages. But for now, we're gonna have to wait to see how things play out. And of course, I'd love to know everyone's thoughts in general, but especially if this story in some way impacts your friends or family. And then I have the sexy job today of trying to break down the chaotic mess that is the debt ceiling package that
Banned from playing in another country. I'm gonna be real, I wasn't paying that much attention to the soccer part. Did they? I don't think so.
tennis star Novak Djokovic went to a camera
Just doing like activism.
after his first match at the French Open and wrote, "Kosovo is the heart of Serbia. Stop the violence." And while obviously calling for violence to stop is hardly a hot take, the first part ruffled some feathers. Because even though Kosovo is now independent and has always been on the periphery of Serbia, throughout history, it's played a major role in shaping Serbian identity and religion. His comments even leading to France's sport minister saying that his actions were not appropriate and shouldn't happen again. And with this, some have even drawn comparisons to a situation between Ukrainian player Marta Kostyuk, who refused to shake the hand of her Belarusian opponent, though the French sports minister has said that those two situations are not on the same level and is fine with the pro-Ukrainian messages. But for now, we're gonna have to wait to see how things play out. And of course, I'd love to know everyone's thoughts in general, but especially if this story in some way impacts your friends or family. And then I have the sexy job today of trying to break down the chaotic mess that is the debt ceiling package that actually passed the House yesterday. Right at the very top level of this debt ceiling package that just got passed in the House, the deal suspends the $31.4 trillion borrowing limit until January of 2025.
Oh. You guys detained and deported him? What? I don't know about that. What?
In exchange for some spending cuts and caps. And according to the Congressional Budget Office, or CBO, the bill will cut federal spending by $1.5 trillion over the next 10 years.
Oh, he's an anti-vaxxer. Oh, no.
All right, we talked about some of the details of the package on Monday, but I wanted to dive a little bit deeper and specifically look at the provisions that are going to affect Americans the most. First off, one of the most talked about parts of the bill is the measure that would end the multi-year freeze on student loan repayments and require borrowers to resume payments again in September. That move will have an absolutely huge impact. 45 million Americans have student loans, which together total $1.6 trillion, making this the single biggest kind of consumer debt Americans owe after.
Yeah, also, they want us to pay the, back, what would have been accrued during the pandemic, during the pause, with interest. That's great. Just suddenly add, $6K to my total. Fuck you. Absolutely not. Absolutely fuck you. How about I never fucking make a payment again? How about that? How do you like them apples?
or mortgages, right? And requiring people who haven't had to repay their loans at a time when the economy is struggling and inflation continues to soar. That's going to affect a lot of people. In fact, according to the chief economist for the consulting firm RSM US, households could see a $40 billion reduction in disposable income as a direct result of this policy. Though notably here, this deal doesn't scrap Biden's sweeping student loan forgiveness as Republicans proposed in an earlier draft, though that is still playing out before the Supreme Court. Also, another part of the package that's likely going to hurt millions of Americans already struggling with high prices are the proposed cuts to food stamps, also called SNAP. Right? Specifically, the bill would expand the work requirements for SNAP eligibility. Right under the current eligibility rules, adults 49 and under are required to either work or participate in a training program for a minimum of 80 hours a month, with there being exceptions for people who are pregnant, live with children, or have certain disabilities. But this deal would raise the age of people who have to meet those requirements to 54, which according to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities could risk hundreds of thousands of Americans losing their essential food assistance, with a top food aid expert explaining that many older adults work part-time or seasonal jobs and thus may not reach the 80-hour-a-month requirement. But also a very notable thing here, despite the fact that the cuts to food stamps were one of the biggest Republican sticking points and one they have widely touted, the debt deal also includes some pretty major expansions to SNAP eligibility, because in addition to expanding work requirements, it also creates new exceptions for those requirements, with those now being extended to veterans, homeless Americans, and people 18 to 24 who were previously in foster care. And in fact, top officials have said that this is actually the first ever time that people experiencing homelessness will not have to meet work requirements to qualify for SNAP, which is why the CBO estimates that the number of SNAP recipients could actually grow by 78,000 on average and increase spending by $2.1 billion. Also, in a similar vein, another big part of this deal are changes to the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, or TANF, with that being a program that provides temporary cash for families in need. It would overhaul a work requirement framework for the state programs that would effectively require states to expand work requirements. And while the actual effect there would vary state by state, the CBO estimated that the move in total would slightly reduce the amount of money the federal.
The idea of fucking means testing food and cash assistance undermines the entire fucking point. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah, you're hungry, but, are you doing 80 hours of work training a month? Like, no, and suck my dick. Sorry, like, I don't...
government gives to states for the program. Also, beyond all that, another provision of the bill that's gotten a lot of attention and a lot of backlash would fast-track the building of a natural gas pipeline. And
do you need to have a legal address? I think so. I think so.
West Virginia. Specifically, we're talking about the completion of the 303-mile Mountain Valley Pipeline, which would cut through federal forests and hundreds of waterways and wetlands, something that's been stalled by numerous court fights and environmental regulations, with the construction having gone millions of dollars over budget and violated many clean water laws, with one environmental group even calculating that it's made more than 500 violations in 2 states. But the debt deal is going to speed up the process for getting permits for the project, essentially making it impossible for environmental groups to bring legal challenges for government approvals. And it shifts jurisdiction from regional courts that have continuously ruled against MVP. And as far as why this is being included in the debt deal, it is not a shocker. The project has been championed by West Virginia's Democratic Senator Joe Manchin, a man who, it's likely just a total coincidence, rakes in 3 times more money from pipeline companies than any other member of Congress. And Manchin's vote believed to be essential to pass this deal in the Senate. And Biden promising that he would expedite the pipeline in exchange for his vote on the sweeping climate spending bill last year that Manchin had single-handedly held up. But that's also not the only provision in the legislation.
Right, sorry, I've been too busy starving. I'm so sorry. Couldn't spare the 20 hours away from food insecurity to do unpaid labor. Yeah, like, that's a joke, right? You're kidding? You're kidding me.
Legislation that has angered environmentalists. It'll also streamline environmental permitting for huge energy projects, including ones on fossil fuels. And all this in addition to a number of other big measures in this package, including many that we hit on Monday. For things like cutting $20 billion in IRS funding, clawing back around $27 billion in COVID relief funds, mandating that significant expenditures be offset with pay-as-you-go spending reductions, as well as capping non-defense discretionary spending, which is a broad category that includes funding for education, national parks, and scientific research. Also, in addition to that, there's been a lot of focus on...
What about the defense spending, though? Hey, what about the defense spending? Hey, what about that? The biggest one. Fuck.
What's not in this deal, where the deal doesn't touch military spending or entitlements that Republicans had floated cutting, like Social Security and Medicare. And that's massively significant because those areas make up the country's largest expenses by far, totaling nearly 80% of last year's budget alone and costing $4.9 trillion. Additionally, much of Biden's domestic agenda was largely spared from the sweeping cuts and caps Republicans initially wanted. And so as a result, with all of this together, you have many experts noting that this debt deal ultimately is not expected to actually bring down the U.S. deficit, with analysts at Deutsche Bank estimating the reduction in the annual deficit will only be a few tenths of a percentage point. Right? And so that's largely obviously the substance of the bill, but I also wanted to touch on the political aspect of it. Because in addition to this having massive implications for the actual future of America, this was also very meaningful for Kevin McCarthy. This deal was easily the biggest test of his career as Speaker. And while he did ultimately achieve his goal of passing a bill that cuts spending and proves that he can pass bipartisan legislation, it did come at a cost and seriously upset a number of his members. The final version of this debt bill was way whittled down from the first one the House Republicans passed as their starting point for negotiations. The only reason he was able to ultimately pass this was he had significant help from Democrats. I mean, the entire deal nearly fell apart before it even got to the House floor because far-right members of McCarthy's own party moved to block the measure from consideration, that forcing Democrats to swoop in and save his ass. And then once the bill was finally put to a vote, it was passed with more support from Democrats than Republicans, with Democrats voting 165 in favor, 46 against, and 149 Republicans backing the measure with 71 opposing it. Which I will say, that is still a solid 2-to-1 ratio of Republican support for McCarthy. But as we mentioned yesterday, numerous members of the far-right wing of his party have threatened to oust him as Speaker over the debt deal. And 71 Republicans voting against you is not a non-important number. But as of recording this, no official moves have been made, and McCarthy, for his part, has said he isn't worried, with him touting
Not at all worried. Yeah, of course you're not. Of course you're fucking not. I don't think he'll actually be removed. They just like to threaten him with it, but I do like the idea. I would be behind that.
the bill's passage as a big victory last night. Though there, it's not a done deal, but it pretty much almost is. It has to make its way through the Senate, which has a very narrow split, but both Democratic and Republican leadership have pushed for their members to fast-track the bill, with the goal being to get it to Biden's desk by Monday at the latest, which is the deadline to suspend the debt ceiling. And while there are a couple of senators on both sides that are threatening to slow the bill down with amendments. Unless something drastically dumber than, I don't know, stuff in recent memory happens, it's probably going to get through even with some slowdowns, right? Because any changes at this point would force the bill to go back to the House, and there's just not enough time. But like all things, it's not done till it's actually done, and so we'll have to wait to see. And even then, we'll find ourselves back here sooner than later, because that's just the way things are. And that is where today's show ends. If you're looking for more news, I got you covered here or links in the description. But as always, my name's Philip DeFranco. You've just been filled in. I love yo faces, and I'll see you next time, which will be Sunday. I'll see you back here Sunday.
What was that? The fuck?
What do you think you'll do in 30 years?
30 years.
Yo, let's go. Let's go. Simone Giertz, she is like an engineering YouTuber. She just makes random crafts in her garage. It's pretty cool. Highly recommend. I'm a fan, so I want to see this clip from her on waveforms.
That's a long time. If you asked me in 3 years, I'd still be wrong, because I'm constantly wrong about what we're going to do next. I think I'm lucky enough that the focus of our stuff is products. And I have always been interested in the products, in the tech, in the products, in the cars, whatever they are. And so I suspect that in 30 years, I will still be interested in the products and will still be making this thing that's helpful to people who are interested in products. Whether it's a video or some other form of media, I don't know, but that's generally how I think about it. In 5 or 6 years, I think we'll still be making videos because people are still going to want to buy products.
Yeah.
Generally. But I think it's interesting with your product design business, which is Giertz, just so we have the pronunciation verbally.
Giertz.store.
Giertz.store. You have like a...
Yeah, of course you know her. Isn't she the best? I fucking love the shit that she makes. It's so random. So random, but delightful.
A big variety of different things. Like we have the calendar and then we have the screwdriver ring. Like how do you think about what sort of things you actually make for the store?
You know, so we launched the store a year ago. We just had our first birthday.
Congrats.
And we celebrated by giving people 1% off.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's a D-brand thing
Which
to do.
is
I love
so,
that.
yeah, I love that it actually drove a spike in sales. And people were actually using the 1% off discount code, which is funny because you can just get 10% off by giving us your email. Which also, we have very good newsletters and we don't send them very often.
Nice.
So it's worth it. But yeah, I mean, we started a year ago and we started with a really small roster of products. The everyday calendar is, I think, the only one that I feel like really holds the ethos of what I want the brand to be. It's the only like real proper product. And the other ones I'm kind of thinking more of as like really ambitious basket fillers. So they're things that you add on, but you're not necessarily going to come there to the store for it. But I wanted to like not sit on the brand for too long because there's so many things I need to learn. a lot of it around marketing and just like what the work requires and the team and like, yeah, just like recruiting, what roles do we need to fill. So I kind of wanted to like, even though I felt like we only launched it with like 4 or 5 products, I'm like, I still want to get it out there and just try it out. But then we have some products coming out probably next year that I think are a lot more like under what I want the brand to be. So yeah, I mean, it's kind of been the initial product has just been like, what can we feasibly do with this small team that we have? I mean, we have 2 full-time employees on the product business. So it's like, okay, we can do this. We can do these rings. We have like a screwdriver ring and a screw ring. Unfortunate name. And like just some like fun, weird products. And then how can we use that to fund developing these other products that are a bit more ambitious and that I think actually solve problems.
So the calendar is like your sort of ethos product. Can you describe it? It's like I just got mine. So it's this
where is it? Where is it?
So it's not in here, but I want to find a place to hang it because it plugs into the wall too. And it lights up and it's this 365 button hexagon calendar. But how would you describe the calendar?
This is we launched this product, I think in 2018 on Kickstarter, and I still don't know how to explain it in audio only.
Pitch?
Yeah, if you can help me brainstorm one.
Yeah.
But it's a calendar. So like imagine that you want to start a habit and you make a grid in your notebook so you can check little boxes for the days that you do it. You're like, I want to start meditating every day. I want to keep myself accountable. I'm just going to cross these little boxes to be like, yeah, I did it. It's like a prettier version of that you can hang on your wall. So it's an electronic calendar that has 365 days. If you tap a day, you light it up. And you can use it. People use it to track their periods. They use it to track if they take medicine, how often they upload content.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I've seen some people, I have a friend who's in a long distance relationship, and I'm like, they use it to count down the days until they get to see each other. I was just talking to one of your teammates who was like, I'd want to use it to quit smoking. But yeah, so people are kind of using it in every possible way.
And it becomes this very visual thing.
Yeah.
I've talked about this on the podcast before. I am the psycho that lives my life in a to-do list app and a calendar app and all these other planning things where I can habit track, blah, blah, blah. And I have like a drink water tracker. And it's a checkbox on my phone. And when I drink a water bottle, I check the box and it doesn't go away until I've checked it 3 times during the day.
Wow.
And I don't really get much of a visual like reward for that other than just checking the box, which I don't know, I like checking boxes, but it's not nearly as much as like lighting it up and then it's there like as a physical representation of what you did. So I feel like that elevator pitch, I think the way you started it was perfect. Imagine you want to start a habit. Who doesn't want to start some habit? Like that's definitely the pitch for it. And then you go into it.
No, it's been interesting in like the marketing side.
To be able to do that, honestly. Oh my God. Organization. I thought I was type A. Holy shit. Man's taking off waters.
Of it, just like, because I'm good at making content. I'm very bad at making ads, I feel like. And it's so much like you're selling the habit and the dream of what your life will look like when you have this habit. And then this product just happens to be the tool that can get you there.
Yeah.
And that's all like, yeah, it's just a different way of thinking. And it's very, like, if you look at our social media channels for the Etch Store, we only really have an Instagram feed. It's like, I think like we're really good at making content. We're making funny, weird content. Not necessarily good at selling stuff.
I think that still works though, as like, it serves the same purpose, you know?
Yeah.
As like getting the eyeballs for people who'd be interested in something like that. But how did you build your team? Like you said, you have 2 people full-time on the product business.
Yeah.
And then you have, I imagine, some sort of help with making the videos. Maybe you don't. Sometimes I assume that and people are doing it 100% themselves. How did you build that?
So, you know, I actually very deliberately have wanted to keep my team small because I want to, you know, when you start your career on YouTube, like there's so many ways of defining success. And a lot of it is just like numbers and scale or how much your growth is. And I really early on told myself that like, I don't want those things to matter as much. Like the 2 key metrics of success is how much autonomy do I have in how I spend my time? Like that's something that's incredibly important to me. And that's luxury to me is like being able to wake up in the morning and being like, I don't want to do work, or like, I want to go to New York for 2 weeks, or I want to do this. And a part of that is not hiring a huge team that requires me to be there for them to have work to do. So I've intentionally kept the team really small. I actually just hired a shooter editor for the first time.
Okay.
And then he quit. So now on the video side, it's like my executive assistant, who also does some stuff on the product business, is like helping me film things.
Okay.
She sometimes does like a rough cut of it. Yeah. Or like she'll do like an assembly and like take out all the bad takes.
Yeah.
And then I'll do the editing, which is not a good use of my time. So if you're a shooter editor or just an editor in LA, please send me an email at apply@simoneyachtz.com, spelled GIERTZ.
That was my next question, is how do you find these people?
Yeah.
Because I assume someone who's both an executive assistant and an editor and shooter is a very rare person. It's like, how do you have a go-to? Every creator I've asked has a different answer. Do you have a go-to for finding somebody, or does it just like...
I've tweeted a lot of job ads. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that I found her through tweeting. Yeah, and then like people I've kind of worked on a project with and I pulled in. One was a fan who like he's my engineer who lives in the UK, and he was just like very active in the community and kind of just, I don't know, I just started pulling him in on projects because he had a really good brain. And then I was like, do you want a job? And he was like, yeah.
Nice.
So it's kind of all across the board, but I feel like especially with the product business, it's like I need to find a better way of recruiting and how to do it, and not just Twitter.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
I don't have a good answer yet. That's why I
No.
ask everybody.
And it's also, I'm like, I need to be better about like also proactively, like I'm feeling a tremendous amount of responsibility of making sure that I have a diverse team. And that's like a whole other level of complication when you're running a small business.
Yeah.
And you're like, I need to be better in this, because you imagine, I don't know if you had this, but you kind of imagine like if I got to run a business, or if I somehow got unimaginably rich, which I'm not, like that I would do it more responsibly than other people that I see who are in those positions. And I'm like, I need to walk that talk and actually try to be as decent of a human as I can be. So yeah.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like also building, like when you're building a YouTube channel, there's so many different, whether it's the channel or the business or whatever, there's so many parameters to optimize for. So it's interesting to have like,
I love her. I fucking love her. Just starting to pay the person already doing the job, yeah. And people won't quit if they like the job and you're paying them enough to like survive, at least, you know? Yeah.
goals that are not specifically quantifiable, I guess. Like it would be harder to define success if you don't have some number that you can say, okay, it's over or under this number. So now I have autonomy of my time, or I don't. Like it's a little more squishy.
Nebulous,
maybe it's a moving target too.
Yeah.
Maybe you feel more satisfied or less depending on how much of that time you get back in different times of the year, things like that. It's more nebulous.
What's your definition of success?
I've stuck it to, I want to make things that I would want to watch. And that is not as quantifiable as some of the other goals that sort of surround
Sila Foxlin. I'll check her out. Thank you.
that, which is like, oh, are we making a variety of things? Are we making enough things? I'm trying to make a channel that I would want to subscribe to by making videos that I would want to watch. So it like kind of feeds into itself like that. But even just doing that, like you make videos that you'd want to watch, and then you notice, oh, now my audience is like 96% male or something, just because like I make videos that I'd want to watch. Now, how do I like expand to more people and a more variety of like countries and things like that?
Hey everyone, Xylee here. Welcome back to my channel.
But we try.
Yeah.
So they all kind of feed back to making something quality that I'd want to watch.
I think for me, yeah, it's like pride in the projects that I put out, like in the content I put out, is really important. And like, did the people who actually watched it, like ignoring thumbnails and what your click-through rate is and everything, but did the people who watch it like it? I think is something I care a lot about as well. But I mean, my audience is 80% male, and I don't know what to do about it.
I feel like it's almost not really up to us, but also it just depends on who watches YouTube. And a lot of like project videos, like it depends on the genre that you're in too. Like I'm making reviews of tech products and gadgets. Like I can't control who's into that, but I try to make it as accessible as possible, and whoever watches. I was gonna say you kind of remind me of Doug DeMuro the Doug DeMuro.
Who?
You haven't seen Doug DeMuro?
Who?
Oh my God. Okay, well let me give the elevator pitch for Doug. Doug is a car reviewer, and he started off just making like simple car videos. He'd review a car, a Honda. He'd review a random car you might want to buy, and he'd use his phone and set it up on a tripod and do the whole thing himself and edit the video. And he started like getting a lot more views, and so he got to do videos with more and more interesting cars until he was reviewing like supercars in the same style. Like he'd show up in a Polo and a smartphone on a tripod to review a Bugatti. Like that's what happened.
Yeah.
And he has the same like anchor point, which is we can't hinge this all on YouTube. It's just a platform that we all happen to be making videos on, but we want to turn it into something that we kind of own more or get to do ourselves. And he started Cars and Bids, which is a car auction website.
Oh, wow.
And it turned out to be super huge. His audience loved it. People use it. It's now competing among the best, biggest car auction websites. And like, that's the thing that he built.
So you're telling me that when I sell Truckla, I should sell it on that one?
If you do sell Truckla, carsandbids.com, I'm sure Doug would be the first one. And the thing is, he would review Truckla because he would have a hand in it, which would be amazing. I would watch that video. But having some sort of a pivot from making just like your focus being videos and the content and the projects like that, and like hinging it into something else is the similarity that I see.
Because it's also such a brittle business, because it hinges completely on two factors. One is the platform you're on, and the other one is your face. So if something changes with the platform or with like regulatory things on how you're allowed to advertise or sponsorships or whatever, which you have no control over, like everything falls. Or if something happens to you, like if you're not well enough to be on a stage or in front of a camera, everything falls. So for me, it's also like the product business is really important because I don't want it to all be on my face, needing to be there. I want there to be work that can happen even if I'm not actively there, and that other people can do, and that's scalable in a different way. Because I mean, I had a health scare, and that was kind of the big push that made me like, no, okay, I need to like diversify what my businesses are, because also I can't have a team and like have to lay people off if I'm suddenly depressed, you know?
Yeah. There's definitely a pressure that comes from trying to find the thing to hinge to if you don't have like an idea right off the bat. Like we're trying to do some products. Like I'm not as
shoes.
We got shoes now. Like we're trying to figure out things that can live without me. That's like the general theme. Is there a way to decide what those products are? There's no blueprint, like we've said. So it's like I find products that I'm interested in and genres that I'm into and try to build there.
Dude, I didn't know Simone had a company. I didn't know Marquez had a shoe company. I had no idea. Is this it? Why isn't it clickable? Is this not... This is just merch. Okay, that's not it. I don't know.
But I mean, Doug was into cars, so that made perfect sense. And you're into these like projects, like the screwdriver ring. I've never seen anything like it, but it just looks cool, and I I feel like it's I kind of want one of those. It's like pretty sweet. So like I need like a method of like deciding what sort of projects for a given creator would make the most sense to pivot to, because that doesn't really exist.
It is, yeah. It's an interesting like business exercise of like, how do you diversify? How do you expand from this? And how do you like kind of build out your universe?
Yeah.
I could imagine, I mean, I feel like product development is such a like, you got to be all the way in to do it because it's painful.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing to do like half-assed. But also you're well set up enough where you could, even if you're not like 100% in it and wanting to pull all-nighters for it, like you could still do it.
Yeah,
but
it just takes a while. Like with the shoes, it took like it was a 2-year process just for one pair of shoes, and it was like many design meetings.
Yeah, and you're working with an existing shoe company that has the entire infrastructure for it.
Yes.
Yeah.
So even that is like kind of a head start.
Yeah.
Like trying to build something from scratch is an undertaking for sure. So maybe that's a whole business of like helping YouTubers find the thing that will help them graduate from YouTube.
I mean, you have a 7/7 or a Titans fund as well, right?
We do.
So I feel like that is like, if you don't want to develop products yourself, then it's like helping other people vet and develop products.
Yeah, but even that is kind of hinged on YouTube, which is like the value of that comes from me being able to connect my audience to a product for a company.
Yeah.
And have the eyeballs and like connect everything.
Yeah, but then it's like you're using your YouTube channel as a tool to do other things. Like the making of the video isn't the core of it. So it's like, how can you leverage that into...
Yeah.
So I'm thinking like something, I'm thinking a equivalent of like Marquez Shark Tank. Or like, does it have to be other people's
That would be dope.
products or like your own products?
Not necessarily. Yeah. It could be my own products. It could be, I'm sure there's going to be some that go down the path of connecting with other companies and helping other products grow. And then there are going to be some that are like, here is this new thing that I made.
Yeah.
Which is like, it requires a different type of brain and you can come up with new ideas and products, things like that.
Yeah. I feel like some people like start schools as well, like teaching people doing what they do or like different programs and that. And it's a lot of different paths to go down.
Zach, Jerry Rig Everything. He has the Not a Wheelchair project.
Oh, right.
So that's like again, it's very connected to him. It makes perfect sense. So like there's I don't know. There's no way for me to go, oh, here's what would make sense for this creator. But every time I see one that makes sense, I'm like, yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
That's really good.
Some people start events.
Yeah.
And have like big events.
Yep.
I mean, like VidCon being one of them from the Green Brothers. Yeah.
We've seen Creator Clash.
Okay.
You're going to box anybody?
Wait, the Green Brothers made VidCon? So much lower, I don't know. That's cool.
No,
that's probably something I'm not doing either.
You could not pay me enough. Also, I'm not allowed to anymore because I've had brain surgery.
That's fair.
But I'm very happy to have that as an excuse because there's no fucking way I do it anyway. Granted, I used to be so into martial arts. Like I Thai boxed for years.
So you might have boxed somebody before. Maybe.
I've boxed a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
See?
and I was an MMA reporter. Like I was deep
People
in
don't know
that.
This? I did not know this.
Yeah.
I
think it's on my Wikipedia page.
Oh, that's
yeah.
fair.
No, I was deep into like martial arts world. So I'm just saying I'm not going to do it, but I can then brazenly say that I think I'd do pretty well.
You could commentate for sure. I got to a yellow belt in Taekwondo. I was pretty proud of that. It's not very far.
Taekwondo is not going to get you very far though against like a grappler.
You
Given creator classes only stand up fighting. But,
yeah, that's fair. No, I'd overcome with my reach or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
There's not a whole lot I could do.
You do have very long limbs.
Yeah, I could use that for something. Hey, thanks for watching this clip. I'm just going to have to ask you real quick before you head out to build a robot that hits the like and subscribe buttons one after the other. That's the only instructions you're going to get. The only materials you get to use are what's in front of you right now. Good luck.
Are you asking Simone to do that?
I'm asking whoever's watching to do exactly that and try to get to Simone's level. It's probably not going to be.
Simone built a robot
Real.
that thought of robot ideas, and then she would never run out of YouTube videos. She just doesn't understand scale.
I don't think that you can. I don't think robots can think. you know.
Well, we know they're coming for David first.
Well, artificial.
Artificial
thinking.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh. We begin today's show looking at growing alarm over the potential for artificial intelligence to lead to the extinction of humanity. The latest warning comes from hundreds of artificial intelligence, or AI, experts, as well as tech executives, scholars, and others like climate activist Bill McKibben, who signed on to an ominous one-line statement released Tuesday that reads, quote, "Mitigating the risk of extinction from AI should be a global priority alongside other societal-scale risks such as pandemics and nuclear war." Among the signatories to the letter released by the Center for AI Safety is Geoffrey Hinton, considered one of the three godfathers of AI. He recently quit Google so he could speak freely about the dangers of the technology he helped build, such as artificial general intelligence, or AGI, in which machines could develop cognitive abilities akin or superior to humans sooner than previously thought.
I'd always assumed that the brain was better than the computer models we had. And I'd always assumed that by making the computer models more like the brain, we would improve them. And my epiphany was, a couple of months ago, I suddenly realized that maybe the computer models we have now are actually better than the brain. And if that's the case, then maybe quite soon they'll be better than us. So that the idea of superintelligence, instead of being something in the distant future, might come much sooner than I expected. For the existential threat, the idea it might wipe us all out, that's like nuclear weapons, because nuclear weapons had the possibility they would just wipe out everybody, and that's why people could cooperate on preventing that. And for the existential threat, I think maybe the US and China and Europe and Japan can all cooperate on trying to avoid that existential threat. But the question is, how should they do that? And I think stopping development isn't feasible.
Many have called for a pause on introducing new AI technology until...
Yeah. I don't know how you stop it. Like, unanimously. It's a fucking arms race now. So, like, no one's gonna stop.
Strong government regulation and a global regulatory framework are in place. Joining Hinton in signing the letter was a second AI godfather, Yoshua Bengio, who joins us now for more. He's a professor at the University of Montreal, founder and scientific director of MILA, the Quebec Artificial Intelligence Institute. In 2018, he shared the prestigious Computer Science Prize, the Turing Award, with Geoffrey Hinton and Jan LeCun. Professor Bengio is a signatory of the Future of Life Institute open letter calling for a pause on large AI experiments. Professor Bengio, welcome to Democracy Now! It's great to have you with us as we talk about an issue that I think most people cannot begin to comprehend. So if you could start off by talking about why you've signed this letter warning of extinction of humanity, but talk about what AI is first.
Well, thanks for having me first. And thanks for talking about this complicated issue that requires more awareness. The reason I signed this, and like Jeff, I changed my mind in the last few months. What triggered this change for me is interacting with ChatGPT and seeing how far we had moved much faster than I anticipated. So I used to think that reaching human-level intelligence with machines could take many more decades, if not centuries, because the progress of science seemed to be, well, slow. And we were, as researchers, we tend to focus on what doesn't work. But right now, we have machines that pass what is called a Turing test, which means they can converse with us and they could easily fool us as being humans. That was supposed to be a milestone for human level intelligence. I think they're still missing a few things, but that kind of technology can already be dangerous to destabilize democracy through disinformation, for example. But because of the research that is currently going on to bridge the gap with what is missing from current large language models, large AI systems, it is possible that my horizon that I was seeing as many decades in the future is just a few years ago, a few years into the future, and that could be very dangerous. It suffices that just a small organization or somebody with crazy beliefs, conspiracy theory, terrorists, military organization decides to use this without the right safety mechanisms, and it could be catastrophic for humanity.
So, Professor Yoshua Bengio, it would be accurate then to say that
I mean, we've already seen so many of these AI video generators be used to create fake videos of presidents and stuff. It's gonna be a real political fucking issue. And a lot of people aren't going to be able to tell. He said, it's already passing the Turing test. So
the reason artificial intelligence and concerns about artificial intelligence have become the center of a public discussion in a way that they've not previously been, because the advances that have occurred in the field have surprised even those who are participating in it and the lead researchers in it. So if you could elaborate on the question of super intelligence, and especially the concerns that have been raised about unaligned super intelligence, and also the speed at which we're likely to get to unaligned super intelligence.
Yeah. I mean, the reason it was surprising is that in the current systems, from a scientific perspective, the methods that are used are not very different from the things we already knew just a few years ago. It's the scale at which they've been built, the amount of data, the amount of engineering that has made this really surprising progress possible. And so we could have similar progress in the future because of the scale of things. Now, the problem, first of all, there's an important, why are we concerned about superintelligence? So first of all, there's the question is it even possible to build machines that will be smarter than us? And the consensus in the scientific community, for example, from the neuroscience perspective, is that our brain is a very complicated machine. So there's no reason to think that, in principle, we couldn't build machines that would be at least as smart as us. Now, then this question of how long it's going to take, but we've discussed that. In addition, as Jeff Hinton was saying in the piece that was heard, computers have advantages that brains don't have. For example, they can talk to each other at very, very high speed and exchange information. For us, we are limited by the very few bits of information per second that language allows us to do. And that actually gives them a huge advantage to learn a lot faster. So for example, these systems today already can read the whole internet very, very quickly, whereas a human would require 10,000 years of their life reading all the time to achieve the same thing. So they can have access to information and sharing of information in ways that humans don't. So it's very likely that as we make progress towards understanding the principles behind human intelligence, we will be able to build machines that are actually smarter than us. So why is it dangerous? But because if they're smarter than us, they might act in ways that are not that do not agree with what we intend, what we want them to do. And it could be for several reasons, but this question of alignment is that it's actually very difficult to state, to instruct a machine to behave in a way that agrees with our values, our needs, and so on. we can say it in language, but it might be understood in a different way, and that can lead to catastrophes, as has been argued many times. But this is something that already happens. I mean, this alignment.
And this, like, the fact that Elon essentially wants to put a chip in our brains to make us into supercomputers, like, what happens with intrusive thoughts? What if you get an intrusive thoughts and then you just post porn to Twitter? Like, what then? What then? I don't know if we can predict that. Like, honestly. I don't think we're gonna be able to, like, rewire our brains such that we don't get intrusive thoughts like that. Like, or, something doesn't misfire, or, you know, no fucking, like, malfunctions whatsoever. Like, it's just scary.
Problem already happens. So, for example, you can think of corporations not being quite aligned with what society wants. Society would like corporations to provide useful, you know, goods and services, but we can't, like, dictate that to corporations directly. Instead, we've, you know, given them a framework where they maximize profit under the constraints of laws, and that may, you know, work reasonably, but also have side effects. For example, corporations can find loopholes in those laws, or even worse, they could influence the laws themselves. And this sort of thing can happen with AI systems that we're trying to control. They might find ways to satisfy the letter of our, you know, instructions, but not the intention, the spirit of the law. And that's very scary. We don't fully understand, you know, how these scenarios could unfold, but there's enough danger and enough uncertainty that I think a lot of attention, more attention, should be given to these questions.
If you could explain whether you think it will be difficult to regulate this industry, artificial intelligence, despite all of the advances that have already occurred, how difficult will regulation be?
Even if something seems difficult, like dealing with climate change, and even if we feel that it's a hard task to do the job and to convince enough people and society to change in the right ways, we have a moral duty to try our best. And the first things we have to do with AI risks is get on with regulation, set up governance frameworks, both in, you know, individual countries and internationally. And when we do that, it's going to be useful for all the AI risks. Because we've been talking a lot about the extinction risk, but there are other risks that are shorter term, risks to destabilize democracy. If democracy is destabilized, this is bad in itself, but it actually is going to also hurt in our abilities to fight, to deal with existential risk. And then there are other risks that are actually, you know, going on with AI, discrimination, bias, privacy, and so on. So we need to beef up.
Clicking sounds, the keyboard sounds, dude. Amy, what are you Googling right now?
Up that legislative and regulatory body, and what we need there is a regulatory framework that's going to be very adaptive, because there's a lot of unknown. It's not like we know precisely how bad things can happen. We need to do a lot more in terms of monitoring, validating, and we need and controlling access so that, you know, not any bad actor can easily get their hands on dangerous technologies. And we need the body that will regulate, or the bodies across the world, to be able to change their rules as new nefarious uses show up, or as technology advances. And that's a challenge, but I think we need to go in that direction.
I want to bring Max Tegmark into the conversation. Max Tegmark is MIT professor focused on artificial intelligence. His recent Time magazine article, "The Don't Look Up Thinking That Could Doom Us with AI." If you could explain that point, Professor Tegmark, and also why you think right now, many people have just heard the term ChatGPT for the first time in the last months. The general public has become aware of this, and how you think it is most effective to regulate AI technology.
Yeah, thank you for the great question. I wrote this piece comparing what's happening now in AI with the movie Don't Look Up, because I really we're all living this film where, as a species, confronting the most dramatic thing that has ever happened to us, where we may be losing control over our future, and almost no one is talking about it. So I'm so grateful to you and others for actually starting to have that conversation now. And that's, of course, why
to me, the salient theme of Don't Look Up was the hubris of man, and that's exactly what this is. We wanted to play God, flew too close to the sun, and now we will reap the consequences.
We had these open letters that you just referred to here to really help mainstream this conversation that we have to have. That people previously used to make fun of you when you even brought up the idea that we could actually lose control of this and go extinct, for example.
Mr. Tegmark, you've drawn analogies, in fact, when it comes to regulation with the regulations that were put in place on biotech and physics. So could you explain how that might apply to artificial intelligence?
Yeah, to appreciate what a huge deal this is when the top scientists in AI are warning about extinction, it's good to compare it with the other 2 times in history that it's happened, that leading scientists warned about the very thing they were making. It happened once in the 1940s when physicists started warning about nuclear Armageddon. And it happened again in the early 1970s with biologists saying, hey, maybe we shouldn't start making clones of humans and edit the DNA of our babies. And the biologists have been the big success story here. I think that should inspire us AI researchers today, because it was deemed so risky that we would lose control over our species back in the 70s that we actually decided as a world society to not do human cloning and to not edit the DNA of our offspring. And here we are with a really flourishing biotech industry that's doing so much good in the world. And so the lesson here for AI is that we should become more like biology. We should recognize that in biology, no company has the right to just launch a new medicine and start selling it in supermarkets without first convincing experts from the government that this is safe. That's why we have the Food and Drug Administration in the US, for example. And with particularly high risk.
It's crazy because, chuds, they hate Big Pharma, and they think that they're being drugged up by their doctors in Big Pharma, but they also hate the FDA. They don't want regulation by the FDA. You literally can't have it both ways.
Uses of AI, we should aspire to something very similar, where the onus is really on the companies to prove that something extremely powerful is safe before it gets deployed.
Last fall, the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy published a blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights and called it a vision for protecting our civil rights in the algorithmic age. This comes amidst growing awareness about racial biases embedded in artificial intelligence and how impacts the use of facial recognition programs by law enforcement and more. I want to bring into this conversation with Professors Tegmark and Bengio to want to Petty, Director of Policy and Advocacy at the Algorithm Justice League, longtime digital and data rights activist. Tawana Petty, welcome to Democracy Now! You are not only warning people about the future, you're talking about the uses of AI right now and how they can be racially discriminatory. Can you explain?
Yes, thank you for having me, Amy. Absolutely. I must say that the contradictions have been heightened with the godfather of AI and others speaking out and authoring these particular letters that are talking about these futuristic potential harms. However, many women have been warning about the existing harms of artificial intelligence many years prior to now. Timnit Gebru, Dr. Joy Buolamwini, and so many others, Safia Noble, Ruha Benjamin. And Dr. Alondra Nelson, which you just mentioned, the blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights, which is asking for 5 core principles: safe and effective systems, algorithmic discrimination protections, data privacy, notice and explanation, and human alternatives consideration and fallback. And so at the Algorithmic Justice League, we have been responding to existing harms of algorithmic discrimination that date back many years prior to this almost robust narrative reshaping conversation that has been happening over the last several months with artificial general intelligence. So we're already seeing harms with algorithmic discrimination in medicine. We're seeing the pervasive surveillance that is happening with law enforcement using face detection system to target community members during
yeah, faulty face detection systems. The AI was only trained on white faces, so it's really bad at matching black faces to the actual person. It's not like that. Like, the same as with cameras. Like, we only recently got, like, iPhone cameras that can capture black skin. It's just racism.
Protests, squashing not only our civil liberties and rights to organize and protest, but also the misidentifications that are happening with regard to false arrests that we've seen. 2 very prominent cases started off in Detroit. And so there are many examples of existing harms that it would have been really great to have these voices of mostly white men who are in the tech industry who did not pay attention to the voices of all those women who were lifting up these issues many years ago. And they're talking about these futuristic possible risks when we have so many risks that are happening today.
So, Professor Max Tegmark, if you could respond to what Tawana Petty said, and the fact that others have also said that the risks have been vastly overstated in that letter, and more importantly, given what Tawana has said, that it distracts from already existing effects of artificial intelligence that are widely in use already.
I think this is a really important question here. There are people who say that one of these kinds of risks distracts from the other. I strongly support everything we heard here from Tawana. I think these are all very important problems, examples of how we're giving too much control already to machines. But I strongly disagree that we should have to choose about worrying about one kind of risk or the other. That's like saying we should stop working on cancer prevention because it distracts from stroke prevention.
Bro, that's not what she was saying. That's not the fuck. You're doing all lives matter right now. You're literally doing all lives matter. That's not what she said. What she said is there's harm already being done, so we can examine that in regard to what harm could be done even more. You weren't listening.
These are all incredibly important risks. I've spoken up a lot on social justice risks as well, and threats. And, you know, it just plays into the hands of the tech lobbyists if it looks like there's infighting between people who are trying to rein in big tech for one reason and people who are trying to rein in.
It's not fucking infighting. She was adding to the discussion. Jesus Christ. Okay, MIT.
Big tech from for other reasons. Let's all work together and realize that society, just like society can work on both cancer prevention and stroke prevention, we have the resources for this. We should be able to.
That's what she said. That's what she was saying. There's people already having strokes. That's the problem. Bro.
Deal with all the crucial social justice issues and also make sure that we don't go extinct. Extinction is not something in the very distant future, as we heard from Yoshua Bengio. You know, we might be losing total control of our society relatively soon. It could happen in the next few years. It could happen this decade. And once we're all extinct, you know, all these other issues cease to even matter. Let's work together, tackle all the issues so that we can actually have a good future for everybody.
So, Tawana Petty, and then I want to bring back in Yoshua Bengio.
No pushback. Come on, Amy. Come on, Amy. You can't give him a sniper mark.
Tawana Petty, what needs to happen at the national level, you know, U.S. regulation? And then I want to compare what's happening here, what's happening in Canadian regulation, the EU, European Union, which seems like it's about to put in the first comprehensive set of regulations. Tawana.
Right, absolutely. So the blueprint was a good model to start with, that we're seeing some states adopt and try to roll out their versions of an AI Bill of Rights. The president issued an executive order to strengthen racial equity and support underserved communities across the federal government, which is addressing specifically algorithmic discrimination. You have the National Institute of Standards and Technologies that issued an AI risk management framework that breaks down the various types of biases that we find within algorithmic systems like computational, systemic, statistical, and human cognitive. And there are so many other legislative opportunities that are happening on a federal level. You see the FTC speaking up, the Federal Trade Commission on algorithmic discrimination. You have the Equal Employment Opportunity Corporation that has issued statements. You have the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, who has been adamant about the impact that algorithmic systems have on us when data brokers are amassing these mass amounts of data that have been extracted from community members. So I agree that there needs to be some collaboration and cooperation, but we see situations like Dr. Timnit Gebru was terminated from Google for warning us before ChatGPT was launched upon the millions of people as a large language model. And so cooperation has not been lacking on the side of the folks who work in ethics. To the contrary, these companies have terminated their ethics departments and people who have been warning about existing harms.
And Professor Bengio, if you can talk about the level of regulation and what you think needs to happen and who is putting forward models that you think could be effective.
So first of all, I'd like to make a correction here. I have been involved in really working towards dealing with the negative social impact of AI for many years. In 2016, I worked on the Montreal Declaration for the Responsible Development of AI, which is very much centered on ethics and social injustice. And since then, I've created an organization, the AI for Humanity Department in the research center that I head, which is completely focused on human rights. So I think these accusations are just false. And as Max was saying, we don't need to choose between fighting cancer and fighting heart disease. We need to do all of those things. But better than that, what is needed in the short term, at least, building up these regulations is going to help to mitigate all those risks. And so I think we should really work together rather than having these accusations.
Professor Benjio, I'd like to ask you about precisely some of the work that you have done with respect to human rights and artificial intelligence. Earlier this month, a conference on artificial intelligence was held in Kigali, Rwanda, and you were among those who were pushing for the conference to take place in Africa. Could you explain what happened at that conference? 2,000 people, I believe, attended, and what African researchers and scientists had to say, about what the goods are, the public good that could come from artificial intelligence, and why they felt, in fact, one of the questions that was raised is, why wasn't there more discussion about the public good rather than just the immediate risks or future risks?
Yes, I've been working, in addition to the ethics questions, I've been working a lot on the applications of AI in the area what's called AI for social good. So that includes things like medical applications, environmental applications, social justice applications. And in those areas, it is particularly important that we bring to the fore the voices of the people who could the most benefit and also the most suffer from the development of AI. And in particular, the voices of Africans have not been very present. As we know, the development of this technology has been mostly in rich countries in the West. And so as a member of the board of the ICLEAR conference, which is one of the main conferences in the field, I've been pushing for many years for us to have the event taking place in Africa. And so this year was the first after, it was supposed to be before the pandemic, but well, it was pushed. And what we saw is an amazing presence of African researchers and students at levels that we couldn't see before. And the reason, there are many reasons, but mostly it's a question of accessibility. Currently in many Western countries,
I like this guy. That's what's up. You're exploiting the whole continent for its resources and labor, and you aren't including them in any of these conversations. That's a very base move. Very cool.
The visas for African researchers or from developing countries are very difficult to get. I've been fighting, for example, the Canadian government a few years ago when we had the NEURPS conference in Canada, and there were hundreds of African researchers who were denied a visa, and we had to go one by one in order to try to make them come. So I think that it's important that the decisions we're going to take collectively, which involve everyone on Earth about AI, be taken in the most inclusive possible ways. And for that reason, we need not just to think about what's going on in the US or Canada, but across the world. We need not just to think about the risks of AI that we've been discussing today, but also how do we actually invest more in areas of application where companies are not going, maybe because it's not profitable, but they're really important to address, for example, the UN Sustainable Development Goals and help reduce misery and deal, for example, with medical issues that are not present in the West, but are like infectious diseases that are mostly in poorer countries.
And can you talk, Professor Benjio, about AI and not only nuclear war, but, for example, the issue Jody Williams, a Nobel laureate, has been trying to bring attention to for years, killer robots that can kill with their bare hands. The whole issue of AI when it comes to war.
Killer robots that can kill with their bare hands. Okay, that sounds kind of wicked, Amy. You're making it sound kind of cool.
And who fights these wars?
Yeah, this is also something I've been actively involved in for many years, campaigns to raise awareness about the danger of killer robots, also known more precisely as lethal autonomous weapons. And when we did this, 5 or 10 years ago, it was still something that sounded like science fiction. But actually, there's been reports that drones have been equipped with AI capabilities, especially computer vision capabilities, face recognition, that have been used in the field in Syria, and maybe this is happening in Ukraine. So it's already something that we know how to build. Like, we know the science behind building these killer drones, not killer robots. We don't know yet how to build robots that work really well. But if you take drones that we know how to fly in a fairly autonomous way, and if these drones have weapons on them, and if these drones have cameras, then AI could be used to target the drone to specific people and kill in an illegal way specific targets. That's incredibly dangerous. It could destabilize the sort of military balance that we know today. I don't think that people are paying enough attention to that. And in terms of the existential risk, the real issue here is that if the super intelligent AI also has controls of dangerous weapons, then it's just going to be very difficult for us to reduce the risks of catastrophic risks. We don't want to put guns in the hands of people who are unstable, or in the hands of children that that could act in ways that could be dangerous, and that's the same problem here.
Professor Tegmark, if you could respond on this question of the military uses of possible military uses of artificial intelligence, and the fact, for instance, that China is now a Nikkei study, the Japanese publication study earlier this year concluded that in fact China is producing more research papers on artificial intelligence than the US is. You've said, of course, that this is not akin to an arms race, but rather to a suicide race. So if you could talk about the regulations that are already in place from the Chinese government on the...
Man, I've never seen Democracy Now! Do this much fear-mongering. Bro, what are they doing?
Applications of artificial intelligence compared to the EU and the US.
That's a great question. The recent change now this week, when the idea of extinction from AI goes mainstream, I think will actually help the geopolitical rivalry between East and West get more harmonious, because until now, most policymakers have just viewed AI as something that gives you great power. So everybody wanted it first. And there was this idea that whoever gets artificial general intelligence that can outsmart humans somehow wins. But now that it's going mainstream, the idea that actually it could easily end up with everybody just losing, and the big winners are the machines that are left over after we're all extinct, it suddenly gives the incentives to the Chinese government and the American government and European governments that are aligned, because the Chinese government does not want to lose control over its society any more than any Western government does. And for this reason, we can actually see that China has already put tougher restrictions on their own tech companies than we in America have on American companies. And it's not...
I mean, yeah, America doesn't restrict any companies, so that adds up. Because
we don't have to persuade the Chinese, in other words, to take precautions, because it's not in their interest to go extinct. Once, it doesn't matter if you're American or Canadian, once you're extinct.
I know.
And I should add also, just so that doesn't sound like hyperbole, this idea of extinction, the idea that everybody on Earth could die. It's important to remember that roughly half the species on this planet that were here, a few thousand years ago, have been driven extinct already by humans, right? So extinction happens. And it's also important to remember why we drove all these other species extinct. It wasn't because necessarily we hated the West African black rhinoceros or certain species that lived in coral reefs. When we went ahead and just chopped down the rainforests or ruined the coral reefs by climate change, that was kind of a side effect. We just wanted resources. We had other goals that just didn't align with the goals of those other species. And because we were more intelligent than them, they were powerless to stop us. This is exactly what Yoshua Bengio was warning about. We also for humanity here. If we lose control of our planet to more intelligent entities, and their goals are just not aligned with ours, we'll be powerless to prevent massive changes that they might do to our biosphere here on Earth, and that's the way in which we might get wiped out the same way that the other half of the species did. And let's not do that. There's so much goodness, so much wonderful.
I've really been trying to like parse this argument, and I can't make it out. How exactly are robots going to destroy our biosphere? If anything, they're gonna come up with like better climate solutions than we ever could in 10,000 years. Like, I don't know, man. Yeah, don't give the AI weapons, maybe. That's a good idea. I can get behind that. Sure, that's a good idea. But, like, I don't think they're gonna just kill us all immediately, man. I don't think that.
Wonderful stuff that AI can do for all of us if we work together to steer this in a good direction, curing all those diseases that have stumped us, lifting people out of poverty, stabilizing the climate, and helping life on Earth flourish for a very, very, very long time to come. I hope that by raising the awareness of the risks, we're going to get to work together to build that great future with AI.
And finally, Tawana Petty, moving from the global to the local, we're here in New York, and the New York City Mayor Eric Adams has announced the New York Police Department is acquiring some new semi-autonomous robotic dogs in the coming, in this period. You have looked particularly about their use and their discriminatory use in communities of color. Can you respond?
Yes, and I'll also say that Ferndale, Michigan, where I live.
Oh, hell nah. Yeah. NYPD did this once before. It was not popular. I was afraid of this. I was afraid of this day. They say they're just gonna use it in, like, hostage negotiations or shit like that, but, like, you know they're not gonna use it like that. They don't do shit like that. Like, no, most of the time they're just gonna be harassing Black and brown people.
Has also acquired robot dogs. And so these are situations that are currently happening on the ground in an organization, law enforcement, that is still suffering from systemic racial bias with over-policed and hyper-surveilled marginalized communities. So we're looking at these robots now being given an opportunity to police and surveil already hyper-surveilled communities. And Amy, I would just like an opportunity to address really briefly the previous comments. My commentary is not to attack any of the existing efforts or previous efforts or years worth of work that these two gentlemen have been involved in. I greatly respect efforts to address racial inequity and ethics in artificial intelligence. And I agree that we need to have some collaborative efforts in order to address these existing things that we're experiencing. People are already.
She's the only sane one on this panel, I swear. The rest has been, like, very fear-mongery, but this is real. Like, AI is already hurting people. It's just Black people. Like, fuck.
Dying from health discrimination with algorithms. People are already being misidentified by police using facial recognition. Government services are utilizing corporations like ID.me to use facial recognition to access benefits. And so we have a lot of opportunities to collaborate currently to prevent the existing threats that we're currently facing.
Well, Tawana Petty, I want to thank you for being with us, Director of Policy and Advocacy.
Dude, ID.me sucks ass. I had to do that for my benefits, and that shit is dog shit. This is the worst fucking camera, fucking facial recognition on the planet. It's dog shit. Like, even for my white ass face, like, it does not know. I had to do it like 12 times. And I have to renew it every year. Like, it wants a new face in case I got a face tattoo or something. So dumb. So dumb.
See at the Algorithmic Justice League. Speaking to us from Detroit, Yoshua Bengio, founder and scientific director of MILA, the Quebec AI Institute, considered one of the godfathers of AI. Speaking to us from Montreal, and Max Tegmark, MIT professor, will link to your Time magazine piece, the Don't Look Up Thinking That Could Doom Us with AI.
Dude.
Sup, you beautiful bat.
The title of this is It Might Be Time for Me to Quit. And it was AOC on the front, like on the thumbnail. So I'm worried. I did not hear about this. I hope she's not quitting. Please no. Who is it? Tell me who. God damn it. Oh, I think it might be her. Fuck.
Bastards, welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show, your daily dive into the news. We got a lot to talk about today, so buckle up, hit that like button, and let's just jump into it. Starting with, a lot of the time we talk about violence happening, it involves guns, which makes sense. We're America. I mean, hey, this will be a fun little game. In America, when someone is 1 to 18 years old and they die, what percentage of those deaths do you think involve a firearm? I'll give you a second. Blurt out the first number you think. It's about 1 in 5.
1 in 5? Wait, is it 15? 19? I don't know.
About 19%. That's what the data showed us in 2021. Thank you for playing Phil's Sad Trivia. The story that I want to talk about out of California today involves a different weapon, because this specific dollar store in California has been dealing with a chronic thief. They just keep ignoring the warnings, they keep coming back. And so after one of the incidents, the cashier says that she asked the manager for permission to pursue the man if he came back. But they're saying they gave her the green light to do so. So sure enough, she says the guy comes back, he leaves the store carrying flowers, chips, donuts, bread, cheese, bologna, and other items without paying. And so she hops
This shit made me so mad. This is so fucked.
into her car, she chases him down, he supposedly says, "Fuck you, bitch," and a Ring doorbell caught what happened next, with her swerving left into his bike, knocking him to the ground and scattering the allegedly stolen goods all over someone's front yard.
Who the you think you are? Shut up. Oh, quit doing that's a thing. That's a thing. That's a thing.
And so while he's threatening to press charges, she
Damn near killed someone over like fucking 20, 30 bucks of food. Like, the fuck is wrong with you, man? Capitalism has rotten all of our brains. The brain rot is through and through. It's all rotten. Like, on the one hand, like, it's probably because this manager of the dollar store is like gonna be held responsible for the losses in one way or another, whether it's like, penalties or a strike or whatever the fuck. Like, I get it. You don't want to just have people stealing from your store, but like, people need to eat fucking food. So like, if you saw someone stealing food, no, the fuck you did it. You saw what? Nothing? I don't even know what we're talking about. I forgot.
She's scooping up the goods, she's trying to put them in her car, also tossing his bike. And then after, she claims in an interview with TMZ that she merely pulled up in front of him to make him stop, but he kept going and hit her. But they're also getting emotional about the injustice of it all.
Every bone in my body hurts just from working so hard. And you've got this person just stealing stuff. I loved my job at Dollar General. I did. I took it seriously. Like everybody said, I did. I didn't have to go after him, but he's going to keep doing it. He's going to keep doing it.
But for now, she's reportedly been fired from that Dollar General. She's also had to take up a job with DoorDash instead, though that might be for the best because clearly her talent's behind the wheel. But for now, we'll have to wait to see if there's any further fallout. And I'll ask.
Losses are built into the whole, like, pricing system. So, Dollar General isn't losing money. Like, they're just not. losing anything, really. If anything, they're probably gonna have to throw away food because it didn't all sell at the end of the month. Like, what are we doing? You know? What are we, as a society, doing?
Ask you, what are your thoughts with this? Because I know we've talked a lot recently about security and what to do and not to do and the laws around it. And then AOC thinks Elon Musk is her soulmate, wants American citizens to print their own money, and she believes she's the modern day Marilyn Monroe. Rather, you might think that she thinks that because of a viral Twitter account that's parodying her. An account that has now amassed over
So fucking dumb.
277,000 followers, and one that AOC
I can't believe they haven't taken this down.
is not happy about. Right? Because even though it has parody at the very, very end, the account name's so long you can't always see that clearly. Right? It looks near identical to AOC's actual account. Because of Musk's changes for just $8 a month, it has that blue check mark. AOC technically has a gray check mark. But in addition to the people that are loving what's really just trolling at the end of the day, are a number of people who are being tricked into thinking this is a real account. I mean, even the fucking likes of Mr. Beast was like, not gonna lie, I actually thought this was real at first. Not to mention that the account got a ton of visibility when Elon Musk himself interacted with it, with him responding to a tweet where fake AOC said she had a crush on him with a fire emoji. And it feels like since then, that parody account's just been plastered all over my For You page. So with how much this account has blown up, AOC wasn't pleased. Writing, FYI, there's a fake account on here impersonating me and going viral. The Twitter CEO has engaged it, boosting visibility. It is releasing false policy statements and gaining spread. I am assessing with my team how to move forward. In the meantime, be careful of what you see. And again, with that, non-political people like Mr. Beast wondering, how is Elon letting this slide? And so now you have AOC on Blue Sky, a Twitter alternative, seemingly debating leaving Twitter altogether, asking, really wondering about where the line is to leave the other place. I am concerned about next year's election given Musk putting his finger on the scale in Turkey, etc. There is a line where the harm of unchecked disinfo exceeds the benefits of direct, authentic communication. It's really sad. And saying, you know, this goes beyond harassment and trolling. Writing, right now, many of these folks are sending up test balloons. Trump's use of AI in the DeSantis video, Musk's censorship in Turkey for the election. All of it is precedent setting and testing waters ahead of 24. It will get worse. Question is how to respond when the government overall won't or may not in time. And then writers and actors from law.
Oh my god, I just realized the fucking election ads this year are gonna be insane. They're gonna be unhinged. They're gonna be so good. It's like dark, because, you know, democracy is dead and we're all just waiting to die here, but we can laugh at the little things. You know, that's gonna be good. That's gonna be funny. I'm gonna be real.
Are alleging that there was a toxic and racist work environment on the show's set. Yes, we're talking about That Show Lost, the show that ended 13 years ago. A show I got into a fight over with one of my best friends at the time because I was like trying to convince myself that I was fine with the finale. I didn't waste all that time for a bullshit ending, but these reports are just surfacing now as Vanity Fair published an excerpt from the book Burn It Down, Power, Complicity, and a Call for Change in Hollywood, which comes from writer Maureen Ryan, and for this book, several writers and actors spoke to her, including Harold Perrineau. He played Michael on the show, and also if you're unfamiliar with Lost, it had this massive ensemble cast, with it often highlighting one character in each episode, and as Harold argued, the story quickly began focusing more on the white characters and pushing the characters of color to the side, saying it became pretty clear that I was the black guy, Daniel Day Kim was the Asian guy, and then you had Jack and Kate and Sawyer. And with this, he said he tried to reach out to showrunner Damon Lindelof and executive producer Carlton Cuse about this, or to say, hey, I think my character deserves more, saying, if you're going to use me, let's work. I'm here to work. I'm good at my job, and I'll be anything you want except be, quote, the black guy on your show. But by the time that season 2 was wrapping up, Harold was told that his character wouldn't be returning, with Carlton allegedly saying, well, you said you don't have enough work here, so we're letting you go. And some sources claiming that after Harold was let go, Damon said that the actor, quote, called me racist, so I fired his ass. And that, of course, is one of the allegations. Or there were other allegations about people from the show, like when one staffer was adopting an Asian child, one person said, quote, no grandparent wants a slanty-eyed grandchild. High-level writers would also allegedly speak fake Korean gibberish that they pretended was Korean, and then they would laugh about it. On top of that, people allegedly joked about putting a whites-only sign in the office bathrooms because the cleaning staff would use them. You also had writer Monica Osu-Breen seemingly corroborating Harold's claim, saying the show's staff really didn't like the characters of color and adding that the environment was just toxic overall, saying I can only describe it as hazing. It was very much middle school and relentlessly cruel, and I've never heard that much racist commentary in one room in my career. And saying she had to speak up to Carlton Cuse because he was talking about writing the death of the character Mr. Echo by saying, I want to hang him from the highest tree. God, if we could only cut his dick off and shove it down his throat. So Monica said she was clearly very angry about those remarks and said, you may want to temper the lynching imagery lest you offend. Other sources saying they felt sick that this death was being discussed in this way, and there was this gleeful sense about about it. Monica also adding that after this conversation, she and her writing partner were fired from Lost. Also with all this, for their part, both Damon and Carlton did issue responses included in the book's excerpt. Regarding his treatment of Harold, Damon said he did not recall ever saying the remark about firing his ass because he said he was racist, but also adding, "What can I say other than it breaks my heart that that was Harold's experience? And I'll just see that the events that you're describing happened 17 years ago, and I don't know why anybody would make that up about me." With Damon even adding that Harold was right to point out that the white characters were getting better, deeper stories, and he regrets all that in hindsight. Further adding, "My level of fundamental inexperience as a manager and a boss, my role as someone who was supposed to model a climate of creative danger and risk-taking, but provide safety and comfort inside of the creative process, I failed in that endeavor." And adding, "I have significantly evolved and grown, and it shouldn't have had to come at the cost and the trauma of people that I heard on Lost." Carlton also saying that it broke his heart to hear of people's bad experiences and he didn't know that they felt that way at the time. And so with all this, I'm going to leave you with two things. The first being that I'm going to link to the full excerpt below, where they had much longer responses overall. There were also more allegations. I'm just trying to give you the condensed version. And two, especially if you were a fan of the show, what are your thoughts hearing these allegations? And then we're seeing labor movements in every facet of society right now. In addition to things like the writer strike that's going on, you have workers everywhere from Amazon to Starbucks moving to unionize and make demands. And it turns out esports is no different, because right now we're seeing a huge dispute play out between Riot Games, the makers of League of Legends, and the players of its North American tournament series, with all of this leading to a player walkout and the possibility of the whole thing just getting canceled. Also, for those of you unfamiliar with the gaming space, let alone the competitive gaming space, do not worry, I'm not going to leave you behind. Right, so League has become one of the most popular games worldwide, and its LCS tournament seasons get hundreds of thousands of views per match. But lately, we've seen esports as a whole taking massive hits as investments have dried up, leaving many teams and leagues to reconsider how they want to approach the space. And in League's case, you had teams wanting a requirement that was in place to be dropped, specifically that they had to work with amateur teams, and Riot agreed to that. And so as expected, the pro teams dropped their amateur squads, and then players from the LCS Players Association overwhelmingly voted to walk out and protest, demanding that Riot reinstate the amateur requirements, but also issuing a list of 5 demands, most of which were denied. Those including things like demanding that there be a better structure for amateur players to actually get into the pro league if they win in the lower division series. For those of you familiar with different things, like think of what the English Premier Football League does or what Riot does with Valorant, but there Riot flatly told them no, citing the teams in the LCS pay $10 million per year just to get a spot. With really the only arguable win being that Riot promised to give $300,000 to the amateur league in order to help jumpstart it. But that being only a single increment, which is a far cry from the $300,000 per team per year that players demanded. And so that's why with this, Riot has delayed the season by 2 weeks to give the two sides a chance to negotiate. But at the same time, hanging over the head of all these players is the threat of losing their spots to scabs, with Riot reportedly still requiring LCS teams to field a squad that will play and lifted all restrictions on who qualifies, which led to people supporting the LCS Players Association to beg other players not to take those spots. But also on top of that, Riot has the ultimate trump card by threatening to just cancel the entire summer season, which would be absolutely massive because that would mean that none of the North American teams would be able to qualify for Worlds, which is the massive tournament that ends the year and has the largest prize pool. You know, with this, we've seen a lot of reactions from people in the scene, both people who are a part of it and people who watch, with people like Brandon Colomer, a caster and analyst for amateur leagues in the circuit, tweeting, "Not sure it needs to be said, but if you're a player who ever hopes of making LCS, don't be a scab. The league is still dependent on player vouches and opinions, and you'll ruin your reputation amongst your fellow players." While Ashley Kang, who's deeply involved in the Korean league scene, made fun of the fact that teams are now scrambling to find players, saying 7 LCS orgs opted out of Academy, a solution for investing, developing, scouting for new NA talent. Now, the very same teams are running around trying to find any upcoming NA talent they can. The irony does exist. We also have some a little skeptical of the LCS Players Association's motivations. Right, Christian Rivera, for example, who makes league content and used to be part of the North American Amateur to Pro pipeline, tweeted, "Just remember that the director of the LCSPA didn't even know how many teams were in NACL even after this whole talk of a walkout started," and saying he refuses to believe that their actions are genuine. Though looking through all this, most of the reactions against the players really haven't come from people heavily involved in the industry, but instead it looks like fans having takes like, "LCS players are not hypocritical here. I mean, they stopped Challenger Series because of lack of money, but they don't have money because LCS players are mostly overpaid." And some saying LCS has become a paradise of overpaid pros. They want guaranteed everything with zero results. But hey, with that, whether you're an outsider like myself or you're someone that loves League, you're super engaged in this stuff, let me know your thoughts on.
I don't care how good they are. I've heard NA is notoriously fucking bad, but they should still be able to unionize. I don't know
what we're seeing go down. And then, in political news, we need to talk about the debt ceiling bill and Kevin McCarthy. Because with such a narrow split in the House, it's been a fascinating thing to watch. It's the bill, which includes a range of spending caps and cuts, but also falls far short of what Republicans had initially asked for, passed a key hurdle yesterday, barely squeezing through the House Rules Committee with a 7-6 vote. And leading up to the vote today, you had Democratic and Republican leadership both saying they believe they have enough votes to pass the measure.
Yeah, this did finally fucking pass. It took so fucking long.
Right, just requires a simple majority of 218 yeses. But at the same time, we were seeing there was an increasing stream of GOP defections, especially from more far-right members who think that the deal doesn't have enough spending cuts and is too favorable for Biden. Though leading up to the vote, there were no fully locked down numbers. Right, according to a whip list from The Hill, you had about 30 Republicans saying they will not vote for the bill. We also had Axios reporting yesterday that GOP leadership has rejected as many as 60 defections, which is why so much of this has been seen as a life-or-death situation for McCarthy. Right, because not only are we talking about votes that actually impact a real piece of legislation, there's a war of optics happening. Right, the more support he gets from Republicans, the better it is for him. It makes him look like a strong party leader who has the support of his caucus. He negotiated a good deal. But on the flip side of a lot of his party defects, it makes him look like a weak leader. And if you have a situation where there's an outsized number of Democrats supporting the bill, it gives more power to the argument among those defectors that this is a weak deal and Biden got off with a great break. This even though progressive Democrats like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez have said they will not support the deal because of the concessions. And so in the lead-up, you have a number of Republicans saying if this bill passes with more votes from Democrats than Republicans, McCarthy's going to have hell to pay, with multiple far-right members even floating the idea of taking away his speakership entirely. So some very high stakes here. We're going to see how it plays out tonight, but obviously with whatever happens, we're going to talk about it and break it down tomorrow. And then in the past 24 hours, you may have seen the headline that Trump's promising to end birthright citizenship for the children of illegal immigrants if he's elected president again. Or with that being the automatic citizenship for any child born in the United States. With him even releasing a video saying he would make the move by executive order on the first day back in office. But here's the thing, if you're getting a sense of deja vu, like did this already happen? Well, that's because it did. He promised this same thing when he ran back in 2016. With him then proceeding to, over the next 4 years, not do that. Or once he got elected, he just kind of dropped the issue for a while, with him only bringing it back up when he was gearing up for the 2020 fight. And according to Trump himself, there's no excuse that he didn't do it, with him telling Axios back in 2018 that his advisors had informed him he could do this via executive order, and he promised it's in the process, it'll happen. But then, like with a lot of things Trump said, it just didn't. Instead, he just continued to float the idea in speeches on Twitter and even as a last-minute move after he lost the 2020 election. And, looking into this, that's likely in large part because legal experts widely agree that the president can't just use an executive order to scrap birthright citizenship because it's literally enshrined in the Constitution. It was established under the 14th Amendment, which was ratified in 1868 and explicitly states, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. And in addition to that, 125 years of Supreme Court precedent have established that the amendment includes children born in the U.S. regardless of their parents' immigration status. And while yes, precedent really...
They're children. What do you think? What do you think? The children want to steal your jobs? Like, I don't... the fuck out of here. Yeah, it's his worst fucking take. Like, there's so many bad ones, but, like, just completely undermining any legal path to immigration. Like, you can't do that, bro.
Hasn't mattered with this specific Supreme Court. Many experts say that even with the Supreme Court, we're talking about an insanely high bar. Because again, in addition to the over a century of precedent, it is literally a constitutional amendment. And then there are two ways to look at this. One, the Federal Court of Appeals just upheld the long-standing American tradition of protecting the uber wealthy. Or two, a multi-billion-dollar settlement has finally been approved to help those suffering from the opioid crisis. Right, and that's because yesterday, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit ruled that the Sackler family of Purdue Pharma will contribute $6 billion to the company's settlement in exchange for immunity from current and future lawsuits regarding the opioid epidemic. But for those unfamiliar with this specific blight on humanity, the Sackler family owns Purdue Pharma, which introduced OxyContin, a very potent painkiller, back in the 90s, and notably advertised it as non-addictive. But of course, since then, the opioid overdose epidemic has absolutely exploded, causing the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people. And with
I can't believe they got fucking immunity for this. $6 billion is not nearly enough. I swear to God, it's not. Like, make them give everything. Make them give it all.
that, many pointing an accusatory finger at Purdue along with other manufacturers and pharmacy chains. So you had thousands of lawsuits against Purdue starting to roll in, claiming the company was misleading in its advertising of the drug, with Purdue declaring bankruptcy back in 2019, which put a temporary hold on lawsuits and other creditors against the company. But a very key note there was that individuals in the Sackler family did not declare bankruptcy. So then in September of 2021, a bankruptcy judge ruled the Sackler family must contribute $4 billion to the settlements and gave the family extensive legal protections. But that pissed off a lot of people because they were saying the Sacklers received $10 billion in payments from Purdue and they were getting the protection of bankruptcy without actually filing it themselves. So a couple of months later in December, a U.S. district judge threw out that proposal. Purdue then appealed that decision, and it brings us to now, with the court arguing that the Sacklers needed to be shielded to, quote, ensure the fair distribution of the settlement money. But notably, the family now has broad legal protection from civil lawsuits regarding the opioid epidemic. Though, I would say a very key thing here is a legal protection does not extend to criminal charges should any be brought against the Sackler family. Which again, if the government actually wants to hold people accountable and make people not do certain things, there shouldn't be fines, there shouldn't be settlements settlements, you should go to fucking jail. This is a fine, not a punishment. Now, as for what's next, the settlement money is set to go to victims, survivors, and state and local governments. Are the money meant to be used to fight the overdose epidemic? You had Purdue saying in a statement, "Our focus going forward is to deliver billions of dollars of value for victim compensation, opioid crisis abatement, and overdose rescue medicines. Our creditors understand the plan as the best option to help those who need it most." However, understandably, there are those that are not happy, including the Connecticut AG, saying the Sackler family used the bankruptcy code, quote, to escape justice and shield their blood money. But with that, going on to add, our settlement was both significant and imperfect, and saying there will never be enough justice to match the depths of pain and suffering the Sackler family caused. But we recognize that we had pushed this as far as we could and that it was necessary to get communities, victims, and their families the resolution and billions of dollars of funding desperately needed to save lives and fight the opioid epidemic. And so with there being two drastically different reactions to this news, I gotta ask you, what camp are you landed in and why? And then, Delta Airlines is lying to you. That is what a new
What do you mean by fighting the opioid epidemic? Because I feel like that is just going to go directly into law enforcement and shit like that. It should go in to like treatment centers, clean needle exchanges, outreach efforts, Narcan distribution, any of that. Rehabs? No. That's not it. I feel like that's... I don't know. Because it's up to the fucking court to, like, allocate that money, right? Like, how does that even work? I'm gonna have to look into that.
California class action lawsuit is saying, right? Because Delta announced their goal of carbon neutrality a couple of years ago. A statement that makes you go, but fucking how? You're planes. How can you be a carbon neutral airplane company? And the way they were pursuing this was by purchasing carbon offsets, right? That's when companies buy the right to emit more carbon by investing in green programs. And so Delta began advertising as the world's first carbon neutral airline. But here's the thing, the carbon offset market isn't wholly accurate, and according to the lawsuit, usually overpromises and underdelivers on their carbon impact. Meaning that, according to the suit, Delta has not been carbon neutral since making the promise back in 2020. So Miana Barron suing Delta for misrepresenting itself to consumers and encouraging them to pay higher prices. And so with that, arguing that Delta should pay damages to customers. And her attorneys accusing Delta of greenwashing, saying consumers can't make informed eco-friendly choices if companies are misleading them. And adding, we're not guessing about the science. The fact is that it has been well documented, especially abroad, that there are severe issues with the offsets that Delta relies upon. Though with that, it should also be noted that Delta is not the only one at play here. With last week, for example, research from a nonprofit watchdog said that 93% of the offsets bought by Chevron between 2020 and 2022 were worthless. And reports noting that another investigation this year, it said that 90% of rainforest offsets approved by Verra, the world's leading carbon credit certifier, and notably used by major companies like Disney and Shell, were worthless. And they could actually be increasing global heating. And so when you pair that with the fact that this market is absolutely booming right now, we're seeing more and more calls for this market to get regulated. But in the
Yeah. Carbon offsets are just scams. Like, it's not real. You can't just offset the carbon like that. Like...
meantime, you have companies like Delta trying to dispute the claims, saying, hey, we actually plan on achieving net zero by 2050, and they've transitioned their focus to decarbonizing their operations rather than carbon offsets. And that is where today's show ends. As always, thank you for being a part of my daily dive into the news for you. My name is Philip DeFranco. You've just been filled in. I love yo faces, and I'll see you tomorrow.
I've always wanted to love wine. I really did. But
Dark history time.
I hate it. It's awful. It gives me like a massive headache, cold sweats at night, not worth it. And then on top of that, I'm like, I just don't understand why. Like, isn't it just grapes? Why am I so sick? So I started to look in.
I fucking love wine. I'm sure you can see that I am literally always drinking wine. Like, most of the time. It's kind of a problem, but you know what? Life is short.
Into what the hell is in wine, and turns out there's all kinds of wild stuff in there. Sawdust and fish bladders. The road to wine in America is paved with depressed housewives, enslaved communities, and false.
Jesus Christ! Fish bladder? I'm sorry, what? I guess that's what makes it so tasty.
Advertising. Hi friends, I hope you're having a wonderful day today. My name is Bailey Sarian and I'd like to welcome you to my podcast, Dark History. This is a chance to tell the story like it is and to share the history of stuff that, you know, a lot of us don't even think about. So all you have to do is sit back, relax, and let's talk about that hot, juicy history gas. The other day I was out with some make-believe friends and we were ordering
Cheers.
drinks. And we went to one of those fancy places that had only like a few things on the menu and 4 types of house wines. First of all, whose house? Right? Like, okay. Unfortunately for me, wine is kind of hard to avoid because it's everywhere, right? The United States is actually the world's #1 consumer of wine. I guess we Americans just can't get enough of it. I mean, it was the preferred beverage of, I don't know, Jesus? So, I mean, that says something.
True. I am basically Jesus. Yeah, I'm the Antichrist, actually.
Now, I know wine can be very polarizing. People have all sorts of opinions about it, and there are entire cultures and societies dedicated to the love of wine. I'm talking about that fine wine scene. There's even careers dedicated to knowing
Sweet white, dry white, red, and rosé. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not a fan of sweet wine. I can only handle it like once in a while, and it has to be like a good champagne. But I'm partial to rosé myself, a dry rosé.
all the different types of wine and where they come from and like what makes them so special. But I'm more interested in finding out where the hell did wine actually come from, right? Well, that's what I was thinking. Like, who found a bunch of old grape juice and said, hell yeah, I'll drink this? Where's that person? I want to talk to them. So let's talk about where wine started and how it got to you and me. We do know that wine drinking started a long, long time ago with something called fermentation. Fermentation, which is
wine product, basically. Oh my god. Have you ever had Arbor Mist? I don't think it even legally qualifies as wine. It should be illegal. I'm gonna be real. It's like this. I'm gonna read this label. Wait, I can't read that. That picture is ass. Hang on. Let me get a better one. A fine wine product. A fine wine product with ripe strawberries and other natural flavors. Yeah. Yeah, it's like that. It's just like blended fruit with what presumably was grapes at one point. But it's so strong and just so sweet. What is this? It says 6%. That can't be right. I think it just keeps fermenting in the bottle, and by the time you get it, it's like 72%. Natural and beautiful, and honestly such an icon. A classic. Only true wine connoisseurs would know Arbor Mist. What is Alizé? I don't know, maybe.
Is the process that turns any liquid into alcohol is a natural thing that just happens in nature. Scientists have found birds and monkeys in the wild straight up drunk after they've eaten fermented berries or rotten fruit. Joe.
What's the other one? Boone's Farm? I think this is popular in the Midwest. It's like flavored wines. It's so atrocious, but kind of good. These fucking flavors, dude. Strawberry daiquiri, Snow Creek berry, blue Hawaiian, fuzzy navel, strawberry hibiscus, sangria. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I see you coming in here all sloppy, flopping around, smelling like liquor. My personal favorite drunk animal story was a moose in Sweden. Yeah, a moose in Sweden that made headlines after he ate a ton of rotten apples.
Nothing good ever came from a farmer named Boone. Honestly, this is probably like a remnant from like Prohibition.
Apples, which got him wasted, and then I guess he got somehow stuck in a tree. Yeah, I was like, I just call that a Tuesday night, am I right? But I wanted to know, when did wine go from like rotten fruit to something sacred? Turns out that wine and religion go all the way back to the year 30,000 BC. Yeah, we're talking old school caveman.
Elephants do that on occasion. Yeah, right? They like keep it in their trunk. Amazing. Adorable. I love the birds that like to eat the rotten fruit and get drunk. That's so cute.
Time.
I'm gonna
Now,
look.
there's actually evidence out there that the earliest cave drawings ever done were drawn under the influence of wine. Makes sense why those lines are so sloppy. Scholars found these cave drawings, and after studying them, they found that they were probably done by ancient, maybe drunk, shamans. Shamans, for those of you who haven't done ayahuasca in Mexico after a breakup, are basically spiritual guides who lead people through important rituals. These rituals traditionally include some sort of drug or alcohol, and that's when wine entered the chat. These shaman drawings were found in what is today Europe and Southeast Asia, but wine was actually a global phenomenon pretty early on. We found proof of wine in 8,000-year-old pottery fragments in modern-day Georgia.
Okay, I didn't find the drunk birds, but I did find the drunk
Society
elephants.
have become blasé and bored with life.
They're so cute.
Things are just too easy in the Kavango Basin. They no longer have a zest for living like their country cousins out there in the inhospitable desert. Here, life offers no challenge, and many of them have become slobs and easy riders.
Slobs!
The only excitement in their lives comes in high summer when the marula trees are in full fruit. At first, the marulas are
Let's
very
go.
tasty and hard to get at.
Let's get wasted.
You have to be either agile or strong to get your share.
The sound. He's like, fuck y'all, it's mine.
But after a few weeks, the marulas get overripe and they start dropping from the trees. Then all the animals wade in and gorge themselves on the rotting fruit.
They're all getting wasted. It's the local
It
watering
starts
hole.
fermenting in their tummies and turns into a very potent brew. So on the way home, things start happening to them.
Things. They're so cute. Just like me for real. Oh my god. Oh, it's so funny. The sound effects. Zooted. Drunk off the sauce. I'm fine. I'm fine. Don't worry. I can drive. I can totally make it back to the tree. Dude, that gazelle was fucking feeling himself. That's such a mood. They're all wasted. The sound effects, please, right? This is from 4 years ago. But they were just like going hard on the TikTok sound effects. It's so good.
When night
I'm
falls,
dying.
there's
I'm
peace
dying.
again. A very blissful peace.
Same. I took a nap like this. I had like half a glass of wine with dinner, and I was just like way too tired, and I just fucking passed the fuck out. That's so good. I'm dying.
Of course, not everybody in the Kavango leads a wasteful
Oh
life.
my god. How did they get such brilliant footage? That was so good. That was so good. Sorry, I need this. A drunk magpie. Toasted. What is he doing? My man is way too drunk. Oh god, that's good. That's good shit. Okay.
Not the state in America, Georgia, the country. I know. And the drawings on this old ass pottery show clusters of grapes with like men dancing around them. Which, like, if we insert a picture here, I was like, I don't see any guys dancing. I don't know what they're talking about. Like, if I squint, maybe? Sure.
I don't know, dude.
Whatever. Then, in ancient Egypt, around 4000 BC, wine was considered something that was sacred. King Tut was buried with 3 wine jars, you know, just in case he got a little thirsty in the afterlife. The Egyptians even had a monthly day of intoxication, which was a religious ceremony that was honestly just an excuse to really rage and party and get wasted. We should bring it back. Well, I think we kind of have that now with like Burning Man and all that. But the cavemen and Egyptians, they weren't alone in thinking this way. The Greeks, the Romans, the Christians, the Catholics, the ancient Hebrews, and so many more have believed that wine is divine, holy, a gift from above. And especially back then, all they knew was that sometimes grape just like miraculously became this liquid that made you all warm and tingly inside. I mean, it's the same reason the Greeks associate bad weather with angry gods and Zeus with lightning bolts. They were just trying to make sense of the world in a time before microscopes and Google. So this state of schwasted, which we just think of as being tipsy, blitzed, turnt, was actually a religious experience for these ancient civilizations. Wine was like a prayer. It was a way of processing trauma, letting go of inhibitions, and getting closer to God. Or multiple gods if you wanted. It had so many possibilities. It relaxed you, made you want to open up to your fellow man. Alcohol does literally alter your consciousness, so it made sense that ancient cultures put wine up on that altar and decided, this stuff, yeah, it's a miracle. It's a miracle. We like this shit. And no matter which god you prayed to, you wanted to make sure you could say thank you for that good-ass time you were having. Speaking of people who know how to have a good ass time, no one did it better than the ancient Romans. And when they wanted to let their hair down, they turned to a god named Bacchus. He was the god of like many things, including wine. And the ancient Romans had a special way of celebrating him. They hosted infamous secret parties called Bacchanalias. A Bacchanalia was a night of wild partying in ancient Rome that
Sounds dope. Sounds so fun.
Celebrated total freedom from societal rules and regulations. Now, it happened about 3 times a year, usually around harvest time, and was typically done in secret, out in like the countryside under the cover of darkness. This party would last like all night until the sun came up. And the whole goal of the night was to induce a kind of trance where you just stopped feeling any insecurities or hangups. You could just get naked, dance, and experience total euphoria. I mean, dildos were actually a part of this event, so sounds like a good time. Now here's a twist. These parties were only for women. They were like bachelorette parties, but like on crack, you know? No men, just free spirit vibes, man, and a shitload of wine. And the reason they were so secretive was because women could get in huge trouble if they were caught drinking wine, or even just in general, worshiping their wine god.
Fuck that.
Let's say your husband caught you at one of these parties.
It's so funny, because like wine is like a girl's drink now.
Ooh, off with her head. I mean, it was pretty risky for them. Oh, for what though? A little bit of freedom? Jeez. Women who went to these all-nighters were called maenads, which means raving ones in Latin, because it was believed that these maenads were literally possessed by their wine god, just like those shamans we talked about. It was believed that while maenads were under Bacchus' influence, aka drunk, they had supernatural powers and strength, which is like sick, yeah, bro. This was ancient Rome's version of witches, and people were scared as hell of maenads. By 188 BC, the men were starting to get a little jealous, and they're like, hey, should we just like crash their party, you guys? Ugh. And then the maenads were like, okay, fine, but we're still bringing the dildos. Now that the men were involved, all of a sudden, they were now socially acceptable. And this is when these parties morphed into straight up drunken orgies. But honestly, it must have smelled so bad. But just 2 years later, the Roman Senate, yeah, they had a Senate, banned them because they were getting too out of hand. See, this is why we can't invite men to bachelorette parties. They ruin everything. We were having fun until you arrived. Every religion usually has an opinion on wine. It's sacred in Judaism and Christianity. I mean, according to the New Testament, Jesus' first public miracle was turning water to wine. Incredible party trick that guy had. My party trick is just telling everyone I'm going to the
Dude, that would be so sick if you could do that. That would be so sick.
kitchen for a soda, and then I just leave. They never know. And because it was seen as religious, wine wasn't seen as a luxury only to be enjoyed by the elite. Oh, nay, nay. It was considered a staple of life for people of all classes and all ages. Yeah. So wine is taking over the world, just riding religion's coattails and moving from country to country, expanding its reach. And this brings us to Europe during the Middle Ages. From about the year 500 to 1500, the best wine in Europe was made in vineyards that were run by monks and nuns exclusively for their churches. Some of these vineyards were in business for 700 years, making the same wines from the same grapes for the same church. That's kind of like longer than America has been around, so that's a long time. One of these church vineyards made a Burgundy wine that was so tasty it was said to be described as, quote, so smooth that it slips down the throat like baby Jesus in satin diapers. Yeah, that's a direct quote. Guess who said that shit? From the nun who ran the vineyards hundreds of years ago. She knew her baby Jesus taste. So wine is moving and grooving and really spreads its roots into France. From the soil to the climate to different types of grapes, France was a natural home for wine. Since the year 1000, which is when France's first vineyard was in full operation, the French had the entire world convinced that if you wanted good wine, you had to get it from France. French wines were king of the world until a scrappy, pain-in-the-ass country showed up and decided to get into the wine game. That's right, baby. America, America. A lot of people like to say that the Pilgrims over in America were sipping on some version of wine at the first Thanksgiving. That's because we actually have a first-hand account from Edward Winslow, a colonist who was at the first Thanksgiving. Come on in, Edward. We're so happy to have you. First-hand account. Just kidding, he's dead. He said there were, quote, grapes, white and red and very sweet and strong, growing in the nearby woods. So if there was wine there, it was most likely naturally fermented. But we do know that wine was important to those early settlers. By the summer of 1630, the Massachusetts... This is a word I cannot say, but I'm gonna try my best. By the summer of 1630, the Massachusetts Bay Colony was making wine from local grapes.
She did it.
Fucking nailed it, you guys. And figuring out how to make wine was a top priority for community leaders like governors. Some say they wanted to make money off of it, but the more than likely reason, according to historians, is that this wine would be used for religious purposes. Even though they were Puritans, they still got down with that Jesus juice. But like a lot of things in those early years of America, there was a whole lot of trial and error by the settlers to make their own wine. I mean, they were running into a few issues. First of all, New England winters can be hellish. Secondly, the quality of the wine was inconsistent at best, and that's mostly because they weren't bottling it yet. In most cultures, they would bottle their wine and drink it the same year, so they wouldn't need to worry about, things going bad. But for a long time, wine was just stored in those big wooden barrels outside. See Exhibit A. Joan brought her barrel. She loves her wine. So they'd open up the top of a barrel, and just like those sketchy punch bowls at prom, they just dunk the cup right in there with their nasty hands. They probably just wipe their ass and then they're getting wine. Now, as you can imagine, this wine wasn't always stored properly, so it could get funky real quick. But they weren't gonna toss out the whole keg of slightly sketchy wine. Get me a break. But they had to do something about the taste. Let's put on our lab coats for a minute because we're gonna talk about science. Exposing wine to oxygen can help it taste better, but too much oxygen can spoil it. And you leave wine out long enough, it just turns into vinegar. This Pilgrim wine was on the road to Vinegar Town, and they had to do something about the flavor. So to make it taste better, they would add things to it like cheese. Yeah, for taste. Before they figured out how to stop wine from rotting, they would just swirl in some cheese. My first question was, well, what kind of cheese? Because I think that makes a difference. Well, it turns out cheese from sheep's milk is especially good at hiding that yucky ass taste. Now this cheese, the sheep's milk cheese, is described as, quote, creamy and gritty. Choices were definitely made, but they were working with what they got, Other things were also used to mask the flavor and smell because it was kind of stinky. So in turn, they were using herbs, honey, and even salt water to save the wine. It's kind of like if you Febreze yourself instead of taking a shower. You're still stinky, but the Febreze just really tones it down a bit. And that's what they were doing. They were just trying to mask the stinky, rotten smell of this wine. But while all of this was happening on the East Coast, something really interesting was happening with wine on the West Coast. In 1697, Father Juan Ugarte did something that would change the wine world forever. Father Juan and a group of Jesuit priests made their way up from Mexico into an area known as Baja California. Now, they were headed for something called a mission, which is like a church set up in an area where people don't really believe in Jesus, and the whole mission of the mission is to save all of those souls. So when Father Juan and his merry missionaries arrived at the mission, one of their very first things they did was take a whole bunch of grape seeds and vines and jam them into the ground. Priorities, They planted them because you can't practice Christianity without a little wine. I mean, come on, that's the blood of Christ. We need it. And over the next 100 years, more missions were built along the West Coast, from San Diego to Los Angeles and all the way up to San Francisco. And as the word of God spread, wine was along for the ride. But about 150 years later, something popped off, which would take those sleepy mission vineyards and turn them into big money. In 1848, a carpenter, not Jesus, a different carpenter, was overseeing the building of a sawmill on a river in California when he noticed there was something shiny in the water. Ooh, it caught his eye. His suspicions were confirmed. He had found gold, baby. I love gold. Smoking a pancake. Well, word spread like a damn wildfire, and there was gold all over California, just ripe for the picking. Now, this ignited what became known as the California Gold Rush of 1849. And people showed up in Southern California with axes in their hands and dollar signs in their eyes. I mean, they want some of that gold. But some of them would end up making money in a way that had nothing to do with gold. You see, what happened was California became a state in 1850, and the very first thing the state did, like right out the gate, they passed a law that went after Native Californians. It was called the Indian Indenture Act, and it allowed cops, politicians, and people in power to arrest Native Americans for being, quote, lazy or drunk in public, end quote. So after they got arrested, they'd be able to get out of this mess by paying a fine, right? But there was a catch. Native Californian communities, like the Tongva tribe, who had been in Southern California for thousands of years before any of these literal gold diggers showed up, they were struggling with poverty. When people started rushing to California and taking their land, I mean, it just completely ruined their lives. They were left in a shitty position where they couldn't pay for most things, including the fines when they got arrested on these, bullshit charges. And even worse, Native Californians couldn't complain or sue anyone based on how they were treated, because there was literally a law that said they couldn't testify against white men in court. So in order to avoid jail time, Native Californians had pretty much one option: do a week of hard manual labor to pay off the fine. And what was the industry that so desperately needed labor at the time? Well, wouldn't you know? The wine vineyards. Before 1850, wine was pretty much always imported from other countries. It did not come from the United States at all. It was expensive and pretty difficult to get. I mean, a lot of people don't know this, but before Napa became known as wine country, Los Angeles, California was actually the center of winemaking in America. If you wanted your wine, chances are you'd get it from the city of vines, aka Los Angeles. But back then, they didn't have machines to help them harvest grapes. They literally had to hire people to hand pick and stomp the grapes into wine juice, which I hope we've all seen that I Love Lucy scene. The wine stomping. It always seemed like so much fun. But imagine being forced to do that all day long. I mean, pretty much nonstop in the horrible heat. Awful. After a week of hard labor, they were free to go. But usually the vineyard owners could send them off with like a nice little thank you present, which was like wine. I don't know. Money would be nice. Anyway, the wine that they were being gifted,
I'll take either.
Ooh, it was strong. The alcohol content was so high, it was actually stronger than a full glass of vodka today. We want to talk about party. That's a party. Now, you might be thinking, wow, that's so nice of them. Until you realize it was a trap. The owners, they only did this in the hopes that the Native Californians would get drunk off of that wine they gave them, and then get caught being drunk in public, and then they'd get sent back to the vineyard to do more free work. Those bitches. It was indentured servitude, which is just another way to say slavery. And this went on for 13 long years. Now that they could get free labor through slavery, wealthy men bought up land and grapevines all over California to build their own vineyards. You see, the government at the time was giving landowners all sorts of incentives to make wine, like tax breaks, And pretty soon, word on the street was if you could get a vineyard going, ooh, you could be rich. Dirty rich. So rich you wouldn't know what to do. It was the American dream, and everyone wanted a piece of it. In the year 1855, there were only around 32,000 grapevines in California total, and by 1859, there were over 6 million. When California started pumping out those bottles, New York started getting their wine from California instead of Europe. I mean, hey, it was cheaper in shipping costs alone to get Californian wine instead of French baby Jesus wine. And from that moment on, Californian wine was every American's go-to, affordable table wine. So
Classic.
California's wine game starts popping off. Not just because of the climate or the missionaries or like the gold rush. It's because for decades, winemakers enslaved Native American communities and grew their business using free labor. Something else that was helping wine really pop off, in the 1800s and early 1900s, a ton of people immigrated to America. Over 11 million people between 1850 and 1910 alone. And many of these people came from countries with a strong wine culture. So with that being said, the demand for wine went up, and California's wine production went wild. By 1910, 90% of the wine consumed in America came from these California vineyards. And everything seems great and happy and wow, so amazing, oh my God. But then a little thing called the Prohibition happens. Yay! I won't get into like the nitty gritty of it all, but it was a rough 13-year period when booze was illegal in America. But many people saw this coming, I guess, because leading up to the law going into effect, people stocked up on wine. You know, like you guys did with the toilet paper during COVID. You guys did that, and I bought myself a bidet off of Amazon. Anyway, Congress passed the Prohibition Law in 1919.
Dude, I want a bidet so bad. I just don't want to get in trouble with my landlord. No chickens in the Bay Area for nearly the first whole decade. Interesting. Random.
After Prohibition went into effect, no one could legally produce, distribute, or sell alcohol. But, you know, there were a couple interesting loopholes that allowed wine to continue to thrive. First of all, during Prohibition, there was a backdoor way to make wine at home. And it wasn't just like a few bottles of the stuff, you know? People could make 200 gallons, or about 1,000 bottles, of homemade wine legally. Well, not all the people could do it. There was an exception in the law that allowed vineyards to sell wine grapes to the male heads of households, so as long as they used it to preserve fruit through fermentation. California vineyards started shipping these things called wine bricks to people all over the country. Now, these were like tight packages of concentrated grape juice, which—
Wine bricks. Like weed bricks? That's great.
Could then be turned into wine. You know, kind of like a chia pet. You just add water. Like we learned in our season 1 episode about Prohibition, these wine bricks had some handy instructions printed on them. Basically, it told consumers how to make sure that this brick they received in the mail does not turn into wine. Wink, wink. Well, people would accidentally follow these instructions that they were told not to follow, and because of this, millions of people learned how to make wine. And DIY wine kept America buzzed for years and led to massive growth in California's vineyards. Now that people were making wine at home, demand for grapes, they went through the roof. I mean, this was the only way you were going to get wine during the Prohibition, so you need grapes. In 1919, the price of a ton of wine grapes was $9.50. 2 years into Prohibition, it then cost $82 per ton. If my math is mathin' right, that's a huge increase. And the second Prohibition wine loophole brings us back to the church. There was an exception in the law that allowed wine to be used for religious purposes. You know, sacramental wine.
Of course.
So a good number of wineries were allowed to stay open, saying that they were only making sacramental wine for the Catholic services. You know, nothing to see here. By 1924, about 4 years of people buying a lot more grapes than usual, the federal government finally got a little suspicious. They're like, what the fuck is really going on? Why do you guys like grapes so much? Apparently, sacramental wine production grew to nearly 1 million gallons in only 2 years. So they decided to crack down on all that at-home winemaking, and, you know, that had to suck.
God damn. A quarter acre can make 25 cases of wine a year? Ain't no way, dude. That's crazy.
It's the middle of Prohibition. You finally figured out a way to get, you know, a good buzz. And then the feds come knocking at your door. You open the door with some wine teeth. We're just in the middle of Bible study, Ossifer. We're just studying Jesus' wine rugs. During Prohibition, roughly 500,000 people were arrested on charges of drinking. And of those people, 2 of every 3 would end up convicted. The fine for being caught drinking at this time was $5,000, which in today's money is like $75,000. That fine alone could literally ruin your life. Finally, after 13 long-ass years, Prohibition comes to an end in 1933. A lot of things go back to normal, but there were some lasting consequences. If you're like me, you've probably found yourself in Home Goods on a Tuesday night, wondering why the hell there's a whole aisle devoted to little wooden signs that say things like, "It's wine o'clock," or "It's mom's turn to wine." Well, what's interesting is that wine mom culture didn't originate at Home Goods, and it wasn't invented by someone named Ray Dunn. Nah.
You don't
Ray
say.
Dunn is that annoying font that they use for like wine o'clock, live, laugh, love. Oh, it's so ugly. It hurts my eyes and I start to cry. And then I'm like, no. In those days, it was seen as pretty taboo for a woman to be seen drunk or even drinking. It kind of went against the whole concept of what was feminine at the time. People thought women should be sweet, innocent caretakers. And if they were moms, they should never be off the clock. So just like we saw in those Roman bacchanalias, women drinking wine was something in the 1950s and 60s that had to be done with discretion. AKA inside the house with the windows closed and like shut in and you're alone and like you can't see anything, but you better not get caught, you know? I meant that there were a lot of American housewives who were lonely, isolated, maybe just bored, and turned to wine for self-medication. So when one of America's biggest trendsetters at the time got into wine, it was just an excuse for these wine mummies to lean in even a little bit harder. In the 1960s, Jackie Kennedy hosted a TV tour of the White House, where she showed off her table setting, which included crystal wine glasses. And everyone wanted to be Jackie O. I mean, she was literally that bitch of her time. Kind of like America's Queen Victoria. Everyone wanted to do what she was doing. So this essentially launched a huge surge in wine glass sales and wine sales. That year, there were 163 million gallons of wine sold in the United States. That's a lot of booze. Pretty soon, Hollywood stars start advertising wine, and the culture around drinking loosens up a bit, you know? I mean, like, hey, if the first lady's doing it, why not me? I can do it too.
Fucking finally.
I'm like Jackie O. In the 1970s, America started to get very serious about wine, as in there were literal wine competitions. Now, a lot of these competitions happened in France because the wine culture there had and always will be very strong. And the French thought that they did wine like no one else. You know, they kind of snubbed their nose at California. They thought California wine is a joke. Don't kid me. But then something wild happens. The date is May 24th, the year 1976. The place, Paris, France. For years, there had been heated arguments about who created the best quality wine. Was it the French, who had been doing it for hundreds of years, or was it the Americans, who are new to the game but have some solid techniques? Now, this was a fierce debate, so a blind taste test was organized, and people were eager to hear the results. So, the glasses are poured without any of the judges seeing, and the taste testing begins. Well, when all is said and done, not only does the USA win the white wine category, but they also beat the French in the coveted red wine category. Now, people's heads were exploding. One French judge demanded her ballot back. The other French judges were equally as butthurt and said, quote, "If there's one thing French wines do better than any wine in the world, it's that they age well." They were certain that California wines wouldn't hold up. And if they did this taste test again in like 30 years, the French would definitely win. Talk about a bunch of sour grapes. Thank you. I'm here all day. Thank you. So guess what? 30 years goes by. Yeah, they took this very seriously. They ended up doing another blind taste test. Again, 30 years later. And guess who came out on top? Ooh, once again, USA spanked France right in the booty. Little spanking. I just want to spank. This whole thing became known as the Judgment of Paris, and it really gave American wine some street cred on the world stage. Before this, American wine was considered gutter juice, but now its dominance was undeniable. And the
Gutter
homes of that
juice.
world-class wine became Napa Valley in Northern California. People from far and wide come to take in the gorgeous sights, walk through the vineyards, and taste the finest wine America has to offer. But there was still one big problem. Wine culture is a bit hard to swallow. The dad jokes. Like I had mentioned earlier, anytime I drink wine, I get a headache, I feel really sick, I get cold sweats. It's just not a good time. And I guess this isn't like a normal response. So I got to researching, and what I found was honestly shocking. I was like, oh, this is why I'm getting sick, because it's bullshit. Wine today has all sorts of gnarly stuff in it. In the US, wine, just like fragrance, is kind of like the Wild West. Because when it comes to the mystery chemicals that get thrown in during the process, there's a lot we don't know about it. Currently, the US allows over 72 different chemicals to be added into wine. 72 different chemicals, huh? Yeah. Now these are things like preservatives, things to stop the fermentation process, and also stop any mold from getting in, which sure, yeah, we want that, but like, you know, it's things that you would also never expect. Like sawdust. Did you hear me? Yeah, sawdust is in your wine. Things that are known to cause cancer. And then fish bladders.
Tasty.
And something called chitosan, which is crushed up seafood shells from like crabs and lobsters. So it was at this point where I was like, wait a minute, nutritional labels? How come those aren't on wine? You know, it's a beverage. Because I was looking on the back and there isn't one. I don't get that. If soda and sports drinks have to list what's in them, shouldn't wine? Well, there's yet another loophole that allows wine to keep its weird-ass ingredient list hush hush. When you see a nutritional label, that means that the product itself is regulated by the Food and Drug Administration, or the FDA, but wine, she's regulated by something called the Alcohol and Tobacco Tax and Trade Bureau. And right on their website they say, quote, TTB regulations do not require nutrient content labeling for alcohol beverages, end quote. And since no one is really—
It's annoying as fuck, because some wine can have gluten because it's fermented in a barrel that's lined with wheat paste, of all things. And it's usually the like nicer French wines, but yeah, there's no way of knowing until I get sick from the wine, and then I know, and it's terrible.
Checking wine, some crazy things have been reported. Now, most big wine companies in the United States don't handpick their grapes anymore, and there's this rumor online, well, more of like a theory called the claw theory. The claw! You know, some companies were said to use giant mechanical claws to harvest their grapes. And in the process, if like a little rat or a few pigeons or maybe like an animal got stuck in there, oh well, they'd be crushed up into the wine too. Yeah, think about that for a second. Let that marinate.
No. No.
Yeah, that's powerful. I mean, it's like 2023. Why can't we get shit together? It's not that hard. Why do they just want to kill us all the time? It's so annoying. I mean, there's really no way to make sure there aren't other things in your wine, like bird shit, turtle bones, a hand, I don't know. And honestly, we'd never know the difference. Take me back to that nun wine, am I right? Simpler times. Then, in the 1970s, a guy comes along who is determined to stick it to the elitist wine culture and prove that wine is for the people, not just for the 1%. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Fred Franzia. And also, no, I know it's kind of confusing, but it's not the Box Wine Company. No, this is another guy. Yeah, I don't know. Growing up,
Two
Fred's whole
Franzias?
life was centered around wine. His Italian grandparents started their own winery in California in the 1910s, and his parents took over the business in the late 40s. And while some kids were delivering newspapers or, I don't know, working at McDonald's, serving up fries, Fred was working right alongside his family at the winery. After college, he even started working in their sales department, and the winery did so well, Coca-Cola came in and bought them for $49 million. Damn. Now, Fred was like, look, baby, I'm ready to go out on my own. So he started his own winery in 1973 called Bronco Wine Company in Ceres, California. Now, when I first heard Bronco white wine, I was like, oh my God, it's giving very OJ on the Run, isn't it? Snaps. Right from the get-go, he's like, I'm gonna do things differently, because he had the secret weapon that all successful businesses have. Fred understood that value is something created in the mind of the consumers. Huh? Basically, if you tell consumers a product is good quality, they'll believe you. I guess that's true. Oh, I'm such a sucker for that shit. They'll be like, this bullshit is great for your face. Because it is. And I'll be like, give me some of that bullshit. And I put it all over my face. And bullshit does nothing for me, but if you tell me it's good for some reason, I'm like, yeah, it's good. What is that? We're so fucked up. Help me. It didn't matter if they used random ass grapes from a random ass part of the country. If you can make people believe the wine in their glass was high quality, then it was high quality. Period. Fred's company was known for selling tons of bottles of white Zinfandel from Napa Valley. Now the problem was, Fred was starting to blur the lines a little bit because he wasn't really selling white Zinfandel, which was an expensive wine to make that housewives at the time just loved. What Fred was selling was a barrel of random white wine. And the only reason he got away with calling it white Zinfandel is because of a hack he had his employees do. You know, life hack. Something called, quote, blessing the load. End quote. Yeah. His employees would grab a couple of leaves from actual Zinfandel grapes and then sprinkle them all over the barrels of the random white wine. And he's like, ta-da! It's a Zinfandel. It's got the leaves in there. You can't tell me it's not. But to you and I think we can both say it wasn't. It was just random white wine with floating Zinfandel leaves. And honestly, you gotta give him props. It's kind of genius. No one questioned him. You know, it's also like sprinkling glitter on a piece of poop. Or like that time I went on ebay.com, that website, you know? And I bought, now I thought I was buying a fancy Chanel bag. But yeah, but when I opened up the box, the bag itself said Channel. I was like, oh, my Channel bag has come. Now, Fred ended up doing this with many different types of wine for years before he got caught in the early 1990s. I guess he was brought into court and was forced to pay a fine of $2.5 million. I mean, yes, this was indeed shady, but his reasoning was actually pretty interesting to me. It wasn't just about greed, allegedly. Fred had this core belief that wine should be for everyone, which means it should be affordable. He had this famous quote that no bottle of wine should cost more than $10. Love to hear that. Fred's belief that wine should be affordable really paid off with customers. Bronco Wines continue to be very successful. It's actually still one of the most successful wine companies in America, and his most famous product is something that many people still drink today. I'm talking about 2 Buck Chuck. In 1974, a man named Charles Shaw was taking a totally different approach to wine than Fred. He made award-winning wine that people were living for. It was a French-inspired wine, and people thought it was incredible. And it was American. Ugh, so annoying. Charles's famous wine cost $13.50 in the 80s, which is around $40 today. Though he had years of being known as this great winemaker, Charles had a really bad couple of years. People in America stopped buying his wine, his wife filed for divorce, and then he had to declare bankruptcy. So, who swoops in to save the day? You guessed it, Fred Franzia. So Fred, he comes in and he takes over Charles Shaw Wines and takes it from bougie name brand to super affordable real quick. He starts using grapes from lesser-known areas of California, like he did with the that Zinfandel situation, and he ends up cutting costs big time. And then, in 2002, Charles Shaw hit the shelves of a little grocery store chain named Trader Joe's. The bottle says it's a private label, whatever that means, you know, cool. It's got the legit Charles Shaw stamp on it, and the best of all, it's $1.99. So people went nuts. But the press, they ended up dragging Fred for it, saying that he was ruining the reputation of Charles Shaw wine. But not really, because like he went bankrupt. He ruined his own name. Sorry. Ooh, hot take. And not just Charles Shaw, but many people in the wine industry believe that Fred's bargain wine was making the whole industry look bad. But Fred never cared. He was getting his money. He was getting his checks. He was like, whatever.
Get that back.
For many years, Charles Shaw wine was the Costco hot dog of the wine world, and it stayed $1.99. It was only recently that the prices went up, but it's still under $5. So, I mean, that's a good deal. I can't say if it's good or bad wines.
Now it's $3 Chuck. God damn it.
So let me know in the comment section. By 2009, $2 Chuck had sold 400 million bottles. When this happened, Fred issued a statement to the press where he said, quote, "Take that and shove it, Napa." Yeah, party. So friends, where do we go from here? Wine culture today feels like so many things, very overwhelming. You have the rosé all day, and it's wine o'clock somewhere. It's like people have built their entire identities around finding wine, buying wine, and drinking wine. And, you know, I'm not judging. It's just kind of annoying. We have literally no idea what's inside of a lot of those wine bottles. And you've got the whole natural wine movement now. They're organic and natural, whatever that means, you know. But I just want to know what's in it. I mean, point blank, period. And I guess that's too much to ask. My God, I'm sorry. Well, as I was wrapping up my research on this topic, you know, the department I mentioned earlier that oversees wine, well, turns out that they're making a move towards requiring labels. Come on, you guys, get this shit together and require labels. It's going into our bodies. Get it together. Get it to fucking together. I'll print the bottles. I got a printer. I'll do it. Some wine experts think we're going to get nutrition labels for wine by the end of this year, and then ingredient lists might be coming sometime in 2024, they say. I'm not holding my breath. But until then, you're really rolling the dice with them fish bladders and sawdust. So, cheers to that, Buttercup. Well, everyone, thank you for learning with
Tasty. Tasty. That might ruin wine for me, but like probably not. It still tastes pretty good, so.
me today. Remember, don't be afraid to ask questions to get the whole story because you deserve that. I'd love to hear your reactions to today's episode, so make sure to use the hashtag #DarkHistory over on social media so I can follow along. And join me over on my YouTube where you can actually watch these episodes on Thursday after the podcast airs. And while you're there, you can also, hang out and maybe catch my murder mystery and makeup. Well, I hope you have a great rest of your day. You make good choices, and I'll be talking to you next week. Goodbye. Dark History is an Audio Boom original. This podcast is executive produced by Bailey Sarian, hi, Dunia McNeely from 3 Arts, Kevin Grush, and Matt Enlow from Maiden Network. A big thank you to our writers, Joey Scavuzzo, Katie Burris, Allison Filobos, and me, Bailey Sarian. Writers
Leftovers.
I'm not gonna be able to eat much for the rest of the day. Hey guys.
Oh.
Yes. Woo, 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 woo. We're back.
Hey guys,
back,
welcome
baby.
to the show. We are here to bring truth and justice. The spear of truth shall be thrust into the hearts
Real.
and minds, not physically in a way that, I mean,
Ladies
in a
and
metaphorical
gentlemen,
way.
we are all domestic terrorists.
Because that is, that is a phrase, right? The spear tip.
Let's address the elephant in the room. It's Pride Month.
Why'd you just call me fat, bro?
No, it's not
I've been
that.
doing so good.
I'm.
You did kind of food shame me.
I did. Don't say that to your audience. They're
No.
gonna go crazy over
I
it.
was sitting here with a croissant, okay, and I admit it was a mistake.
Oh my God! Here
Sam brought croissants because it's Ian's birthday, and we love that for him. And it's 500 calories, and I fucking beast moded that, which was a huge mistake. But
Now
Hassan
you
called me
feel
an elephant.
conflicted. I did not say. Okay, don't lie.
The elephant in the room. What else? Did you
I didn't
eat?
say that. I said, what did I say? I said, are you really gonna eat that?
I said,
Is
yeah,
that in your
bitch.
calories?
Yeah.
You know, that's what I said. Which, and now you have been Googling how many calories a chocolate croissant is, and
I already knew it was
freaking out about it.
I know, but-
That's why we're 20 minutes late.
Like 500 calories. Can you imagine? I mean,
yeah.
I didn't even feel that.
You know what's
shit.
crazy?
It's like the worst. 500.
Like 555 calories is basically the calorie of a Big Mac.
I would have way rather had a Big Mac.
Yeah.
You know.
That's why you got to always remember, making good food choices. But you're doing great. You look
Thank
good.
Thank
you. You feel good?
Yeah, I do. Not since I ate that croissant.
Even the fact that you feel kind of bad. Oh my God, I don't want to get in there.
Go ahead.
Well, in my personal experience, and everyone's different, and I'm not like, trigger warning for those with eating disorders. But in my experience, when I'm very, very strict about my diet and I'm very serious about it, I notice myself feeling maybe a level of anxiety when I eat something that that is not in my calories, or maybe that's going to like distort my daily macro breakdown. And that anxiety, a little bit of anxiety in that regard, at least implies that you are, you care about your health. But there's nothing to worry about. Now you just cut off.
That's like saying a murderer feels bad, so that's good for them.
No, you don't compare
He
eating a
regrets
croissant
it,
to
at least.
murder. I mean, look, I have some
Either
delicious
way-
treats every now and then, as long as you don't do it again, or as long as you
Don't ever do that again.
yeah, no, as long as you trade it off with something else that you were going to have tonight.
Yeah, that sucks because I want to eat dinner, but now I can't.
No, yes, you can absolutely have dinner. That's only 400 calories.
Now
How many calories do you consume a day?
What I'm gonna do now is cook a delicious meal, and I'm gonna just smell it. I'm only gonna smell it, and I'm gonna throw it out because I can't eat anymore because I had
That's
to eat
crazy.
a chocolate fucking
Stop!
croissant.
You're gonna get canceled by eating disorder.
I'm gonna
Twitter.
cook a beautiful steak, perfect sear, sautéed in butter.
You're gonna have
sage.
Okay, well,
I'm gonna smell it.
It's gonna be like 1,000 calories.
Well, I'm not gonna eat it.
Doesn't matter.
I'm just gonna smell it.
No, how many calories?
That's my
How
punishment.
many calories do you eat a day? Do you have any idea?
It's probably around 1,400.
There's no shot you eat 1,400 calories.
I don't know what to tell you,
You
brother.
eat at least 2,000 calories a day. You are crazy if you think you eat 1,400.
100% do not. I'm telling
That's like
you.
8 almonds.
No, I eat like 1,400 calories a day.
No shot. You really need to start logging.
I haven't even been exercising.
You need to start. But that's fine. You don't technically, in order to lose weight, you don't really need to exercise if you don't
Listen,
want
Hassan.
to. It just makes it harder,
Hassan.
and it's not healthy. Exercising is
It's
healthy.
like 14. It's like 1,400.
That's a severe deficit, Ethan.
Yeah.
pages.
That's what I'm trying to do.
How many pounds have you been losing a week?
It varies, but maybe like 1 or 2.
That actually is healthy, but that's possibly because you have a very sedentary lifestyle. I would recommend being a
Well,
little bit
can
more
you
active.
stop insulting me?
What? Having a sedentary lifestyle is what I have as well.
Fuck, you call me an elephant and then you call me sedentary?
I
what
did
am
not
I?
say
What
you're
am I
an
part of the?
elephant. That's crazy.
Am I part of the
Very
girthy? Come on,
You
dude.
are very girthy.
Don't call me sedentary.
Sedentary is not a diss. It just means
Like
you
a
don't move around.
fossil in
too
the
much.
earth for you to unearth?
What? Sedentary just means you don't move around.
That's
a
not what
lot.
that means.
I know. I'm kidding. Like I just been in the earth for a billion years?
Yeah, that's what I said. You're a fossil.
The sediment layer?
Okay.
How are you?
I'm tired. Today's the first day where I don't feel as tired. This dog is the death of me.
Why don't you bring the dog?
Well, she's not fully vaxxed yet. Even though your dogs are probably not really going out too much, are they?
They're fully vaxxed.
I know, but if they go out to the dog park, let's say, and they
They don't go.
step on something that has parvo on it.
Oh no, we don't.
and trace it back. It's like contact to contact. They could.
We haven't been in the dog park in a minute.
Yeah.
I've never done anything weird with my
Also,
dogs.
the real reason why I don't bring her here is because she's a fucking demon.
She barks a lot.
She got Chow Chow in her and Tibetan Mastiff. And unfortunately, not a lot of St. Bernard, apparently, because St. Bernards are like very compliant, submissive, and very good like service animals. Whereas the other two breeds are awful. So she is incredibly smart, but also incredibly stubborn. She's an escape artist. She is very loud, very barky. She will bark for hours without getting tired.
That's horrible. That is really annoying.
Yeah.
Leave her. Don't bring her here.
Oh. Okay. I mean, I will inevitably bring her here when,
Okay, rude. What the fuck? You're anti-Kaya? All right, Ethan. This is war.
Bring her. We want her. Okay. Yeah.
And she still sometimes has the capacity to pee and poo in places. Well, not poo, but pee.
Shredder and Alfredo do that all the time.
First of all, they don't any. And recently,
Yeah, you're right. They've gotten a lot better about it. But
I'm potty training the absolute living shit out of her, but like,
by the way,
it's still hard.
There's only one bathroom in operation. You might notice the one on the left. The door is busted.
Why? What happened? You break it?
Olivia got locked in the bathroom, and AB had to slam it down.
Not exactly what.
Yeah, that's what happened, Dan.
She was screaming. I don't know. I don't remember. I remember. By the way, this Thursday, Marvel Teddy
damn.
Fresh. Thanks. No, next Thursday.
God damn.
Right? Yeah, June 8th, next Thursday. Yeah, it's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be sick, dude.
In the Marvel universe.
We are part of the Marvel universe now. I don't have it pulled up. Oh, you want me to open it? Yeah. Here's what happened to the door. Yeah, use the right one, okay?
Ethan saves Olivia.
I kicked down here.
Wait,
Yeah.
hold on. I think your screen's not working. Are you not able to see that? Okay. For now, let's just do it on mine, and then I'll go fix it.
Came from up here. No, I kicked down here. We're trying to
This is where you're supposed to-
We're trying to replicate.
You look like kind of a bad bitch.
No.
With the mustache and the hair's looking good, and you're wearing that slimming ass black tee.
Always.
Cam, you ready? One. Oh my God. I got a crack. Wait, one. Okay.
Oh, I wish I was there. I love breaking stuff.
We have one other door.
2, 1.
You want to see how?
I don't want to break the other
Well, they're
bathroom.
coming to fix it. I'd be down.
Are you okay
Let's see
in
how
there?
long
Are
it
you
takes you to break
okay?
it.
You want to do that?
Yeah, let's set it up.
Ow.
We only have one bathroom, right?
But the Cam says if you do the lock, it says if it's occupied.
There's
or
no
not.
way the deadbolt was in all
I'm not. You taking a shit in there like that?
It says occupied, dude. Who's opening a door that says occupied?
That's insane.
Then go downstairs. There's 2 working bathrooms downstairs, Dan.
Why don't we go break theirs?
Yeah, break one of theirs.
No. We're breaking it.
God damn.
You have no workers' rights claims. You have 2 bathrooms downstairs and 1 bathroom next door.
Why are you getting all legal with it, dude?
That's the second door I broke.
Well, because it wouldn't be good if we had no operating bathrooms.
I wonder if I could one tap it. There's no way. There's no way I could one tap it.
You might be able to.
I'd love to know because the door is surprisingly heavy.
I think shoulder checking it is probably the way to go, but I'd want to kick it. Like cool style. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
SWAT team shit.
I'm curious to see how that
I like
goes.
that you guys didn't shoulder check it and instead try to kick it, which
did.
is harder.
I shoulder checked.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like
Yeah.
that's how you're supposed. I've broken doors before.
I got it in 3 hits, so I think you definitely could get it in 1.
1 hit. That'll be interesting to see. I'd love. Can you see it?
His son has probably broken doors on accident, just trying to open them, like shoulder checking too hard, and it's like it's still not like turned or something.
Okay. So we'll set that up for you.
Okay.
Apparently,
we're
it's only
done.
$150 to fix it. It's like, well, worth the entertainment.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But how long?
Next week, I think they said they'll be here.
Oh, I don't want. You don't want both of your bathrooms to be
there's
broken for
two
the whole
downstairs.
week.
They have to walk.
That's crazy.
They
Who wants to
literally
walk downstairs?
They walk down 30 seconds. Trust me, the people want to see you break the door, and I'm one of those people.
Okay.
Like, people are gonna be pissed at Dan if we don't do this. Mm-hmm. Because you're like, oh, I don't want to poop without a lock.
I stand with Dan. I'm very.
Either I like that you're the one who
real.
uses it most frequently and for the longest duration, and you're the one who also doesn't care.
There you go.
Which is weird.
Be like Ethan. First of all, there is a locking mechanism, although it doesn't work. It says occupied. You see the lights on. You see it says occupied. Let's do the math, people.
Okay.
You know? We can do a poll, and then it's not up to me. It's up to the people.
That's insane.
I do know what they're going to say. Yeah, so what else is going on? We got some good topics today. Obviously, Target has been at the center of conservative media scorn.
Yeah. Finally, dude. Finally. I'm sick and tired of it. Finally, someone is speaking out against, binkies with rainbows on them.
Yeah.
So bad.
Yeah, I saw a shirt with a rainbow on it for like.
You're gay now.
And I actually I immediately went home and went on Grindr.
Started looking at gay porn.
Yeah, I went on Grindr, and I actually cheated on Hila with the dude. It's all Target's fault.
Yeah. Okay, that's literally what you're describing is like not far off from what Benny Johnson does on a regular basis.
Yeah. I went to Target. I saw a rainbow. And then I just had to fuck a man. Just had to.
Damn it, Target. You made me want to fuck a dude.
Yeah, Benny Johnson, we know what you do. We know what you do when you go on work trips.
Well, he is gay, right? Benny Johnson?
I mean, he's not out.
Oh, he's not? I thought he was open.
No, he's not.
Oh.
He is not openly a homosexual.
I was checking out at Target, and they made me sign up for Grindr. They made me do it.
I thought he was straight out gay.
No, he has a wife.
Benny has a wife?
Who no longer allows him to go on business trips by himself.
Wait. I thought he was. Oh, no.
I wonder why Benny Johnson, an adult man, is not allowed to travel on his own.
How do you know that? I'm curious. How do you know that?
I'm a journalist.
By the way, Benny Johnson, for those who don't know, is the left can't meme guy.
Yeah, he is the left can't meme guy. Benny Johnson famously got fired from BuzzFeed for plagiarizing, which is like really funny because how do you plagiarize a listicle? Like, what the fuck? It's already like bottom of the barrel writing. But he got fired from BuzzFeed for plagiarizing. He got fired from another place for also plagiarizing again.
Classic.
He is one of the grossest little freaks on the planet.
We need a support group for his wife and Crowder's ex.
Yeah.
True.
Doesn't work for me either.
We have a Benny video related to the Target thing.
I swear. So I was under the pretense, and I'm not even saying this to be joke. I 100% thought he was out and about gay.
I mean, he's zesty. He's a zesty fellow. Yeah. That's what happens when you. Listen. If you every time you go on a business trip, you're sucking at least like 3 dicks. Like just come out at that point.
I want to know about these business trips. Tell me more.
I mean, when you're a political operative, you travel around the country to go to, I guess, various different targets.
Is that where it goes down? Meet me at Target.
I don't know if he's doing it in the Target bathroom.
Meet me at Target parking lot, baby. 2 p.m. 2 a.m. All right, so here is Benny Johnson. Target is in total retreat. A whistleblower sent me an exclusive internal Target memo ordering the deconstruction of the groomer pride section. I went to Target. We reported from last week to check. I was shocked at what we found.
I love that
satanic.
I love that they're doing investigative reporting on motherfucking Target pride sections. Like, what are you doing?
They go, this is the power we have to protect our children. What about the 30 to 50% of trans kids that attempt suicide? That seems like a greater risk to our children.
No, they want that to happen.
They're demons, yeah. Okay, so here's Benny, who is not gay, apparently.
He's definitely gay.
According to him.
Copium, not gay.
From ground zero of the boycott Target campaign, a whistleblower from inside of Target has actually given us.
He's in Target parking lot. Like, they just need to set up like a reporting booth outside.
Bro's
We're out
acting
here
like he's at the Karengal Valley, dude. He's like, oh my God, I'm at a forward operating base.
Right.
We're under live fire right now.
Right, he should be in full camo and body armor.
It's like, bro, you are literally passing by a row of Nissan Altimas on your way to the fucking most like suburban housewife ass shopping store you could go to.
Target is my safe place.
I like Target. I like shopping. I like Walmart.
Yeah,
I'm a fan of that sort of shit.
The whistleblower was actually the cashier as he was checking out. So he's got an exclusive there.
Yeah.
Corporate directives as it pertains to the Pride display this year. These corporate directives say that they need to remove a huge portion of the items permanently, and they're going to get rid of the child mannequins.
Oh no!
Thank
Wait, look
God.
away! Look away!
Oh God!
Oh, well, that's it.
By the way, this dress is fire for a kid. They love rainbows. My son Theodore, rainbow is his favorite thing. If you ask him,
It's
what's my
already
favorite
over.
color?
It's over.
You say,
It's
what's your
over.
favorite color? He says, my favorite color is rainbow.
Okay,
he loves
that's a
rainbow.
little greedy. Okay, you
That's what
can't.
I'm gonna say.
Yeah, what the fuck? Theodore's like, oh, I like all of them. Oh, okay, sick.
Yeah,
okay,
well,
Theodore.
Yeah, good luck explaining that to him. But this dress is kind of fire. Like my son would like this color scheme. So what's happening?
They're going to
here?
get rid of the Pride section inside of the children's department effectively at Target. Is any of this real? Is it actually happening?
Is any of
And
this
how
real?
drastic are these changes? Well, we're going to our Target, the same Target that we went to actually last week to show you this. We're gonna
Dun dun dun.
what's up? Wow. Guys,
He's so excited. God, I hate him so much because like he is such a pathetic fucking loser, okay? What makes me angry isn't like the bigotry or whatever. I don't give a fuck, okay? I don't care. There are infinitely more bigoted people out there that are doing like infinitely worse acts of bigotry, right? What frustrates me about this is how fucking he's oozing with this like pathetic aura where he's excited that he got big old Target to do his bidding. Like, oh, we got something done, guys. Like, it's like nothing changed, okay? Nothing changed.
It is kind of somewhat pathetic that Target actually bowed.
It absolutely is. It absolutely is. But of course they bowed. It's fucking pandering. They were.
I mean, yeah. They don't want their workers getting harassed. Like, they wanted to make money off of Pride, and instead of that, they got a bunch of bomb threats. So, I get it. I get it.
They were pandering. They were never like actually invested in, defending gay people or anything like that. Also, Tim Pool and everyone else is so fucking stupid. There are quarterly earning reports and other market forces that contribute to like Target's stock price falling.
Yeah.
Okay. Which usually tracks with the rest of the, large, what are they called? Like big box stores?
Yeah.
I don't know. These kinds of like retail stores in general. And yet they like point to like a 5% drop in like 5 days. And they're like, we did it. We own this multinational corporation. And it's like, you're such a fucking idiot, man. I don't know.
There is no shot that a meaningful amount of people stopped shopping there. You know why? Because where the fuck else you gonna go? In most places, Target's the only place where you can go buy a wooden spoon and a bouncy ball and also a bidet and also a condolences card because your grandma died. Where else can you do all those things in one place?
I also love, like, I'm also always shopping for the bouncy ball right after my grandma died. I'm
That's
like,
it.
I need
to
I need to be happy.
Up, you know
I need to be happy again.
It's been a tough week.
I dreamed I saw my maternal grandmother sitting.
Oh God.
Go ahead.
Sitting by the bank of a swimming pool.
Come on.
Which was also a river. Her genital region was exposed dimly. It had the appearance of a thick mat of hair.
Stop.
She was stroking herself absent-mindedly.
Stop it.
She walked over to me with a handful of pubic hair compacted into something resembling a large artist's paintbrush.
Jordan.
This is crazy because it sounds like AI, but this was real. This was a real clip that Jordan spoke.
She pushed this at my face. I raised my arm several times to deflect her hand. Finally, unwilling to hurt her or interfere with her any further, I let her have her way.
Hey, you know what? At least it's not a gay relationship. At least it was his grandma, not his grandpa. You know what I mean? So I think that clears.
That's actually a fair point. Walmart. See, yeah, where are they going to go? Walmart? Pride and Joy over at Walmart.
So that's
Bro.
actually my favorite idiotic thing that conservatives have been doing is like, it basically shows that this outrage is completely manufactured, and also that like it's not built on solid principles or fundamentals. Like, newsflash, oh, shocker, conservatives are angry at something bullshit, right? Because like when they did this with Bud Light, Dylan Mulvaney's face appeared on a singular can of Bud Light. It was a one-off Instagram story. Bud Light was trying to tap into the queer market through Dylan Mulvaney. It became a national news story, and everybody got mad at Bud Light. And, you know, Republicans are like, oh, I'm shooting my Bud Light. Like, I will never drink Bud Light before fucking my cousin ever again.
A little frisky today.
Yeah, so they did all of that, except like they were like, yeah, we're going to do Yingling, which is owned by a Trump supporter. It's a Pennsylvania brand. It's like a very old American brewery, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's owned by a family, and the main guy is a Trump supporter. Except Yingling has, of course, just like Bud Light, just like Coors, just like all of the AB InBev products, have also sponsored the Philadelphia Pride Parade, because of course they do that. Every single corporation does it, but no one's angry at Yingling. You want to know why? Because they would have to come to the recognition that every single brand does this shit because they want gay people to drink their product. That's it. It's just pandering so that, you know, people with disposable income from different demographics will go and buy their shit. That's it.
Well, I think it's a demonic conspiracy to turn kids into sacrificial.
It's just like all these conservatives have gay ass children. That's what it is. And then they're like, oh my God, my child turned gay because he saw fucking a binky with a rainbow on it. It's like, no, man, your kid's just gay. It's fine. Like, there's no problem.
That's a big game, man.
Yeah, so there's been a whole saga, you know.
What was that?
Let's see here. Yeah, it starts with my boy, who we've talked about before, Ethan Schmidt. This guy's a revolutionary, man.
That dude's a Nazi.
Oh yeah, no, but he's the best and brightest. He was on the vanguard of this, and he's a brave soldier. Let me show. We watched a video of him in Barnes and Noble. Where's the Ethan Schmidt clip, guy? Oh, here it is. We watched
another thing while you're pulling that up. Another thing that is like obviously yet another indication that this is all manufactured drama from like people who are looking for. You know, busy work. They're like bored, they're isolated, they're alienated, they want a sense of community. They see this kind of thing and they go, all right, this is a place where we can like get together and like release all of our frustrations of living in this capitalist dystopia. It's ironic because like you're exercising this right to protest against a brand that is doing something for marketing purposes. Like this is not policy, this is not legislation. You're just doing the exact same shit that all of these supposedly quote unquote hysterical SJWs did in like the Obama era, in the end of the Obama era, and in 2016 where they were like freak the fuck out over a TV show and like try to get a person recasted on a TV show or whatever, and then the brand would capitulate and go, all right, fuck it, we're gonna do that. Like that is not material change. It's just like nearsighted. It is
virtue signaling.
It's basically virtue signaling. You're not changing anything dramatically. Nothing actually improved in your life, in your immediate life.
We fixed gay,
and you certainly did not tackle any of the structural forms of oppression,
of gayness,
or even the structural forms of repression that you are advocating for. If you're a conservative, you didn't do anything. You didn't do anything at all. Okay, you just made a brand react to you crying like a whiny little bitch.
I was reading a really interesting story, and this is why I get upset when ABBA and Preach and these kinds are Dumb and Dumber. Do you like that one better?
No, you got to come up with.
Babble and Reach.
You'll find one.
Babble and Reach.
I believe you. I believe you'll find one.
Babble and Reach. Anyway, so the reason that I get angry when they're like, "Oh, we were just talking about trans people in sports. What are you talking about?" is that the whole genesis of this trans people in sports thing traces back to Christian political groups that were looking for a way to turn trans people into like a political topic.
I'm laughing because the New York Times Daily covered it this morning, and it was very good. It was actually one of the surprisingly good New York Times Daily Michael Barbaro moments.
Right.
But yeah, you're right.
So he says, why is that funny?
Well, I was just listening to it on the way over here. That's why I'm smiling.
What's funny about that?
What?
Yeah. So
why are you getting mad?
So
the fuck?
So apparently they were trying to hit the trans stuff, and it just wasn't resonating. Like they were talking about how they were trying to like ban trans people going in different bathrooms.
Yes.
And there was this huge pushback. Brands were boycotting. And
North Carolina.
The
North Carolina trans bathroom bills were absolutely fought hard against by corporations and politicians alike. There was a lot of signal boosting around that. Everybody recognized that it was a dumb issue. So they went back to the fucking drawing board and they found a new focus group tested issue surrounding the trans issue, because after the
trans sports, they found it. And once they figured out that resonated with people because of their sense of like fairness, I guess.
Yeah.
And then they started to frame it like this is a big issue happening in the country when clearly it's like, ew, why? What the fuck? Dude, this is so gross.
Here's the problem. Okay.
Hold on. They say, can any blue check Christian tell me why this is okay and pride isn't? Fuck. This is like repulsive. Like, what is that?
No, they're saying that like that's gross. And
it is.
This is actually that's a Hasanabi tactic for those of you who are watching at home. If you ever got one of these motherfuckers who's like, oh yeah, like they're sexualizing our children because that binky looks hot, or whatever the fuck these creepy perverts are saying.
Dude,
turn around and be like, what do you think about child pageants?
Anyone that attends this needs to be on an FBI watch list. I'm not even fucking kidding. This I'm like, wow, that's disturbing.
Child beauty pageants are fucking disgusting. They're gross. They are certainly not good for the psyche of the children. They're not good for the parents. They're not good for anybody. They're only good for the select few judges who probably can't be near a school for legal reasons. That's the only people that enjoy the child beauty pageants, I think.
So anyway, it was cooked up basically in a lab by a bunch of Christian bigots who were looking for another fringe wedge issue, and also just to shit on anybody who's LGBT. And they found, like you said, focus tested on this trans and sports thing. And that's how they kind of opened up this topic and made it this whole, now it's like the sole focus of the conservative movement is somehow everything's about trans people. And so when I hear people be like, oh, trans people in sports, it's like you're doing exactly what they want you to do.
Yeah,
because you get them used to.
You are an idiot. You are being played a fool. You have been conditioned into getting upset about this thing.
It's not a thing.
It's not even a real thing.
Close to a thing.
Yeah, it's not even a real fucking thing. There's like 3 trans people in like every fucking state. There's like 3 trans minors participating in like high school swim meets in every state maximum.
Right.
And yet, people make a big stink about it, and this is like taking up so much time and space when people are suffering. There's no fucking health care. There's no social security. There's no safety nets. And the conservative movement has
they have no policy.
They're playing you. They're playing you, and you are a
tool and a fool.
What's the word for it? I'm forgetting.
A patsy, a lemming, a moron,
a mark, but that's not what I mean. You're
a loser.
Yeah, you're
fraud.
Unwillingly not recognizing.
I'm talking about
it.
you, Abba. If you didn't know.
And it opens up the door perfectly to like broader trans issues for a lot of people. It basically gives people like
foot in.
It gives people a foot in, and it gives people the opportunity to say like transphobic shit. Because the ultimate goal, when you actually talk to people who are like, oh, trans people, trans girls should not compete with cis girls or whatever. When you actually talk to them and you like walk them through the steps of like what should be done, then once you have addressed the ethics or the fairness in sports side of the conversation, which you know, that's equality of outcomes. Seems a little bit like that to me, which I don't like
Jordan
anyway.
Peterson doesn't like
Sports
that.
are not supposed to be fucking fair. It's supposed to be unfair.
Did you
once
know that
you
people
address
have more resources and money, get to train with better stuff?
Yeah, of course. Even that part is not like a full meritocracy. Or Michael Phelps has like a genetic advantage. LeBron James has a genetic advantage. Like, you know, you don't want to stop those people. And if you're considering that like, oh well, they're taking their genetic advantages. They have the male physiology. And are like developing a male body structure before they are transitioning, then okay, that's an advantage, certainly. I just don't consider that to be like, I'm not cynical enough to assume that is like an unfair advantage due to some secret underlying cynical reason, like they're doing this because they want to win the fucking
really
high school
think that.
swim meet.
They really think
Like,
people
you're
are
such a
transitioning
freak.
to get an edge on sports.
But people used to say that about gay people all the time. They were like, "Oh, you're just gay for attention." Or like they would always say like, "Oh, you're gay for attention. You're gay for attention. You're doing this because you want attention. You're doing this because you want benefits." What are these societal benefits of coming out as a gay man? I don't
Higher
fucking
level
know.
of suicide.
Yeah, tell me when you find out the benefits of being queer. I'd love to know.
But like
higher
they would
levels
say
of
that, and my
depression, a
answer
harder
always was this. Okay, suck a dick then. If it's just like that easy, then put a dick in your ass. Suck a dick,
True.
put a dick in your ass, have fun.
Just suck one dick, and then you can have all the privileges that you think gay people have.
You know, if that's all it takes, if that's like what people are doing it for, then try it out.
Well, okay. Thank you for the permission and the
But the same
idea.
goes for like trans people, right? You know what I mean? If it's for a competitive advantage, who the fuck is gonna undertake HRT and go
Nobody.
through like psych evaluations for years before
There are interesting protocols for it though. Like if you have transitioned into a male, if you've been on hormones for a certain period of time, it should theoretically eliminate the majority of whatever advantage you had. So that's interesting. But the thing about the trans people in sport, it's just
Yeah.
not happening.
Yeah, like estrogen comes with a lot of risks. Like, I can't take estrogen birth control because I smoke and it's too much of a stroke risk. Like taking estrogen has side effects, many of them that are not beneficial. So it's really a moot point.
There's not like a just whole roster of trans men who are just dominating sports. It's just not happening anywhere. But anyway, okay, so I just thought it was really interesting how they engineered that topic, and then all these morons like Abba and Preach are just feeding in. They're opening the door to transphobia, and they love it. Also, they made 30 Did you see the compilation we made? Oh no, not the timer.
What is this?
Did you watch the compilation I made where they say trans 140 times?
Trans.
No, I did not. I did not watch it. What is this? Why is there a timer on?
Because I'm not allowed to talk about them very much.
We have to put them on a time limit.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm on an embargo.
Actually, just want to say we are now fully set up to kick in a fucking door.
I think.
So if y'all want.
Oh, you want to do it live?
I mean, that's what we did last time.
Oh, okay.
What do you think?
You want to do it now? That's why people were saying door in the chat.
Yeah, we do it live. Fuck
Okay,
it.
I'll try it. I'll do it live. We can't even edit it now.
I feel entitled to show Hassan that compilation.
You feel entitled to do?
Yeah,
Well,
I made it. I made.
Hassan's gonna live out his Kyle Monster Energy drink dreams. It's happening.
Made it for him. Why haven't you watched it? I sent it to you.
The one where there's like saying trans and there's a number. I have seen that one.
The one that we made.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I brought that up. I brought that up before, like where when I
He's
was
lying.
looking, I needed
come on,
to do
let's
I needed to do a cursory analysis on whether they were, you know, what kind of opinion they had about trans people. All right.
All right, here we go. We're going to the door. Give us some music, thank you.
I want to try it. I want to kick it. With my.
How do we get light?
With my leg. Like I want to leg kick it first. Instead of trying to.
Oh yeah, we need you in the bathroom.
Okay.
Can you get some more assistance over here?
Okay, this one. Or no, this one.
Not that one.
That's the one we broke. Okay. So Libby's gonna close the door, full latch. Okay. You want to feel the door?
So there's a
pretty
deadbolt, right?
Yeah, it's a pretty solid door too.
Guys, back out. Okay.
Okay.
The problem here is that there's not a lot of space to like to brace yourself to like do a fucking kick.
We've all been operating under the same conditions.
Yes. No, I know. I'm saying I'm getting my bearings in. I'm not gonna be able to kick this with a kick, I don't think.
Let's see. I think you might. Whoa, my God. Wait, hold on. I think our building's about to collapse.
Wait, what the fuck should happen?
Fan caught the mirror. The mirror fell. Off the wall. And,
I think I don't know if our beams can support that.
Oh my God, bro.
Fuck.
I love the karate stance.
To be fair, we had a partner when kicking.
What? No, it's fine.
Yeah,
I don't think I'll be able to kick it.
All right, so now we're going to the shoulder. Whoa! Whoa!
Jesus.
Yo!
Oh my God.
That's hard.
You know what I think is happening?
What?
AB was hitting it lower where the hinge is.
Yeah.
That could have helped. But AB's a psycho, man. You should have seen the way he threw himself at that door.
Yeah, you're right. Lower was better.
Yeah. Freedom! Are you okay, Olivia?
I am literally so safe.
Oh my God.
Thank you. Do you want to keep it?
That's a keepsake for you.
Yeah.
Here, let's look at the damage. Bring it in here.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. There it is, you know what I mean?
I shouldn't have gone so high, I think.
Exactly. AB was hitting it lower.
Yeah.
But I gotta say,
Jesus.
he's holding up.
He wrecked that whole ass door. God damn.
No, for sure.
That man did work on that door.
Dude, Shredder's so scared.
Oh,
we're just playing.
Just wrecking doors for fun.
Oh my God.
Bro.
I mean, it moved a lot, but I don't think I was able to. I was like, maybe if there was more space between the wall and the door.
Yeah.
What happened? Something fell?
This mirror almost fell over. Cam caught it.
I'm gonna turn the camera because I don't want to show the boxes have the.
There it is. Two broken doors. A Street Podcast. Back up.
Jeremiah was literally joking today that he didn't want to fix another door. And I said, well, Hassan's coming in, so we might have to.
When we fix it...
I love breaking stuff. It's so much fun.
When we fix it, we should break them again.
Stop.
I'm kidding.
We've done enough.
AB, how are you feeling after Hassan's... I got to say, he didn't really outperform you.
I did not.
I think it was just technique.
It's all in the technique.
Just take the dub, man.
He's being humble.
I had the dub. You wanted to run this experiment again.
Mm-hmm.
I had it. I was a hero.
You still are, bro. That's what I'm saying.
No, you took it from me.
How did I take it from you?
AB said yesterday that what allowed him to do it, it was all mentality. It wasn't actually technique. It was that he imagined that child in that burning car, and he manifested an inner strength that he didn't know was there before.
AB, I'm trying to give you props. You entered that door with the same gusto as Hassan, who's 6'4".
And much heavier.
And he's wearing docks or whatever those things are.
Well, that doesn't...
That counts. Look at those. I was trying to do it with my Birkenstocks. You know what I mean? I'm trying to give you props, AB.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. When I try to compliment you, you don't accept it. You go, oh, Ethan just insults me all the time. Here, I'm trying to build you up, and you go, no.
It's incredible.
I can't win with you.
It's incredible how thirsty breaking down a door makes people. Because yesterday, people were going absolutely feral over AB doing that.
Right.
And now I'm looking at the chat, and my God.
Honestly, I just rewatched the tape. I watched the footage. Yeah, you're right. I should have just gone early, and I should have gone low. That was good. You helped me.
Yeah, you're welcome.
You helped me with that.
If you want to mulligan, when we get the doors fixed, if you want to go again.
I don't think I'll be able to one-tap it, though. It's a deadbolt, so it's definitely a lot stronger than...
Yeah, the door is surprisingly strong.
I mean, if it wasn't a deadbolt, if it's like one of those regular... Like, I've broken many doors before. Usually, if it's like one of those regular locks that you can card into...
Yeah.
Those break much easier. Obviously, the material that the door is made of is significant as well, but especially when it's a deadbolt, it makes it much more difficult to break.
Yeah, well, good job. Well done.
Well done. I'm glad we did it.
Yeah, we are bathroom. We have no doors in our bathroom. I gotta say though, that makes me feel secure when I'm in there shitting that I'm well protected.
No one's getting in.
No intruders.
Yeah.
Let me in there. So anyway, here's Ethan Schmidt, who is a darling of the right. This guy's the best and brightest.
Satanic pride propaganda.
Yeah. Both.
She's my queen.
Yeah, she's awesome.
You support Satan?
Mm-hmm.
What's God gonna think of that?
I don't believe in God.
We've seen this so many times, but I love her.
What now?
He went, wow.
Wow.
What now, bitch?
Wow.
His dialogue tree was very short. He didn't have anything to say to that.
He was not expecting someone to just come up and be like, yeah, I love Satan and I don't believe in God. Fuck you.
I don't have a response to my dialogue tree.
You support the propaganda that's targeting the kids?
Oh, wow.
There's nothing targeting kids.
It's all over kids' TV shows. It's all over. They're targeting the kids.
Kids can choose to wear whatever they want.
Do you support the sexualization of kids through pride propaganda?
Do you understand that she's not making the clothes or the decisions on behalf of this company?
She could. I think she should be the CEO of Target.
I'm in favor.
The way that she dealt with this fucking gremlin is like textbook. I love her. Yeah. I love her. She is my hero. I watched the video a while back because this is not even from like the recent Pride stuff. This is like old.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, this happened like a couple months back. You're right.
Oh, but no, he really...
This fucking goober was like literally a trendsetter.
Yeah.
The dumbest person maybe of all time.
I really looked around because when like they announced that they were pulling the products, I want to say 2 weeks ago now. And when I was looking around for videos of the supposed harassment, every article written about this situation was just referring to his videos.
He did this.
I really think like Target changed their national, like obviously it became a thing.
No. This is way before the Pride stuff. I remember watching this video months ago.
Oh, but I genuinely believe
they put up
did
the
this
Pride
trend.
stuff really early too.
He did this.
Yeah,
trend,
it could have been like put up, like Pride displays could have been put up like 2 months prior or something, but I'm fairly certain this is like at least 2 months old. But I will say this.
He did this.
Okay?
2 months, yeah. He was at the Vanguard.
There's an old video from 2007 of like this mentally unstable lady looking at like a rainbow in the sprinklers and going, it's the metals that are like, that are making our kids gay, whatever.
Water?
Now that's a famous classic bit, right? People have resurfaced it. They think it's like Roseanne Barr. It's not. They're showing it all over. It's going viral on TikTok again.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Why am I bringing this up?
Why are you bringing this up?
Because yesterday's schizophrenic takes are today's conservative policies. Okay? The more insane.
God damn it. I can't just hear a fucking soundbite from that song. I have to hear the whole song. I have to. Curse Zach and his fucking soundbites. They're too good. Gay. VO did a fucking repeat of this song.
They turned the friggin' frogs gay.
Forever. Hours today.
Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap. Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap. Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. yellow for you.
Frogs.
You are, the more unhinged you are, the more you are going to be the leader of the vanguard in the conservative movement. Like, that's why Ethan Schmidt doing this like weird, creepy, perverted harassment campaign is now seen as like almost pioneering.
Did you make this, Cam?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Well, Cam doesn't need to Photoshop another fucking flag where Donald
So
Trump
good.
has the LGBTs for Trump flag that he like was waving in 2016.
We love the gays. Everybody, this needs to be every response under Benny Johnson's tweets. You understand? Spend the time, Cam, if you can, to make this look perfect. Because I know
That's
you
real.
just cooked it up.
This one is real. That one's not fake.
Listen, spend the time to make that perfect, Cam.
Sure, on it.
And then we need Benny Johnson to see this under every tweet he makes.
I mean, he sees it when he goes into every gay bar anyway. So.
And he's very online, so he will absolutely see it.
This is fantastic. I love this for him and his family.
He's definitely gonna see it when he logs on to Grindr during Pride Month, and he's like, "Oh no,
Grindr has gone woke."
They made Grindr woke."
Yeah, there's a comment here though. It says the lady actually said she was severely harassed and had to go to therapy, and she has PTSD. So
I love her. She's a legend.
So anyway, let's watch.
Propaganda by corporate.
Is there something that we can help you with?
I'm just asking people questions. What about you, sir? Do you
I'm
support
not
this?
answering any questions, but if you're here to cause any disturbance in the store,
I'm just asking questions. Do you work?
Yeah,
Do you work
but
for the
you're
Target?
disrupting-
Do you work for
yes,
Target?
I do actually.
Where's your name tag?
I am the undercover.
This is loss prevention guy.
Okay, hold on. This
People in the
I was
chat
like,
are-
wait, what the fuck? They have undercover.
Yeah. No. Of course.
Plain clothes police cruising around Target.
No, it's not. He's not a cop. He's undercover loss prevention. So he like walks around, probably literally, snoops
Yep.
around black people in the store. Let's be fucking real. That's like his job.
Yep.
That'd be
But
There's just
without,
some
like-
random dudes just following you.
But without fucking, making it obvious.
So, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So,
I'm just asking questions. So, do you support this satanic propaganda?
I'm not
like she
answering
does?
your questions. What you need to do is you either need to leave the store.
God will judge you guys.
Okay.
I mean, I can't.
Please.
Well,
Okay.
I don't believe in it.
And also, is that our shirt?
Yeah.
Look what a dork he is.
Yeah, so there's a couple things that I want to mention here, other than like the actual video itself, or like this fucking goober and his reaction, or the wonderful, brave LGBT defender who happens to work at Target. It's the normies that are walking around, okay? Because he like regularly used to do this, and he would like always go up to normies and be like, do you think this is all right? And most people are like, yeah. Like, what of it? Like,
Yeah,
it
bro.
is all right. Because like the normie reaction is that they don't give a fuck. It's so stupid. You have to be like literally, you have to be an insane person to look at rainbows on a t-shirt and go, this is ungodly and we need to put an end to this.
People are asking,
Who
did we
cares?
watch this last week? No, he did this. He does the same shtick. He did it in Barnes and Noble.
He famously did that. I think it was him who like tried to break the Pride display as well, and like
was
gently
great,
landed it on the ground, and
So-
then took baby steps on it.
So Target says they're pulling Pride-related items for safety of employees, which is great. They're like, yeah, we're basically being terrorized and threatened with violence, which is apparently not something that the conservatives do ever.
Yeah, he was. He also got served a restraining order from any. He's not allowed to be inside of any Target.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Ripos.
But his background is full of
So
wonderful,
dumb.
goody, conservative goodness. They're putting in the chat, but the far right troll was convicted of both trespassing in Scottsdale and an extreme DUI.
Wait,
DUI.
Is that a charge? What is extreme DUI? Does that mean he went off a ramp and like launched 20 feet in there?
I don't fucking know. It was extreme, yeah. He
It was extreme,
yeah,
bro.
he was doing X Games with it.
Drive angry.
In Chandler in 2021, he also has been arrested for violating his probation and failing to appear in court as recently as June 2022, according to court records. But like getting a DUI is basically like a rite of passage for being a conservative freak. So
hey, you know what?
He's on his way to become a Florida congressperson.
God's gonna judge me, Ethan, but the judge is gonna judge you to prison. All right, thank you, everybody. Here's Matt Walsh, who always has the best
Once
takes
again,
possible.
getting Pride Month kicked off a few weeks early by unveiling their ever-expanding selection of LGBT-themed merchandise, with much of it specifically aimed at children. The Daily Wire reports, quote, Target unveiled a number of clothing items and accessories, including apparel and books meant for babies and young children as part of the retail behemoth's latest Pride collection. In addition to the adult collection, which included a t-shirt emblazoned with the words queer, 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 a short-sleeved bright green boiler suit, and a hoodie which declares not a phase, the company offered several items meant for kids and babies. The store is selling onesies and small shirts with phrases like
Pause
being
it.
proud and just...
We have to mention here that, like, one, conservatives, well, I wasn't even going to get into that, but that was, we can get into that in a second. Conservatives are such fucking freaks, as you all know, and they sell the ugliest, dumbest shit, like the dumbest merchandise on the fucking planet. One of my favorite things, one of my favorite pastimes to look at like ugly Facebook shirts that conservatives sell on their stores. If you look at like their kid stuff, if you look at their kid product, where are you going? If you look at their kid product, half the time, their fucking kid products are like the dumbest shit on the planet. Like they got guns on them, Second Amendment, baby, that kind of thing. But also,
what did you say about
Matt Walsh? Oh no, it's on. Matt Walsh himself has a child's book. He made a transphobic children's book. It's so obvious what they're doing. It's so transparent.
Okay.
The grift is that they now have an alternative to every single thing that like Target is trying to sell, and they're just selling dumbasses a fat markup for the crime of being an absolute baboon-brained, idiotic conservative. It's like the pink tax, but you can absolutely escape it in this regard. But it's the conservative pink tax, dumb tax.
Matt Walsh, who is very concerned about what Target is marketing to children, has put himself naked in a diaper, and he's selling this on dailywire.com.
That show, The Leftovers, which is a great show, by the way.
It's called The Sweet Baby. And
it's because he calls
his
fans
disturbing.
the Sweet Baby Gang. His fans call themselves the Sweet Baby Gang. I repeat, alert. Matt Walsh's fandom calls themselves the Sweet Baby Gang. There are videos of the Sweet Baby Gang like talking to Matt Walsh on TikTok, asking Matt Walsh to come to their wedding, talking about how Matt Walsh was very formative and very important in their lives and in their development. They really beefed up their transphobia and their transphobic perspectives. I'm not kidding. These are some of the most divorced dads of all time.
This is fucked. This doll is this is demonic. I mean, you want to talk about Satan?
Baby wants.
You know what I mean?
This is literally worse than when you did the gotcha on Ollie London. Like, this is literally. But of course, hey, guys, that's Matt Walsh. He's a straight guy, so it doesn't matter. He can be as gross. He can be as weird as possible. Like, ultimately, I'll say this. I'm not going to fucking sit here and act like Matt Walsh. It's whatever. It's a gimmick. It's weird, but I wouldn't run a crusade over it. Okay? I think what Matt Walsh says is significantly worse than this fucking baby product that they're shilling. But make no mistake, if any trans content creator made something similar to this, Matt Walsh would literally tell his audience to purchase an AR-15 and go shoot them in the fucking head.
Yep.
Okay? Ridiculous.
So anyway, shout out to Target. Yes.
Target would not sell that, by the way.
Hell no. Who would?
Thank God.
No retailer would sell that, period. This is an interesting story that I saw this morning. Jeremy Boring. Is that his last name? What a loser.
It is.
What a fucking idiot. This is the co-owner of the Daily Wire. Jeremy Boring.
Yeah.
Well, he's the co-owner
He is the
co-founder.
He's the co-founder and co-CEO alongside Ben Shabibo. This guy's a real fucking goober.
So anyway, he details a really interesting story where they had this deal with Twitter, Elon Musk's Twitter, to premiere What Is a Woman, which is Matt Walsh's transphobic document, quote unquote documentary.
Yeah.
And upon reviewing it, Elon Musk's Twitter said, not only can we not play this documentary, it would be severely restricted in the algorithm for views because of hateful conduct. Which is funny, because if you watch the documentary, it's most certainly just pure hateful conduct.
Yeah.
But this is Elon Musk, their darling.
Well, can I just say something about Elon Musk?
But so they're turning on him. They're turning on Elon.
They're not. Elon will do everything in his power to be like, no, now everyone has to like literally watch Matt Walsh before they log on to Twitter. Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
I don't
What's
know.
really interesting about Elon Musk is that for every single Pride Month, every single year since 2018, Elon Musk has always said, if you don't like gay people, don't buy my fucking cars. This year is the first year where he hasn't really said anything. I am very interested to see what Tesla does about this because Tesla is obviously woke and soy and gay. They're an electric vehicle, and if you care about the environment, you're gay. Everybody knows that, right? So Elon Musk, there are tweets of this if you want to go find it. Elon Musk has every single year literally not only done the whole like gay pride Tesla shit, you know, Tesla with the rainbow colors, but also has said, if you don't like that, like if you have a problem with Tesla being woke or being open-minded to people from all different kinds of backgrounds, then you can fuck right off.
Pride is not a virtue.
I mean, no, Tesla used to do their logo in the pride colors and the rainbow flag like every year. Tim Pool is coping about this story. He says, I'm assuming at Elon Musk just wasn't yet made aware of what's going on. But if the showing of What a Woman is not restored, Timcast will terminate its Enterprise Blue subscription. No! Not the blue.
What's next? Is Cat Turd gonna fucking stop making fart jokes and poop jokes?
Oh no! No, dude, no. Elon, that's only like one of 10 people that paid for that shit. You better fucking listen.
Dude, that's fucked up, man. That's fucked up. Tim,
being
that's
castrated?
awfully woke of you, dog.
Boycott. So has Elon
I want to know the mentality of like there's got to be
is
one
this
guy
true?
like this.
Is this true, Elon Musk?
There's got to be one guy like this out there, Ethan, who like still thinks Tim Pool is like a centrist. I want to know what that guy's life is like.
I think it's Tim Pool is the only one that believes that.
Yeah, someone's like, I'm watching my favorite liberal commentator, Tim Pool.
Absolutely. All of it.
So I do wonder if Elon is going to comment on this. He's ignoring it for now.
Well, he's actually, I just looked it up, and apparently he's doing a big hoopla in China today.
Bro, he always has time
investors,
for Twitter.
which they probably won't love either. So, not a good
Yeah,
look.
that's always a funny ass moment where like you realize that Elon Musk is one straight up a dog to
he
the
did
Saudis.
respond. Wait, he did respond. He said, this was a mistake by many people at Twitter. It is definitely allowed. Whether or not you agree with using someone's preferred pronouns, not doing so is at most rude and certainly breaks no law. Nobody claimed it did.
Yeah, it's
should
not
know-
illegal.
No.
Is the worst way to go about this. Like, it's not illegal.
It's not illegal to call someone the
Okay,
N-word
bro.
either. I mean, you know.
Well, he allows that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he loves
I'm just
that
saying.
shit.
I don't understand that. But he says, I should note that I do personally use someone's preferred pronouns. Oh, fuck. I'm canceling my blue.
Dude, what the fuck
Just as
he
I use
does?
someone's preferred name simply from the standpoint of good manners. However, for the same reason, I object to rude behavior, ostracism, or threats of violence.
Oh, thank
if
God.
the wrong pronoun or name.
Thank God he
is
said
used.
that. For a second, I thought he was like pro-trans. Oh my God, he's. Oh, thank God.
All right, so dude, basically,
That
how
answer
you,
isn't going to satisfy anyone, though.
how are you
going to
fix this?
No, that answer will satisfy Elon's dick riders.
The
That's
dick
it.
riders, yeah, but like Jeremy Boring is not going to like that answer.
Listen to the deal they had. They said, we decided to give the documentary for free for 24 hours. They said, Twitter responded with the enthusiasm and offered us the opportunity to buy a package to host the movie on a dedicated event page and to promote it to everyone on Twitter for the first 10 hours. Can you imagine? This is like comparable of like promoting like a
Birth of a
Holocaust.
Nation.
Right.
No,
like
Birth of a
Holocaust
Nation.
denial
This is
documentary.
literally Elon Musk being like, "Oh, Birth of a Nation is so sick. We should show this to everyone by force."
If Elon showed this documentary to everybody, it would be, I think there'd be hell to pay. I mean, it is really just a disgusting, hateful fucking documentary hosted by one of the dumbest people alive.
Yeah, no, it's like it's one of those things where if you have a child or if you've ever interacted with a kid, one thing that kids always do is ask why, right? They always ask you why and like take you down step by step, like why? Why is this happening? Why
You
is
know how
that
I respond
happening?
to my son when he does that?
What?
I go, why? And he goes, why? And I go, why? And he goes, why? And we go, why? And that's how I get him to stop.
But usually if you ask like, you know, why is this happening? And then you describe it and then they ask why again, like it's a never-ending cycle until you have no answers for it.
Why?
And that's basically what Matt Walsh turned into a documentary where he's like, what is a woman? Why? What is a woman? Why? And it's like you can reduce everything. You can do that about literally any concept on the fucking planet. But of course, if your entire audience are a bunch of mouth-breathing geeks that are looking for any and every opportunity to be like, yeah, I knew it. Trans people are fucking crazy and they're weird and they're wrong. Oh, thank God. They look at that and go, this is brilliant. This is cinema. This is Kino. I love this. It's the best thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, it is actually getting accolades
Sweet baby game.
from conservatives. It's crazy. Here, let's check out their merch. Let's go, Brandon. That's what you're selling? Father's Day gift box?
Of course.
If you hate your dad.
What else
do
would
not
they
comply.
sell?
Let's go, Brandon. Jesus Christ, man.
The Matt Walsh collection.
A candle? What are you guys selling? What is a candle? Who's buying that? You can't be serious.
Fucking losers, man. Losers.
Why are they selling
Shut
candles?
up.
This is like, who's buying
Leftist
candles
tears
from the Daily
candles?
Wire? Leftist tears. That doesn't. You can't burn liquid. We
No,
need wax.
It's
in
just
there.
like, it's...
Hello,
look,
the science
look.
doesn't add up.
Look, it's merchandise for a very specific type of goober.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who wants this
that's it.
candle? Big Mike? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
I wonder how many people bought that candle.
0.
I want to know.
None.
I want to know again the mentality of the person who buys the Michael Knowles candle.
This is psychotic.
What is that? A truth bomb?
Hold on, let me see the video. There's a 7-minute video to sell this thing.
Why are you doing promo for these motherfuckers?
I'm
Now
not
people
doing-
are
dude.
ironically going to start buying their shit.
Nobody's buying this shit, I promise. What the fuck is it?
How big is it?
Well, it's $200, so I'm assuming it's not tiny.
Probably not that big. It doesn't.
What is it?
seem-
An ornamental thing? Is that what it is?
No.
I'm about to drop
Don't
a
do
truth
it.
bomb on you, dude.
Bomb them.
The explosives are sold separately, unfortunately. You'll have to pick those up from your local Proud Boys chapter.
Oh my God.
But it is easily modded to be converted into a real bomb.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Bomb them again.
Let's see what else we got. Greg Gutfield. Everybody loves the gut.
Yeah, my favorite, and also the king of late night.
Yeah, he is the king of late night.
worst.
So check this.
What kind
I
of
hate him so
great takes
much.
does the king of late night have?
This is like when I saw this video, I was like, what year is it?
I sure hope he doesn't say something weird about pedophilia.
Absolutely unhinged tank.
No, not the king of late night. He would
Year
never
is it?
do that.
A story in 5 words. Another hot teacher banged student. No! This is happening now at alarming.
This man is really about to be like, that would have been my dream.
No!
In 2023.
Alarming.
Why are you going to me first?
Because
You're never going to me first.
All right, because okay, this 38-year-old math teacher in California was once named Teacher of the Year.
38.
And I support that. Was arrested and booked into jail for allegedly having sex with a 16-year-old male student. She's posted
38-year-old raped a 16-year-old. Hey, let's go.
16 is the age of consent.
Let's fucking go, everybody.
Dude, this is the most. First of all, you know what the biggest crime here is? not his advocacy for pedophilia. He just comes across very French. This is the most French Greg Gutfeld has ever come across. Unacceptable.
How do you mean by that?
What do you mean? This is like, look up Emmanuel Macron wife. That's what I mean by that.
I don't know. I'm not familiar with that.
Okay,
lore.
Emmanuel Macron's wife is literally this. This is what happened to Macron, and this is Macron's teacher.
He's married
Is his
to
wife?
teacher?
Yes.
Oh well, it worked out. I always like when like pedophilia and statutory rape stories turn into romance.
Yeah, that's what. By the way, that's Matt
Like,
Walsh's.
magic can
Matt
happen.
Walsh's advocacy.
Look at Woody Allen. I mean, he's married to his fucking stepdaughter. I mean,
Yeah.
that's magic.
By the way, that is unironically again what Matt Walsh advocates for when he says like, well, there's a difference between, or Ben Shapiro has said this as well, and Tucker Carlson has said this as well. Newsflash: every single conservative has talked about how it's fine to do statutory rape as long as you're like getting married to them. Like they advocate for child brides all the time because, again, they're fucking freaks. They're gross pedophile freaks for the most part.
Yeah. So let's continue.
Bail. But this is what bothers me. Why did she...
that she had sex with a student?
No, that she went to jail for it.
Whoa! I've never heard that.
King of
take.
Late Night.
That
King
is
of Late
such
Night.
a funny original take by the gut.
King of Late Night.
You're
look.
telling me she should have got a promotion.
Okay, so here's the thing. Okay?
Man, if I was there, I'd be running train on her with all my buddies.
Like, there are plenty of instances, like, I was 16 once, you know what I mean? I had a hot teacher that I was like, oh my God, it'd be so sick if I could have sex with her. Thank God it never happened.
We don't need
because
to
I was
explain.
fucking 16, okay?
We don't need to explain why a 38-year-old
Like, that's
is fucking
insane. That's insane. Like, you're not, Greg, you're not 16 years old. You're not a 16-year-old boy, you fucking idiot. Why are you arguing like you're a 16-year-old boy?
Well, by the way, the reason that this even came out is because the boy told.
Oh, yeah.
The boy told somebody.
Yeah, it's oftentimes like very traumatic for victims of statutory rape.
You don't need to explain.
I can't believe I'm saying
you
these
don't-
words. I can't believe I'm
you don't
explaining to people that like Greg Gutfeld is wrong because statutory rape laws exist for a reason.
And by the way, do you think in this room of 5 total people, anybody was like, little weird take there, Gut?
Usually, no. The ladies usually are like. Well, they're usually just grossed out by Greg Gutfeld. Like even when he's doing he does like a middle of the afternoon show before the Jesse Waters show. God damn it, I watch more Fox News than your grandma. And on that show, on
My
that
grandma's
panel,
dead, bro.
there's always a guy. There's always either Greg Giraldo,
Yeah,
that
Geraldo.
sits on the second from the left next to Judge Janine when she's on, or a lady who is like supposed to be the liberal person in the panel. But usually all of the women on the panel are just like so grossed out by Greg. Every time he talks, like you can see just like a natural like flinching reaction to Greg's presence because he's such a little gremlin.
This is the guy who let the air out of the tires of his...
No, Jesse Waters was that
Oh, that's
guy.
Jesse. I
Yeah,
get
that's
him.
Jesse Waters. He's like the classic archetypical frat boy who's like, I'm kind of fucking stupid, like, but you know, that's his
Yeah, but
thing.
again, the interesting thing here, of course, is that their whole platform is protecting kids against predators. Yet here we are celebrating a 38-year-old having sex with a 16-year-old who was their student. That's fantastic. It's great.
Come on. 16-year-old guy would have died for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I am vehemently against banging kids.
That's okay. This is why. Okay, can we?
Okay,
live in
Queen,
a world?
pop off.
I can't believe how many times I've had to say that just sitting in this chair.
Well, you are a commentator at Fox News, so it kind of comes with the territory.
You're gonna have to keep saying that every day that you're there, girl.
There's like a couple things every female journalist, commentator at Fox News does. You got to be swatting those dicks away because sexual harassment is coming your way. Okay, this is the sexual harassment factory that you're working at.
I'm surprised they hired a brunette to work there, frankly, too.
No, that's called diversity, dog. What do you mean?
Right.
That's like the fuck. But that's number one. You're gonna have to swat as many dicks as possible. Okay, and then number two, you are going to be advocating against banging children when your co-hosts are saying it's actually fire as long as it's straight.
As long as
This always reminds me.
No,
like,
no,
these
no,
people
no,
are
no,
like,
no. As long as it's straight and as long as the woman is the rapist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this reminds me of the age old
So gross.
Catholic Church being more upset about homosexuality than the pedophilia stuff.
Right, because there's nothing in the Bible that says you can't fuck kids, is there?
Why are you looking at me? I don't fucking know.
Well, I'm just saying by the
I'm pretty sure it's wrong. And in
I
the
don't know
Bible.
because
I think
well,
as a matter of fact, I
didn't read that shit in the commandments. Thou shalt not.
No,
fuck
no. I'm pretty sure the fucking the anti-LGBT provisions is actually about child predation, but they don't have a problem with that. But they have a problem with the LGBT
Can you
interpretation.
ChatGPT? Does it say anything about fucking kids in that good old Bible there?
Real world.
I've never had to say it any other time.
A
except for the
16-year-old boy.
you.
Okay, 16-year-old boy with like a hot teacher. I mean, what was the Van Halen song? Hot for Teacher. That was written about this.
No. It wasn't my teacher raped me.
No, dude, that's awesome.
It was I have a crush on my teacher, which all students do.
Wait, okay. The moment that you find yourself using any kind of rock music to defend your argument, you've lost.
It's over. Yeah.
Every single fucking
Argument
rock star
over.
from all the way from like the 40s onwards has literally had a song about fucking 14-year-olds. Okay, are you insane?
And
Why
they were
would you do
doing
that?
It.
You fucking freak.
They weren't just singing about it; they were actually doing it.
Freak.
Oh man, it wasn't written about. Hey, let's have a responsible relationship with someone close to my age.
He's really dedicated to this point. It's
Yeah, no,
fascinating.
this is like something he rides for, which is sad because he's like probably, I mean, you just don't expect that from a 100 Gex fan.
Here's the thing.
I just, it really hurts to see that like a Gecker is out here fucking saying such gross shit.
I think there needs to be a quota that hot teachers need to meet of kids that they're fucking. Okay, it should be in their contract.
Although, all right.
Got him.
Peter, you're a professor. You deal with. I think you've dealt with topics in
God.
a way like
Oh,
this.
he's like,
Am I
oh,
right
no.
To say that it is an unfair comparison to do the.
It's pretty easy. You just say you're weird and don't fuck kids like that. It's like an easy dub.
Not when you're a conservative, Ethan.
It's an easy
Also, when he
dub.
said you're a professor, I saw his anus fucking shrink 8 sizes.
Let's see.
Like, because you know.
Male teacher, like a male teacher, 38-year-old, creepy. Female, heroic.
Yeah, well, unless, of course.
You're disgusting.
Would you be okay with it if she self-identified as 16?
Oh, he's a professor. I see.
Gross.
What is he, a professor of
Professor
being a
of-
fucking idiot? Like,
of
what
these
the fuck?
jokes.
No.
He's one of those professor at PragerU, I believe.
Yeah.
But
What's your argument?
There is a difference.
No, I think it's borne out that there is a difference between. Look, I'm not advocating.
Oh, philosopher.
Oh, philosopher.
He's gonna have deep thoughts on
teachers
this.
Sleep with their students, particularly if they're 16, 17, 18. But I do think that there's a fundamental difference between
Don't say it.
whether it's a man and a woman, a male and a female. But we live in a society.
They're saying this
Why
on
though?
TV?
Why?
Dude, you
They're
know what?
saying this
I, for one.
on Fox News?
I, for one.
Hold on. This philosopher was just straight up like, it's okay for a woman to rape a boy. It's not the
following
same.
Dude, listen.
Yo!
Listen. He's following the French tradition, baby. That's what he's doing. My man said, my man said, oui, hon. This is like a philosopher on television advocating for pedophilia is the most French thing I've ever seen on Fox News. That's awesome.
Wow. I was like, he is not going where I think he's going with that.
Society now where we're constantly told that men and women have to be equal in everything. They're cognitively equal,
Dude,
emotionally
I'm
equal.
sick of pretending like men and women are equal. Can we please keep raping the young boys?
He did write a book
sick
called
of acting like it's the same thing.
He did write a book called How to Have Impossible Conversations, and I guess this is, maybe there was an
Or
age
as
of
Abba and Preach call it, taboo subject.
Yes.
Yeah, this is one of those. He has an age of consent chapter.
I'm sick of pretending like we're all the same.
Equal in strength for sports, and I just don't think.
I'm assuming he has never been raped by a older woman.
Wait, he
Clearly not.
co-wrote that book with James Lindsay?
Who's James Lindsay? Let me Google that.
You look stressed
Isn't
right
that-
now.
That's the
I'm
guy
fine.
who was like
Critical James.
Yeah,
Conceptual James.
Yeah, right. Conceptual James, right.
Yeah.
Who's that?
He was like
Conceptual
involved
James is
in
a rape
that game
advocate. An advocate for sex trafficking. Nixium, the cult.
Yeah, he was involved. Yeah, here he is with Nikki Klein.
That is so true.
Yeah, there it is. There is our man, Conceptual James, with Nikki Klein, who is a big defender of the Nexium sex cult and was one of the main groomers in the Nexium sex cult.
So he wrote a pro-rape book, so it adds up.
Well,
Their goals are aligned.
Conceptual James is pro-rape.
I don't know the context of this book, but I guess you could infer.
Yo, I'm so glad this guy went to got a higher degree in philosophy. I can tell his mind is really nimble and just really able to take.
I'm
high-level
telling,
ideas.
man, listen, no disrespect, but, never ask a French philosopher what their opinion is on age of consent laws, okay?
You know, when you learn about the great philosophers of our time, Plato, Socrates, the like.
That's not our time.
That's not.
Of our Western age, let's say.
Okay.
Not of our time.
All right.
They talking about like, what's inside of a box? Can we know? There's these deep fundamental ideas, and here we have this genius saying, "Let's fuck more kids."
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm curious if they'll bring it up on the next Bill and Sock podcast.
Oh yeah. Bill should ask about that actually.
Wait, who's Bill Socrates?
Bill Gates.
Our
talking
new
Sock-
favorite
Bill and Sock.
podcast.
Right.
Bill
Bill
Gates
and
and
Sock.
Socrates.
Oh, I saw that. That shit was so
I was
fucking
so
lame.
intimidated. No. They're coming for our jobs, bro.
Yeah, no,
Dude,
we're
dude.
cooked.
Socrates is coming.
It's always funny
back.
'cause the AI guys are so fucking like I don't even want to say they're all STEM lords because many of them aren't, but like it's so obvious that they have just like never been emotionally impacted by art ever in their lives. So they look at like some of the dumbest shit and go, "Oh my god, look at how fucking insane this is!" Like this conversation between Bill Gates and Socrates, like, oh, it's really gonna dramatically change everything. Like,
It was
sucks. It's bad content.
Yeah, Bill was explaining to Socrates what a laptop is.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool.
And he made a MacBook joke. Socrates did.
Yeah. All right, let's
Fire.
finish this out.
But that doesn't make it morally acceptable. It just means that there are differences.
Yeah.
Between men sleeping with women and women sleeping with men.
Yes.
The other thing is if
Finally,
it's an
someone's
older
saying
man sleeping with a younger woman, people look at that different than an older woman sleeping with a younger man.
No, that's true. That's true.
Right.
We live
Yeah, no.
That's so
in
true.
a very
That's
strange
really cool that
society,
you guys
Aaron.
said that.
What are you going to say?
I agree with Kat. Like, you shouldn't. The idea that a teacher is sleeping with such a young student, it's just wholly inappropriate.
You know what I call someone like this? Feminist losers. The women are just missing the fucking point. They're not getting it.
Yeah. No, she's an idiot.
Hey,
Dumbass loser.
Reach, what would you call someone like this?
He's the loser feminist
that's
researcher
ABBA.
who spends all her day on Reddit boards and thinks that's research, okay?
He nailed it.
Nailed it.
Condone it. I just envy it.
All right, we're not creaking today. Stop.
What is the creaking?
That's from their videos. Have you noticed all their videos are super creaky?
Bro, I've never watched a single video from.
Oh, they clipping that, so you can never say that.
No, I haven't. Like,
can
I've
never
watched.
say that.
The only thing I've
You
ever
have to
done-
watch every single video in its entirety.
No, I haven't. That was like the big point of contention originally is that like I didn't actually watch their videos and I simply said, I'm not interested in this. This seems transphobic. I don't want to get into a whole thing.
You a bitch.
That was, and I
ready
stand
for
by
20
that to
videos.
this day. I have not.
He got you there.
Like I've seen bits and pieces and that's it.
I'm not saying it's right.
Oh, did you know that they defended you about that insane, baseless, disproven accusation?
I know the person who like literally lied about it. I don't even want to bring it up.
Right,
I
no,
don't want to
but
bring it
you
up.
need
I know.
You need to
They're
suck their toes and
no.
fondle their dick.
I already told you. They're like
You owe them big time, bro.
no. They are.
Okay.
They present themselves as centrists. That's what I mean. That's why sometimes they have like reasonable takes every now and then. But I have disagreements with them on the issue of trans people in general, or what they choose to spend most of their time on.
You owe them.
I'm just saying, why not me? All my teachers were so unattractive, too. There's no way I would have slept with them.
Yeah, no, they weren't gonna fuck. You're disgusting.
No
you're
teacher's fucking you, dog.
Yeah, nobody's fucking
little
you.
gremlin.
Yeah, he is vile. So there's Fox News. Lots of fun having over there. They're hitting it. They're asking the hard questions, and you got to respect it. They got philosophers on. We've perfected the Benny Johnson flag. That looks pretty good. So if you guys want to download this, let's tweet this out so you guys can get the high res photo of it. And so everybody's going to have a picture of this, and so that Benny can appreciate it in its all of its glory, of course. Yeah. Let's see. We got Lil Ron. Wait, Pence is in?
Yeah.
He hasn't officially announced yet.
Wait,
but
Pence is running?
It's happening.
Dude,
Chris
stop.
Christie's gonna run too. He's
That I
like
know.
basically announced it.
But Pence, you're kidding me.
The latest one is North Dakota governor, who's like a billionaire. That was teased early this morning.
This is exciting. Pence, I can't but laugh.
They have such a deep fucking deck of people, and it's like, it's so sad for little Rhonda, because every single person that's not Trump is going to take away possible votes and possible dollars from little Rhonda. Because this is a Trump v. little Rhonda campaign. I mean, this is a Trump v. little Rhonda.
How is Chris Christie going to show his face again after this? Chris Christie at Roy Rogers at 11 p.m. in the evening trying to console himself.
Ain't no way. That's so embarrassing. Oh, God. Types of cringe, dude.
Oh,
wait,
he tweeted that.
Did he actually do that? God, he's such a good poster.
Not even that long ago. It was like October of last year.
Dude, Trump,
he is
you're
so
fat
good.
as shit, by the way.
How dare you?
But dude, I mean.
Dude, that, by the way, being fat and fat shaming other people who look exactly like you is an American pastime.
That's true. Trump just hides it better.
It's just like, it always reminds me of the dudes during COVID. Like dudes in Mississippi during COVID being like, oh, that got that because he's fat. And I was like, dude, you look exactly like him. Like, you have the same exact body type.
The Chris Christie does probably need to switch up his style.
Definitely.
Because the man is not, he's just not dressing well to his figure.
No, I think like okay, I'm going to disagree with you here. And here's why.
Okay, disagree after you see this.
Okay. Are you going to show the fupa? The fupa? Dude, I know. I've seen it already.
Okay, go ahead and disagree.
I've seen this motherfucker's fupa.
Disagree with me at this moment.
Okay. I'm disagreeing with you. You want to know why?
Hold on.
Because it's big boy season. I think that...
Hasn't it been big boy season?
Yeah, it has been. I think there is a seismic shift in American politics, okay? The days of like the John Kelly, Barack Obama athletic presidents are gone. It's a bygone era. We don't want a guy like George W. Bush who can throw a baseball in a position of power. We want someone that resembles the average American, and the average American is very fat.
Can I ask you something?
What?
Is he not wearing underwear? Like, what is going on down there?
I don't want to look at... I'm not looking.
I'm not going to zoom in on it because that would be vulgar. But I do have questions.
I think he is wearing underwear. I think he's tucking the belly into the underwear.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
My analysis.
That is such... I mean, that's just a crime, honestly. He really fucked up.
I'm saying he
Dog,
could dress...
Yeah, I think he has underwear. It's up by his belt.
Fat you've been fat your whole life. How do you not know never to do that? Like, that blows my mind. Who are you fooling? Because like, when you're fat, and trust me, I know I've done this as well, you think maybe there's a certain level of fat where you can like pull your belt over your belly and like hide it a little bit. But like Chris Christie, you're way past that point, my man. Why are you doing that?
Trump has got it. He wears these huge suits. You can't even tell like what's going on under there at all. You know?
Yeah, he's hot.
This like 20-foot.
Like I want to because he's sexy and I want to see what he's packing. But
So Chris Christie has come back after that. I don't know how he ever recovered. Pence is receiving flack from Trump, who blames him for not stealing the election for him. But he's been relatively quiet, probably because he probably almost got him killed. It might be a.
Oh,
You think,
God.
I don't think Trump gives a shit about that, though.
Yeah.
I don't think he's threatened by Pence. Nobody's voting for that ghoul.
Yeah.
Literally. What?
So here's the thing, okay? Every single guy that's like running right now is running for very obvious reasons. One of two reasons. Either A, they want a position in the cabinet, okay? Or B, they just want like national prominence and a paid vacation by campaign donors.
Okay.
That also dovetails into a book tour. They'll write a
Okay.
book, and that's it. That's literally what they're looking for. And
okay, that's interesting.
No, that's why they're doing it. No one has like a serious shot at unseating Donald Trump. What's surprising to me is this. Ron DeSantis is the institutionalist guy. Like, he is the machine politics guy. He is the Republican Party's guy, right? When CPAC was happening and Trump was there, Ron DeSantis was down doing like a separate conference with the Koch donors, the ALEC funders branch, basically. I forget exactly what the counter conference that was happening, but Ron DeSantis is the guy that is supposed to be the guy that's going to bring back civility and sanity to the Republican Party while still pushing their idiotic agendas. Now, obviously, that is a conundrum for himself because most people care about the aesthetics of the culture war and not necessarily the legislative agenda of the culture war, especially when like half of that is really bad for the broader population, and it will actually end up harming the Republican Party down the line, electorally at least, like we saw with the abortion bans, the criminalization of abortion. But Ron DeSantis ultimately is the Republican Party's guy, so every single other person that's running now is not running against Donald Trump. They're running against Ron DeSantis. So they're kind of cooking him a lot here, especially when he has 35 points to make up against Donald Trump.
Yeah,
I don't think he's gonna do it. I don't think it's gonna happen. I don't think anyone can really primary Trump, if we're being honest.
He's improved a little bit in polling recently, but it's not substantial. Maybe he's at 30 now instead of 35. But I've come to the conclusion recently that Ron DeSantis might be worse than Trump. I think he is a more evil, hateful, psychotic freak.
He's not
than Trump.
He's not,
dude. He is a vile fucking freakazoid.
Ron DeSantis's legislative agenda as a governor of Florida is just triangulating to like the conservative commentator circuit and the loud, gross weirdos on Twitter. Like, the idea that the broader American voter base, including like moderate conservatives who just want tax cuts and deregulation for their HVAC businesses and whatnot.
That's bad.
Like, the idea that they are like this invested in like killing trans teenagers is silly. It doesn't show in the polls, and it certainly hasn't performed well for them. And
I think he's an ideologue.
No, he's just.
I think he just hates gay and trans people.
No, he's just.
I think he's one of them.
No, he's just the Republican Party's guy. I think that's what it is. He's just the Republican Party's guy, and his advisors are in his ear, telling him constantly to keep beefing up this strategy, to keep pushing this kind of shit. And the greatest example is not even like the anti-LGBT provisions. The greatest example of this is the 6-week abortion ban. Ron DeSantis looked at how undesirable the abortion bans have been across the nation and literally was so woefully incapable of reading the fucking room to save his goddamn life and his political career that he thought, no, I'm just going to lean into this as a matter of fact and do it in Florida.
Is he being a politician or does he believe in it? Because that indicates he believes in it.
No, he's being a politician.
If he was,
but he's being a politician who is unfortunately too hyper focused on fucking losers like the Christopher Rufo guy. That's the problem. And a lot of Republicans in the party think that like the reason why people don't like Donald Trump is because he's like uncivil. They're behaving like Democrats almost. The reason why people like Donald Trump is because he's uncivil, and also because he doesn't push in areas that he knows is unfavorable. And Ron DeSantis is doing the exact reverse of that, where he doesn't have Donald Trump's sass, he doesn't have Donald Trump's pizzazz, his charisma, his riz, and on top of that, he's like literally pushing in areas that will actually yield electorally unfavorable outcomes for himself. Running on cutting Social Security and Medicare, or like fiscal responsibility, which immediately signals in a primary, in a Republican primary, that you want to cut Social Security and Medicare, okay? Running on that is so fucking bad in the post-Trump world, in the Republican Party. You are literally asking to get eviscerated, to get annihilated by Donald Trump in the primary. He will never outflank Donald Trump on the racism spectrum. He is the guy who says it like it is. He already well established himself. You will never outflank Donald Trump on owning the lib.
On trans and gay hate. He is. He's the king of that.
No.
He's the god of homophobia.
Donald Trump will just say all gay people are child molesters, and everyone will go, thank you, sir.
Anyway, it's not happening, DeSantis. I mean, look at this. It's not happening, okay? But here's his campaign announcement. And this guy sucks. I mean, this is shit, dude.
Our border is a disaster.
Our
Crime
border
infests
is a
our cities.
disaster.
The federal government makes it harder for families.
Our border is a disaster. Mexicans are flooding in, hurting our families, crime infestations. This motherfucker isn't on a border state. You're not even on a border state. You're the governor of Florida.
Our border is a disaster.
Yes.
Crime infests our cities. The federal government makes it harder for families to make ends meet.
Families are hurting.
And the president
It's literally like a knockoff Trump ad. We have Trump at home.
flounders. But
Yes.
decline is a choice. Success is attainable.
This man has anti-riz. I mean, his voice like sucks the enthusiasm.
And he does
out
the
of it, really.
bobblehead thing, where he's like, ah! He has that, like, he's got the googly eyes, bro. It's just so over.
And freedom is worth fighting for.
Watch.
Righting the ship requires
The freedom is worth fighting for, unless you're gay or trans.
restoring sanity to our society,
Oh.
normalcy to our community,
Look at him watch.
and integrity
His
to our
gay
institutions.
is not.
He doesn't have the
Truth must be our foundation, and common sense can no longer be an uncommon virtue. In Florida,
Pause it. Pause it. This is Pete Buttigieg. You are the Elizabeth Warren of the Republican Party. The idea that you're doing word salad like this is so fucking dumb. Who are you signaling to? The base of the Republican Party are the schizophrenic psychopaths who think Satan has infiltrated the schools, okay? You ran towards that base, the Republican Party did, for years and years and years. You can't turn around and be like, common sense is uncommon nowadays. I'm running to restore sanity. What are you, Hillary Clinton? Who the fuck, how is this good campaign? How is this a good campaign announcement? How?
I don't.
Like, I'm running to restore sanity is quite literally verbatim what Democrats who are inevitably going to fail say, okay?
I love it.
prove that it can be done. We chose facts over fear, education over indoctrination, law and order over rioting and disorder. We held the line when freedom hung in the balance. We showed that we can and must revitalize America.
Yes.
We need the courage to lead and the strength to win.
Yes.
I'm Ron DeSantis, and I'm running for president to lead our great American comeback.
You know what I'm? Oh, look at that
Wait.
convincing smile. Wait, hold on.
Yeah, no, it gets worse.
That
Watch the
smile is like giving me Herman Cain.
At least I think it's creepy.
I'm running for president to lead our great American comeback.
Let him smile. Wait.
Oh God.
Bro has never smiled before, I think.
He's so uncomfortable.
Look at this.
So, one of the first things he said in his campaign announcement was that he's running to restore sanity, which...
It's time to announce your running mate. Holy shit. That'd be epic.
Gross.
Go ahead. Sorry, I just had to read that.
You can't be vice president if you're not an American citizen, I'm pretty sure.
L.
Right?
Well, he's a citizen, but he's
well,
probably
no,
born.
and naturalized citizens.
Yeah, you have to be
can't
born.
Do it. You need to be born in the United States of
Oh.
America. Thank fucking God. Okay.
Oh.
He seems to be trying to trick people into thinking that might be a possibility. Like,
Well,
I mean, Republicans have done this before.
Isn't Ted?
And so did the Democrats. Barack Hussein Obama. He's Kenyan.
Hold on. Isn't
Right.
Ted Cruz
he became
Canadian?
president.
What is that all about? Ted Cruz was born in Canada, wasn't he?
I don't think he was.
No. He was. I'm pretty sure he was. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, he was born in Canada.
It doesn't matter if your parents are American citizens or you're born in like a U.S. military base. That's fine.
Right. It's the
Okay.
same thing with John McCain because he was born not on U.S. soil.
Yeah.
He was.
And
fine
Dan
to run
Crenshaw
for
too.
Right.
I think.
Okay.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. You know what does matter though is fucking Mitt Romney's dad was literally born in Mexico. And I'm pretty sure it wasn't even like a natural born U.S. citizen, was actually naturalized.
But Mitt was born in USA.
Yeah, I know, but George Romney also ran for president.
Oh, his dad
Despite,
did?
yeah, of
Yo, so
course.
what? Wait, so we just ignore
Despite
that
not-
rule?
Despite not fucking being born in the country.
That's
and not
interesting that
having,
we
like,
just
a natural
gonna-
born
So what
citizenship
you're saying
status.
is there's hope for Elon.
Yeah, let's not count him out.
No, Elon's parents are not American citizens.
Who cares?
And neither was
He's
George
rich.
Romney's parents, as a matter
cares?
of
He's
fact.
the
'cause they
richest man in the
left.
world.
Do you know how much money he has?
He can do whatever the fuck he wants.
George Romney's parents moved to Mexico, or his great grandparents maybe moved to Mexico because they wanted to keep doing poly shit.
Well, here is my favorite part that we were deprived of talking about last week because I had to cancel because of my throat. Elon and Ron teamed up for this spectacular Twitter announcement. This was huge. He was exclusively launching his campaign via Twitter
Womp
with
womp.
Elon Musk, and it was spectacular. Elon has since defended this, by the way, saying, well, everybody's talking about, so how is this a loss? Interesting.
Now it's quiet. All right.
This is edited, by
good
the way,
afternoon,
because
good
there were
evening, or good
long
Yeah.
gaps of silence.
Yeah.
Like 10 minutes at a time.
Yeah,
so
we watched it live. It was
This
awesome.
is condensed, but this is an accurate portrayal.
Yes, I would say so. We just didn't
Morning,
want. I
everyone.
just didn't want to have to be sitting here for 10 minutes at a time in absolute silence.
Sure. I love this. This is my favorite thing of the year.
And wherever in the world you're joining us from, I'm broadcasting live from Twitter headquarters. It's David Sachs here. Elon is sitting next to me, and we want to welcome you to this historic Twitter Spaces event.
double
and
audio,
more broadly, a first
classic.
in the history of social media. Tonight, I'm pleased to introduce two individuals who've done more to loosen the All right, sorry about that. We've got so many people here that I think we are.
By the way, it wasn't that many. It was like 200,000?
So at first it went all the way up to like I think 500 or 600,000, but like it doesn't matter because it was
So
bricked from
fucking
the start,
lame.
and everybody called
Yeah, it never worked.
it, myself included, that it was going to fail inevitably.
It's not that many. Every social media can run that, no
Yes.
fucking issue.
Exactly.
500,000 is that's just child numbers.
Exactly, which is precisely why this was an.
There's
abject
so many
failure.
people here.
And we
Ugh.
completely moved on. And then they moved it on to David Sachs's account, right? And then it was fine. It was started working, and it cut down to 200,000 people. And at that point, it was still awful because one, there's no visuals, okay? So that's a ridiculous way to announce to begin with. And two, they mostly just glazed Elon, like Elon was running or something. They were just congratulating themselves about how wonderful this was.
Wait, his video.
Yeah, it was just a circle jerk.
He had this launch video that was like 75% about Elon.
Yeah.
You're right. That was what I was referring to when he seems to be trying to somewhat.
Is that in
trick-
here?
Yeah, I believe it's the next link.
Okay, so I want to enjoy this.
We
and watch
are kind of melting the servers, which is a good sign.
that is not a good sign for you at all. That's 200,000 people. Like, I'm pretty sure I could host 200,000 people in my Discord fucking members chat.
Yeah.
All right, I'd like to just introduce the folks in the room here. So it's safe to say we wouldn't be making history without the man.
I could host more people in my World of Warcraft 3 LAN lobby.
Dude, I have had that many people on my stream. When we did the AOC collaborative Among Us stream, there was more people than that. Like, it was perfectly fine. It's ridiculous to think that no other website could host something like this. You have to be a total fucking idiot to think that that is the case.
Hold on, breaking news. Chris Chungus is taking the lead.
Oh, hell yeah.
I am a big boy supporter. I myself am a big boy. I think that it's good. Ron DeSantis is like trying to lose weight, and I think that that is going to inevitably hurt him in the polls. Ozempic Ron, get the fuck out of here.
Oh, you know what I like? Is Ron Disaster. I think that is good because it
all
hits
right, yeah.
the diss like a big part of his name. Anyway, well, let's keep.
See you next.
We're getting low on time, and I really genuinely want to listen to this.
Me, Elon Musk, his decision to purchase this platform last year to restore to its original mission as a beacon for free speech, and even to expose Twitter's past complicity with a government censorship regime, might have surprised many, but not those of us who've known and worked with Elon for nearly a quarter century. His commitment to freedom and his willingness to put his money where his mouth is, upset the narrative imposed on us by our government, elite institutions, and corporate media. Go ahead and send a heart up if you want to say thank you, Elon.
Let's get those hearts in chat.
Governor DeSantis first drew my attention and support when I saw how he responded to the COVID pandemic and refused to believe what we now know to be the many falsehoods that government experts and their media mouthpieces were feeding us. He kept Florida's schools open and its economy thriving, while my state of California chose 2 years of learning loss and lockdowns that we have yet to fully.
Yeah, this.
Bye-bye.
He was doing so good. We're back.
Let's see. So, yeah, I think so.
Just to simplify this, I think we're just going to use your.
Every time it flashes to white is me cutting out long gaps of silence.
All right, great.
Yeah.
So let's see. So they just keep crashing, huh? Yeah,
That's another thing that I also
love these candid moments.
think is bad.
Just a massive number
Another
of
thing that I
people.
think is bad for DeSantis is he constantly talks about like, I saved Florida during the shutdowns. I didn't allow the state to close down. And it's like, brother, that is the worst fucking campaign cry that you could have because absolutely no one wants to think about COVID. So you constantly relitigating COVID is like only going to signal to either the on the liberal side of the spectrum, people who are still like COVID is still a very real reality, which it is, okay, certainly, and people who are still masking, or which is a tiny fraction of the
Someone clip that and send it to Homozygo. Oh shit.
liberal side, and they're gonna despise you for constantly talking about how you kept it open, or B, the fucking absolute freaks. The only people that still talk about COVID nonstop are the freaks on the right who are like, remember COVID? They made our children gay, but they made
Kill Fauci.
Yeah, like we gotta fight Fauci.
We
like
must
no
kill
one wants to think about COVID. No one wants to think about that time that was like, whether people recognize it or not, it's still relatively traumatic for most people.
Yeah, I mean, he already got his props for that. It's ancient history. You're right.
Yeah. Bringing that back is constantly just like reminding people of COVID. You don't want to be associated with that.
Right.
So it's serves as restraining somewhat.
Somewhat.
Whispering. Elon doesn't know he's being.
Pepe La.
It's live. Sir, it's live.
We can hear you, sir.
It's live right now.
There's some delay. All right, we're just reallocating more server capability to be able to handle the load here.
Hold on, I'm on Amazon servers right now. I'm trying to buy some more space real quick. We downsized everything.
My server is not able to handle the load. What's happening? My YouTube just decided to shit the fuck out. It's contagious. The woke mind virus is actually Elon Musk. God damn it. What is this? Why? What's happening? God damn it. Oh. I see. My AirPods just straight up disconnected for no fucking reason. Cool. I love that for me. I guess I guess that's karma. It didn't say they were dying. Why? Why is it acting like that? Oh, for the love of God.
This some delay. All right, we're just reallocating more server capability to be able to handle load here. It's
Hold on, I'm on Amazon servers right now. I'm trying to buy some more space real quick. We downsized everything.
they're really going crazy. So
Wait, are there floorboards
I'm super excited
squeaking?
to have Governor DeSantis make this.
DeSantis still
Turn
has
over
not said a word.
Yeah. Well, let's see. So, Governor, there's been a lot of speculation over the last couple of months about your plans. I understand that you may have an announcement to make. We've got, I think, a record audience assembled here. Probably the biggest room that's probably ever been assembled online. What would you like to tell them?
Well, the biggest room.
am running for president. Come back. Look, we know
They're like, get it out quick. Get it out quick.
our country's going in the wrong direction. We see it with our eyes, and we feel it in our bones.
We
our
do.
southern borders collapse. Drugs are pouring into the country.
Preach.
Our cities are being hollowed out by spiking crime.
Yep.
The federal government's making it harder for the average family to make ends meet and to attain and maintain a middle-class lifestyle. And our
The thing that he's hitting
that's
on.
the end of the tech. Once he came on,
Okay.
it was steady.
The thing that he's hitting on is stuff that, like, I don't even really see even plausible. Like, crimes in big cities, I don't think crime is up in big cities.
It's not, and that narrative clearly flubbed when it didn't work during the midterms when every fucking outlet was only talking about it.
There's
like,
no
they were like,
crime.
Oh my God, crime is crazy. Crime
There's
is crazy.
no-
Crime is crazy.
It's not.
And it only worked a little bit in like Democrat cities where Democrats actually capitulated to that. But even then,
I guess
it was
they're,
not that
they're
successful.
thinking of, like, in San Francisco. You remember how there's all these videos of people, like, going into Walgreens and grabbing shit? And
Yeah, like
I guess that. I mean, they were using that quite effectively. And then the other thing is, like, immigration just got totally boned because of the Title 41 or whatever.
Title 42, yes.
Got canceled. So, like, there's not crazy amounts of immigration going on. And I don't even know what these I don't know what he's on about. I don't think those are good topics to hit on. Thank you for listening to my TED Talk. All right, finally, let's just do one more. This is his campaign launch video. I think it's about him becoming president, or it's about how cool Elon Musk is. I frankly can't tell. I was flabbergasted by this.
Yeah, and I was unsure. It's so amateurish what we're about to see that I thought maybe it was just like a supporter or some sort of outside group.
Yeah.
No, this is his campaign.
Yeah, this is War Room.
Made this
If
video that we're about
Elon
to see.
is not running
Official.
as his vice president, then it's like mental illness. I don't know. I mean, watch this.
Well, I am running for president of the United States
So
lead our
first they using this horrible fucking audio
from the Twitter space.
great American comeback.
With no
Look, we
music.
know our country's going in the wrong direction. We see it with our eyes, and we feel
Why
it in
is
our
Elon-
bones. Our southern borders collapse.
Why is Elon in your announcement video?
Elon with the flamethrower.
Especially when he's talking about, one of my favorite parts is like when he's talking about illegal
confused
immigrants
by it.
pouring through our borders, and it's just Elon Musk.
He's one of them.
Like he's one of the illegal immigrants. I mean, technically, he is a visa overstayer.
Right.
Although, if you really want to talk about immigration, then I think Elon Musk is a pretty good case that immigrants come here and contribute a lot to society. I mean, you know what I mean? In his case, that's debatable, but immigrants do great stuff out here in our country.
Drugs are pouring into the country. Our cities are being hollowed out by spiking.
Why is this? Why is this?
Elon?
Some epic silhouette of Elon.
Yeah, I
He's so
genuinely think
sick.
he's trying to trick his rube-ass fucking supporters.
Elon Musk.
Yeah, but like,
That Elon's on the ticket with.
It's like
yeah, again, he is signaling to a general voter audience, a general voter base, like the general election voter population, that he is going to be the reasonable, candidate, like the one that can actually unite all of the different constituencies under the Republican banner. Except he needs to make it out of the primary, and for that he needs to be like incredibly far right, and he needs to be incredibly far right with his rhetoric, and be able to defend that, not by actually pushing harmful legislation, because nobody ultimately cares about that harmful legislation. Nobody thinks that that's great that it's happening.
This is Elon's contribution, by the way, so it's debatable, I guess. Maybe we should end immigration. I don't know.
Crime. The federal government's making it harder
Real.
for the average family to make ends meet and to attain
Dude.
and maintain a middle-class lifestyle. And our president,
He looks
well,
so
he lacks
hot.
vigor, flounders in the face of our nation's challenges, and he takes his cues from the woke mob. I don't think it has to be this way. American decline is not inevitable. It is a
This part, like, why do you keep
And we
showing
should choose a
Elon,
new
bro?
direction.
It's like these weird subliminal
Especially
messaging
the dance
memes.
moves, like the one where he's like, it's like, what are you doing?
Like when they flash pictures of like cock to make you gay or something, or they flash quick pictures of like.
Oh, you mean sissy hypno?
This is a sissy hypno.
This is a sissy hypno porn.
This is a
With
sissy
Elon.
hypno Elon Musk porn. For sure it is.
I'm being bimbofied by Ron DeSantis.
Yo, this for sure.
a path that will lead to American revitalization.
The Republican
Oh
agenda.
shit.
We must
Breaking news. Biden just fucking ate dirt. Let's
I
hope
saw
he doesn't
this.
end up in the dirt from that fall.
I saw this, dude.
This is breaking.
This was brutal. I think he like very clearly tripped over something, but so bad.
News breaking right
This
now.
man cannot
Yep,
fall.
10 minutes ago.
Oh shit.
Oh no.
See, we
Oh no.
we cannot let him fall.
That.
That's how people his age die.
Oh no, dude, that's it. His fucking hip is obliterated, brother. It's over. That's sawdust. His ass is sawdust. He can't even get up on his own. Oh no.
His bones just turned to gelatin.
Oh no.
I love the cheering going on.
You know this right here is going to be in every Biden attack ad that Trump makes.
Oh hell yeah.
for the
Oh, yeah.
next
Oh,
year and a
yeah.
half.
I initially found it on
Yup.
Rumble.
Oh, okay.
Hell yeah,
Of course.
the only honest website out
That's
there.
right. That's right.
He was blaming something on the floor. Do we blame? Let's see. He pointed at something on the floor.
He was gonna run. He got the running start that he loves doing, and then he
Yeah.
got fucking owned.
Oh,
You know, you know what I'll say for
You know
a
what they
man
had
his
there?
age.
A
he-
banana peel, actually, very deadly. Nope.
It was a green turtle shell. He did fall somewhat gracefully for a person his age. You know, I won't take that away
I
from him.
mean, he's like 90.
He'll be fine.
Restore sanity to our nation.
Oh my God.
This means embracing fiscal and economic sanity. Stop pricing hardworking Americans
Bro, I can
out of a
even
good
listening.
standard of
What are you
living
saying?
through inflationary
So
borrow,
bad.
print, and spending policies, and please
More Elon.
embrace
I'd love
American
to,
energy
more
independence. This
Elon.
also means
I'm just gonna mute him. I mean, what the fuck? I would love to
The
get
funniest part.
a ratio of how long Elon is on the screen to how long.
I think it's 50-50.
Is it really?
I can't. It is 50-50. I cannot comprehend. One of the main things I cannot comprehend here is, other than
is
the
it
Elon Musk
repeating?
footage, why
Yeah,
did
it's
they
looping.
use the audio from the spaces, dog?
Yeah.
It
Why
was
did you
so
do that? Why didn't you
bad.
do a rewrite? Why didn't you do a reread?
It was
Why didn't you
so
mic
bad.
DeSantis up separately so that you could have clear audio? You fucking idiots! Who's running this goddamn campaign? What is this? This is a dog and pony
Dumbass.
show, but with actual dogs and ponies.
No, there's a dog and a
Be better.
pony. So, I'd be down for Elon Musk VP. That'd be interesting. You know, I'm in. Fuck it. Let's go.
We don't care that it's
Because no, Trump turning on Elon. No, I don't care about that. Trump turning on Elon would be really entertaining.
well, that's already kind of happened because he gave him the big middle finger. I'm not coming back to Twitter. Like,
Mask off.
Still
though.
hasn't come back.
No. Mask off. Trump supporters versus Trump. I mean, it'd be a bloodbath.
No.
Yeah. So that's it.
No.
No, no, no.
And that's about it, eh?
I think that's about it.
What's there left to say?
69. It's the worst month of the year. I'll say. Oh shit, I forgot. Never mind. I'm actually not a
Fucking hospo.
foe anymore. I'm a
I love
LGBT
June.
ally.
June is my favorite
Pride month.
June is my favorite month, not just because of Pride
Right.
Month, but it's my birthday. It's my son's birthday. and
Oh,
it's
then
the-
it's you have a gay birthday then.
Yes.
Happy gay birthday.
Thank you. And it's when summer starts, when everybody gets off school. June is the best month, in my opinion.
They gave the best month to the gays.
I think July is a little better, but
July is hot. It's lame.
I like July too, which is my birthday month.
July is not better than June.
Let's
go,
And not
Cancer
gay.
gang.
Let's go, baby.
Cancer gang.
Hold on. July is not better than June.
Yes, it is.
Dude,
Yes, it is.
You just said
What?
because you just said school's ending in June.
But
yeah,
the-
it's ending, but that means there's still school.
No,
in
no,
June.
Yeah,
It's July.
No school in July, baby.
Full freedom, baby.
No, it's the act.
And what's the most freedom holiday? 4th of
4th of
July.
July.
I rest my
Let's
case.
fucking-
1776, baby.
Whoa!
No. It's the feeling of the freedom you get when it's over.
How about
that
the
is
feeling of
highlight.
freedom I get in my bones on the 4th of July?
Let's do a poll. Is it what's a better month, June or July?
Well, I just want to say real
June.
quick, Olivia's birthday is in July, so
Fuck America.
Another point for
Listen,
July. Let's go. What
listen. It's
is
not
the
about
better month. June.
Theodore's birthday is in June, so if
Oh,
y'all want to
okay.
vote against him, then you're gonna have to take a
Wow,
hard
using
look in the mirror.
Theodore to
Yeah.
farm votes?
Yeah, I'm just telling it like it is.
I'm voting.
You hate my son if you vote for July.
That's crazy.
Just saying it like
You
it
hate
is.
America.
Mom and dad and apple pie. Wow, it's
Ooh,
close.
Pretty
It is
close.
Yeah.
Pretty close. June a little ahead, but
July is fine.
July's
but it's,
gaining.
July is
July's
so hot
gaining
and miserable.
let's go.
July gang, baby.
July gang.
Okay.
It was in June this year.
Yeah, thank you. June.
June
1st.
Yeah,
July,
Jordan
July.
Peterson loves June.
June.
And that's all you need to know. Are you in support of Jordan Peterson? I think not.
Right.
No, but
Exactly.
we can all agree on certain things. Okay? June is the best month.
No.
Me and Jordan can even.
June.
We can
Not
even.
agreement at
hold
all,
hands.
bro.
Ethan, I'm with you.
Oh, of
It's
course
the,
you
it's
are.
the start of
Deb,
summer. It's the
Deb.
start of summer.
It's dude, the feeling. Hold on. The
No, June is objectively better.
feeling. First of all, you fucking
50-50.
Cretans.
50-50.
You no, it's back in June.
Go July.
Listen,
July,
and I'm talking to AB.
July.
Okay, I'm getting a little uncomfortable. It just sounds like Jordan saying Jew over and over again, making me scared. It's the
Israeli
feel
clown.
when school ends
Jews.
and you go on to summer. That is you can't beat that feeling in July. You can't beat that feeling anywhere.
No, July's
That's a
better
June
because
thing.
they have no
July
school at
is
all.
halfway point. That the fun is halfway done.
And you're like, I gotta go. My ass is going back. And by the way,
No, July's the peak.
and by the
Okay,
way,
that is a good point.
by the way, it's the all the school in June rules because you know it's coming to an end.
It's still
You're
school. Yeah, finals.
No,
What
no,
are
no,
you
no, no.
talking About.
Yeah, oh God.
Okay, let me
I
ask you guys
know.
this.
No.
What's your favorite Friday, Saturday, or Sunday? What's your favorite day?
Saturday.
Saturday, obviously.
Liars. I don't believe
Saturday
it.
is
No,
the best.
definitely
Friday, 'cause
Saturday's
it's the
best.
start,
Saturday's
baby.
the best.
Friday.
Saturday's the
Friday,
best.
Friday, baby. Work on
Because
Friday.
you don't have
Yeah,
to.
but then
you don't have to
after
go to
Friday, you
work.
got the whole
There's no
weekend.
work. You wake up at a reasonable time, and then the next day is also Sunday, so you still got more
Yep,
weekend.
you have
I love
a weekend
Friday
ahead
night.
of you.
Friday night, you got
Friday
the whole
night.
world ahead of you.
Exactly.
You can
Nope,
sleep
still have to
in.
go to work.
Exactly. I
Still have to go to work on
Why?
Friday.
Because on,
Objectively worse
on
than Saturday.
then tomorrow's Sunday, and
Fucking
that's all
Friday,
you get.
baby.
Yeah, Friday's everything.
Who are these June voters in our audience?
They're just
they're
they're
out
dick
there.
riders.
I'm with Ethan on this. I
Oh
think
my
June is a better.
It's better. Thank you.
I
They're-
don't even know you people.
July.
July, it's like yeah. You know.
What do you love about July so
I will
much,
say,
Cam?
Hassan saying July is peak did get me thinking though. Like
That's where the
Oh.
peak is.
it is.
Oh.
I don't know.
It's all about the come up. The peak is the down. It's all about the come up.
What do you mean?
It's
When
the
you're jerking off,
anticipation.
what's the best moment? When you're coming or like leading up to it?
No, I'm not talking about orgasm. I'm talking about like drugs.
That's a question for soccer.
Well,
But that also,
the best is when
some
you're
people
peaking.
like the act of having sex, and
Yep.
then when you come, it's done.
Right.
What do you mean? But like the whole, that's the goal.
That's the goal. That's the. That's,
I know, but it's not about the destination. It's about the journey, bro.
Amen to that.
It's the journey. We
No,
all
it's
know.
the destination that makes the journey worth it when you're coming.
All right, well, argue harder because 53% say June.
Yeah, no, we lost this one. I will have to admit. I'll
pathetic.
concede. We lost this
This is
hard.
rigged.
It's
You know what?
all about the
This is a bad poll.
journey.
It's a bad poll.
You know
This is a
what?
bad
It was
poll.
the friends
Guess
we
what?
made along the way.
In June, July's still happening. In July, June can't happen again.
True, King.
Right, and that's a good thing because I had school in June, so fuck that.
Well, I don't know why they held your ass to June.
Cam, why do you like July so much?
It's also my birthday month.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is
We
the
have
real
biases.
political divide in this country.
That's
Yeah.
right.
It's not rural voters versus urban voters.
Someone says October is a good month. I agree with that too. And
It's real.
November.
I mean,
The real divide in America is between star signs. Yeah, it's real.
What? No, summer months are goated like way better.
come on. I mean,
I like.
I don't mind the fall.
There's
like
good
October's
vibes.
fine.
Oh, yeah.
I don't have
Halloween
a problem
time.
with October.
I mean, if we're
October
talking about
rules.
seasons now, I like winter. What
October,
do you
November
I hate
combo
winter.
rules.
Like? Interesting.
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay, it's kind
Spring
of
number
You
one.
know, I'm not gonna knock it, but it's no July.
Fall is great.
I love
July
it.
is hot. Fall is perfect.
Yeah, fall
It's a
is-
bad
fall is
poll. Ethan rigged it. Everybody knows it.
Yes.
Bye bye.
Yes,
Dude,
yes.
how are you going to talk
Same.
shit on fall? Like, well, who are you?
No one's talking shit. It's just
If the
not-
weather
it's
is
not
better
July.
than June.
Pumpkin spice lattes, Dan.
Not a fan.
I know.
How
I'm just-
beautiful
I know
that we
you.
have so much to look forward to through the year with all these beautiful months.
Thank
you.
I just had a birthday, but it wasn't my 21st. It was my 30th. Zach.
Thank you. Thanks for being
21.
honest.
Fuck you.
21. 9. You got to get one for each number so you can add it up and give them a shout out for it's 21 plus 9. Can we work on that?
Sure.
We got to find Aiden Ross saying each number. If you guys can pull that, I think that'd be awesome.
All right.
And maybe him saying plus.
Yep.
That'd be good. All right, listen,
I'd be the
everybody.
mainframe.
What a show we've had. I think we've gone a long way to curing the sickness of this nation.
Mm-hmm.
And I can only
Real.
thank Target for purging itself of the demonic presence of the colorful rainbow. Because as you know, we want drab colors. We want only grayscales
Yeah.
for our kids to wear. Only grayscales.
I am gay.
Just like Stalin wanted us, you know. Colors are for demon. Colors are for demon.
There's nothing gayer than talking about the aesthetics of certain colors, which is what all of these like anti-LGBT bigots do on a regular basis. So welcome.
Also, I want to say that I'm undergoing eye surgery to remove color from my eye cones. I will be only seeing in grayscale now as a protest against Pride.
You and Logan Paul both.
These glasses
Colorblind.
have changed my life.
I am protesting. I will be doing permanent damage to my eyes to remove color.
That's fucking sick.
That's what
Brave.
solidarity.
You're a warrior, dude.
That's what the
That's a real American right there.
fuck solidarity is. And now I won't even see rainbows when Pride comes around. I won't even know. I'll be living in ignorance is bliss, my friends.
You vaccinated yourself.
Mm-hmm. Also, you can go to IGBTaway.com and use code H3 to get your eye grayscale surgery. Exclusive
God.
sponsor.
Don't do it. Here's why. If you can't see the colors, you will never know who's trying to queerify your children.
Oh,
Ethan
true.
Klein, he's working with the enemy.
That is a problem.
Sabotage.
Yeah.
Okay, how about this? Let's make sure all kids and people at that, we need a gray, plain uniform that we all wear so that we don't ever have to see colors and rainbows again. And some people go outside, they're wearing rainbows by accident. Now that makes me gay too. So even the accidental rainbow is a
True.
problem, which is why I'm pitching today that in addition to eye surgery, we're going to wear gray uniform outfits, men, children, babies alike, even the dead, the recently deceased, to avoid any possibility of seeing a rainbow.
Thank God. Thank God we got to the bottom of this. Thank God we addressed this.
Gray uniforms for men, women, and children, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps some sort of patch to identify which one of those groups
Sure,
they belong to?
Yeah.
Oh my
I
God.
like the idea of an arm flare just simply because
Yeah. 'Cause you can't have gay people
An arm flare.
in,
Without colors.
like interacting and commingling with like normal people. You know what I mean? So like you got to probably put a patch on them.
Right.
Something like this. I'm imagining.
Oh boy.
You know, something.
That looks great.
Oh, okay.
Something like this.
Thought it was gonna be
It's like
something
Rammstein.
way darker.
Something like. I typed 1984 uniform. I don't know why they're giving me such a
I
hard
love the
time.
Ghostbusters.
Yeah, why is that
look.
there?
Well, because that movie came out in 1984, I think.
Oh, that's come on. You're better than that, Google. 1980.
No, they're not. They're
really
trying to,
not.
They're trying to make your children gay too.
Yeah.
Here, this is what I imagine.
I bet if you
And
click on the Google,
this is how we need to be.
click on the Google page right now. Let's see what this
You think
shows
the
us.
doodle? You think the doodle is doodling?
Even if there's no doodle, look, it's white right now, right?
Mhm.
Wait, whoa,
Honoring Pride is right here.
whoa.
Whoa, they didn't rainbow it?
Whoa.
Could it be a ad block?
Google normally has all the colors of the rainbow automatically, and they decided not to do it specifically for Pride.
Whoa,
Thank God.
you're right.
We won, folks.
Hold
we
on.
won.
Hold on.
Google is straight.
Let's go incognito and then go to google.com.
No. Ain't no
I
way.
think
Ah!
It was
Flashbang.
it was the there's something going on with that, brother.
Look at those colors, Ethan. Don't you see it as the rainbow?
I'm gonna click honoring Pride, so divert your eyes, people. Ah! Ah! Ah!
That looks like, is this COVID related?
Stop.
It could be, yeah.
it did look like that.
What do we do about it?
All
I
right,
never
guys.
look at circles the same ever again. Ruined me.
Nothing.
All right, guys. Have a great evening. Tomorrow is the best day of the week, as we've all noted here today. Friday. We got a great show tomorrow, which is going to be a welcome departure from our usual Friday shows.
Yes.
And I look forward to seeing you guys there. Hassan, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Nice to see you after our short break hiatus. Bring your dog next week. Stop being a hater and just, you know what I mean? I have my dogs here. They love.
Just let her bark through the whole episode.
She's not going to bark. She'll be fine. It adds character. Who cares? People don't care if she barks.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Sure.
Skittles Corporation, what do we do about it?
We need to stop them. That's what we need to do about
That's next week's episode. We'll preview next week.
Okay, bye, everybody.
I have none other than Pepper Chamber.
Ain't no way, dude. Fucking Mr. Beast. This man is unstoppable. I want to test what I do on YouTube on a streaming service for fun, to see how it performs. Imagine a 10-episode series with 10,000 people competing for the largest prize in game show history. What? At Netflix, at Stream on Max, at Peacock, at Disney Plus. Who wants to make history? In a way. Time for a Mr. Beast network. Oh my god. Shut up. Opera? The fuck? The fuck? The subscriber replies, oh god, it's so cringe. You know someone's gonna take him up on it, dude. That's wild.
The hot one. Pepper is an actress. She's an author. She's an activist. She is an all-around brilliant personality, and she is here with us on Unbossed. We're going to talk about the arts today, of which she knows a whole lot about. And Pepper actually was one of my team members on Hello Somebody podcast that we had. Pepper, it's so good to see you, darling. How are you?
I am wonderful. Thank you for having me with you today. It's just wonderful. And I know it's been a great show already. I'm happy to be a part of it. And it's just nice to see your face.
I'm happy.
Yeah, we're happy to have you a part of it. So you're the creator of a woman's lifestyle brand. I want people to know that. Brown Betty's, which includes an award-winning web series, Brown Betty's Guide: How to Look for Love in All the Wrong Places. Women's empowerment workshops, Beyond Betty, a dinner theater show, Harlem's Night, a cabaret story, and her published novelette, Harlem's Awakening. And we're going to be talking about Harlem's Awakening and also your new book, Harlem's Last Dance. In 2019, you created a company, Pen and Pepper, and people can go to www.penandpepper.com, where you ghostwrite for people. So you're just everything. You really, really are. So one of the questions I have for you, Pepper, the power of creativity. What is creativity and imagination? Why are these things so important in our daily lives? And I thought about two people to bring into our conversation as you are thinking about your answer. One is Albert Einstein, the physicist, and the other is Zora Neale Hurston. So we'll wait for the team to get that up. But what does creativity mean to you, and why is it important?
Creativity means to me literally having the freedom to express yourself in however it comes to you. So for me, being creative with my words is literally the freedom to just whatever is in there to let it come out and not know that I'm going to be censored, or not know that I can't say something because I'm a Black woman, or not know that not know that I don't have the right to be creative. I think that some people go through life thinking that they aren't allowed to. Either they have to work instead of be creative, or they don't look like this, so they can't be creative. And I think that creativity is one of those leveling forces that's accessible to all of us. And for me, it is something that gives me great joy, and something that was always kind of instilled in us as kids. We were always sort of given like books and coloring books and things to do instead of watching TV. And I just think that creativity is just one of those things that, I don't know, it gives me, it's my passion. I go to creativity in any and everything that I do, quite frankly.
Yeah, and it is so, so necessary. And so we do have two people from the past that I would like to put up how they talked about creativity, how they formed it. So we're going to start with Albert Einstein, the German-born theoretical physicist. Imagination is more important than knowledge, for knowledge is limited to all we now know and understand, while imagination embraces the entire world and all there ever will be to know and understand. Let's put up the picture of the one and only Einstein, Professor Einstein, Dr. Einstein. So, Pepper, what are your thoughts about what he had to say before we go? We're going to go to Zora Neale Hurston. I was saving her for last in my question in here.
First of all, I love how you love your quotes. I love how you love your quotes. This is great. So, my goodness, the key word there is imagination. And without it, where are we? From politics to writing, where are we without the imagination to see what can be? And to feel it, to see it, to understand it, to taste it, to smell it. Like, without this imagination of creating something that doesn't exist, where are we? I think that it's a beautiful thing.
It is beautiful, and I like how Einstein said, the knowledge you have today is very limiting, but imagination can take us far off into unknown worlds. Beautiful thing. And one of the great Harlem Renaissance writers herself, Zora Neale Hurston, and she said the following: sometimes I feel discriminated against, but it does not make me angry. It merely astonishes me. How can anyone deny themselves the pleasure of my company? It's beyond me. You know what, Pepper? I put Pepper.
It's amazing. Fucking love that. You're missing out, sweetie.
With me. I'm feeling the same way. How can anybody deny themselves the pleasure of my company? You better go ahead and make it plain, Zora Neale Hurston.
Oh, she is one of my favorite authors. I'm so glad you pulled that one. And it's funny. Today I was listening to a webinar with Dr. John Powell, and he speaks to belonging and othering. And today, literally, he said something about racism, and he said that it's not that so for example, I'll use myself. I don't need to feel bad because someone was being racist towards me. What is happening is the racism coming from the other person. It's on them. And so that's her quote is so beautiful, and saying like it's not about me. I know who I am. I know what I'm here for, and I'm here to share my art and my gift and my soul with you. And if you can't deal with that, then you need to go ahead on somewhere else.
Hey, it's your problem to deny yourself my presence. Look, Pepper, I'm gonna walk around saying that on a regular basis. You want to deny yourself my presence? Hey, that's on you, baby. You're the loser. Pepper, I cannot help but to see. Is that Dorothy Dandridge?
Yes.
Right behind you?
Yes, she's my muse. She's my should I try? There she is.
There she is.
She is my inspiration, and she's my muse. And I think about all of the things that she had to go through during her time and how she persevered, and then how she kind of lost herself. We don't know how. But Dorothy Dandridge is one of those women where I look to her and I think, number one, if she can do it, I can do it too. And number two, I just want to carry on her essence, her story. And that's where Brown Betty's comes from. These beautiful Black women from the 30s and 40s, and the sophistication that they had and the beauty that they had. I want that, and I want to exude it, and I want to share it with others. And I'm so glad that you recognized her.
Oh, I do. And you did exude that, and so did Dorothy Dandridge. I mean, not only was she stunningly beautiful, she was brilliant. Yes. Both of those things go together. And I loved Halle Berry's introducing Dorothy Dandridge. I watched that and I really did enjoy it. I think she really captured much of the essence of Dorothy Dandridge. So you have a new book. You have a book coming out on March the 23rd, and that's Harlem's Last Dance. But before we get to Harlem's Last Dance, Harlem's Awakening, 18 Harlem. And that's her name, not the place, right? Harlem Markinson set out to start a new life in the city for which she is named. Tell us a little bit. So why Harlem's Awakening? And now tell us a little bit about Harlem's Dance and how we can get both of these books.
Oh, I love it. These, talking about creativity and imagination, these books are my soul. So Harlem's Awakening is a story about Harlem, a young woman who is abducted on her way to New York, and she's abducted into a brothel, and she basically has to dance her way out. And for me, it is this sort of, I'm looking at a lot of different things with this book. I'm looking at my main character has wealth, which we don't see with Black people in general, and I really wanted to show that we can have wealth. We weren't always monolithic. There wasn't always one story. We can be anything. We can be anything. Talk about imagination. So, and we have Black Wall Street. We have evidence of it. And so I wanted to 100% show that we had a story about a young Black woman who could persevere through anything, and she has to look to herself to get to her freedom. It's freedom of the mind, and it's freedom outside of this place where she's captured. I have Black female villains. I have Black female heroes. It takes place in Harlem. And the first book, we see her journey to the brothel, and the second book is the journey basically out of the brothel.
Out of the brothel. Black women, sheroes and villains, baby. We can play it all. Yes, let me just go on and sit back on that one. But I cannot wait to read Harlem's Dance. The amazing Pepper Chambers, the hot one. We love you so much, Pepper. Thank you so much for joining us today. You all, please get both of those books. March 23rd, Harlem's Dance is coming out. Harlem Awakening, you can get it right now. Where can they get the books?
Yes, you can get Harlem's Last Dance and Harlem's Last Dance is available right now, Barnes & Noble presale, and Harlem's Awakening is available on Spaceboy Books and on Amazon.
Thank you so much, Pepper, the hot one. So much love for you, darling.
In June, the Supreme Court ruled to protect the rights of gay and
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet.
Bro, we're just finished eating pizza. Pass me that cousin. There you go, bro. Open that, bro.
Damn. Oh shit.
These guys in the Philippines found a tree that appeared to be leaking water. It was actually a bunch of cicadas that were all peeing at the same time. This athlete pulled off a 5,000 IQ move to avoid getting touched. This guy has sleep apnea and randomly fell asleep while eating.
I've been.
She pretended that she saw a mouse to scare him.
Ain't no way.
Did you? All these students snuck into their teacher's house at
So
1 a.m. This is her at 6 a.m. finding them there.
Good morning, little bunnies. How many? Oh my god.
This guy turned himself into a custom video game character.
That was wholesome as fuck. Wait.
Into a
Morning, little.
She was so scared. Like, what the fuck?
Good morning, little bunnies. How many? Oh my god.
This guy turned himself into a custom video game character.
Ain't no way. Stop.
A few years ago, this guy threw some ice cubes on the ground and then pretended to fall. His goal was to pretend to get hurt so that he could get a payout from his insurance.
Smooth.
He was eventually arrested a few months later.
Hey, Mr. Booth, I have a question for you. Did you go to Nautilus for middle school?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
I'm sorry to see you there. I always wondered what happened to you, sir.
Oh my goodness.
This is the nicest kid in middle school.
Oh my goodness.
Mr. Booth, I hope you're able to change your ways. Good luck to you.
After spending 10 months in jail, he managed to avoid crime and is now a manager for a pharmaceutical company.
Aww.
Eh? Hey. Ah, okay.
This duck isn't afraid of anything.
Oh, it's so cute.
This mama otter lost her baby, and these wildlife experts helped them reunite. This seal just woke up from surgery and was in a goofy mood. That is the end of this video, or we hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Very, very soon.
Any students here? Anybody here go to school? Yeah? Nice. Got the student section. How you guys doing? Good? What are you studying? Supply chain management. All right. Did you make that decision like recently? You were like, this shit is fucked up. I'm gonna get in there. Shit. All right. So what are you doing? Getting trains packed up and shit nicely? Or... What was your homework? Like, I gotta get 1,000 limes to St. Louis. How do I do it? Is that like the kind? Yeah. All right. Let's say I had 1,000 limes. How are we getting them? How are we getting them to St. Louis? Damn, I'm interested. What is like? Give me one homework or one thing you might have to do. I just. You're taking accounting. Okay, the worst. That does suck. But where's the supply chain come in? Where's the shit? Where's the? Do you have to like get truckers motivated to drive? Come on, boys, rally all night. We got to make the delivery. That should be part of it. Giving truckers. So yeah, getting the boys convoyed up. All right, nice. And you want, so then what would be the job? Like, who hires a supply chain manager? Just a... Fashion, okay. Oh, Nice. All right. That's pretty cool. All right. There we go. You're a very supportive friend. The only person who clapped. Like, yeah, that's cool. Nobody here gives a fuck about a young girl's dreams. That's nice. You know what? I really like that. That's such a pragmatic way to go about fashion. You're like, most people are like, I want to make dresses. You're like, I want to get thousands of pounds of yarn from one place to a gay guy's hands so that he can make sweaters with it. That's awesome. That's a very Midwestern approach to fashion. That's so cute. It's cute too because you talk that way too, but you're like a cute young girl. Like, I think of that as, no offense, a mom's voice. You know what I mean? But you're like a young hot girl that's like, I just want to
supply the materials.
Yarn, you know, or whatever. Like, it's cute. It's Midwestern. It's like, yeah. Do you want to live here? Do you want to move?
Yeah, I want to stay here. I want to live in Boston.
You want to live in Boston? Okay, wow. Again, that's a weird, like, the way you're not shooting for the stars of fashion. You're like, I want to go to the East Coast, but, not in New York. I'll go to Boston. That seems nuts. I like that. You're good. You got a good family, probably. They were like, we support you, we love you, but, be realistic. That's, I think you're going to do great. Yeah. You're going to do a great job. How about a nice hand for our friend over here, huh?
Hello, Greg. I'm glad you're here because I think I've just uncovered a pretty devious plot. There's this clip of paparazzi talking to this TikTok star Ryan Halza, and there's something very off about it. I want you to take a look at it and tell me what you think.
I'm bound to mess with these things.
To the average person, this might look like your normal video of some child star lashing out at the paparazzi, right? Stealing his hat, telling him off, and rightfully so, right? I mean, leave the poor guy alone. It seems like they've been following him all day. It's only fair that he should have to pay the hat tax. The well-known Hollywood institution, the hat tax. But something about this video, when I first saw it a few months ago, did not seem right to me. For starters, the audio in this clip is super weird, right? Like, the music and the dialogue are not mixed well. There's this loud-ass camera sound effect going on the entire time. And at the end of the video, it's kind of hard to tell because you can't really see Ryan super well, but it almost seems like when he says, "You follow me all day, I'm bound to mess with you sometimes," it almost kind of looks like he's actually not moving his mouth at all.
I'm bound to mess with these things.
Which is a little suspicious, but not as suspicious as the fact that the paparazzi doesn't seem at all concerned about this disembodied voice. I don't think he's nearly as put off by it as he should be. That's terrifying. Ryan, you got any fun projects coming up?
I will not stoop to answering these foolish queries.
Whoa, hey man, how are you doing that?
This petty annoyance you call a career ends today.
What the hell, dude? I didn't know you had telepathy.
Every celebrity has telepathy.
Put me down.
No.
Hey, where's my hat? Also, I love that the paparazzi says nothing for the entire video except unspecified cursing. His immediate reaction to getting his hat playfully stolen is just to go off the fucking deep end, dude. Ha! Got your hat. Now you have to stop following me. Ah! Fuck you! Fuck you! Bitch! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! It's just a joke. But by far the most damning evidence for this paparazzi video being staged is that, I don't know who Ryan Halza is, and neither do you, and neither does anybody in the comments. Who is that? Bro, who is he? Who? Haha, paparazzi have such sad lives, man. Yeah, that would suck to get your hat stolen, I agree. So I'm gonna go out on a limb here and guess that if TikTok, which is famous for being able to find the right audience for every video, can't find the right audience for this video, that Ryan Halza is in fact not famous. Which would make the person filming him not a paparazzi and just a stalker. Like, this is just a regular guy. You can't paparazzi a regular guy. Sir, the people want to know, what's it like to be so normal? What the fuck? Who are you? So I was confused at first, but it seemed like it was posted by like an actual paparazzi account. This account called Hollywood Paparazzi. I'd never heard of it before, but I assumed it was just like, you know, something like the Hollywood Fix. It just posts paparazzi videos of influencers and stuff like that. So I clicked on it, and lo and behold, it is just hundreds hundreds upon hundreds, just pages of videos exclusively about Ryan Halsey and his brother Sammy Halsey. It seems like they do this together. Just countless videos of them getting hounded by the paparazzi over and over. And to be honest,
Very believable.
They don't
very real and very believable and definitely not staged.
Don't handle it very well. Here's a video of Ryan Halsey losing control on a paparazzi, acting out like a spoiled brat. Holy shit, dude, Ryan Halsey totally flipped out in that video. Someone get this spoiled brat in jail. Here's my impression of Ryan Halsey flipping out. You know, man, I don't usually side with paparazzi. I don't. I think it's a pretty big invasion of privacy, but that was too far, Ryan. That was uncalled for. Apology with tears and blood now. It seems like their videos are designed with a few specific purposes in mind. 1, they want you to think that they are famous. 2, they want you to be on their side right away. Like, they want you to see the paparazzi as like invading their privacy and them having to deal with that right away. So your immediate reaction is to comment without even knowing who they are, like, oh, come on, leave him alone. He doesn't deserve this. And to be fair, like, I agree. You know, it doesn't make any sense for them to be followed by paparazzi. They're just normal guys. Okay, now this one is actually insane. So this one is of Ryan's brother, Sammy. It's called Sammy Halsey Runs Away from Stalking Paparazzi. Holy shit, dude, that is terrifying. No wonder it seems like they hate the paparazzi so much in every video, dude. That would be so scary. To be sprinting down the street, chased by a speeding car trying to get a photo of you, and you're just a regular guy. That would be so confusing. Also, again, the audio in this one is super weird. I love how quietly the paparazzi is asking for a picture. He's borderline murmuring in a car.
Can I get a photo real quick? Can I get a photo real quick?
Like 50 yards away from a guy who's full on sprinting as he's cruising at 70. What's up, man? People want to know what you're working on. I love this caption too, and the fact that it was supposedly posted by a paparazzi account. Sammy Halsey runs away from stalking paparazzi. The fact that even the paparazzi admits they were stalking him adds a whole extra creepy layer to this. Creepy paparazzi with sinister intentions chases Sammy Halsey down the street, trying to run him over. He gets off on watching him suffer.
Bro, stop. Stop filming. All the time. You're always filming me, bro. How many times I fucking tell you shit? Dumbass hat.
Oh, hat tech strikes again.
Pick up that shit like a goofy.
Okay, here's where their strategy kind of doesn't really make any sense to me.
Like
They're
a good
staging
bitch.
these videos, so they have the opportunity to be anybody in these videos. They could be the most perfect character, the most likable people. You know, they're introducing themselves to people for the first time in these videos. They have the opportunity to come across like saints, like dealing with the paparazzi with such grace, but instead half the time they're like attacking the paparazzi, all while wearing the most confusing outfit known to man. But not every video is like this. They actually do have some videos where instead of coming across as Hollywood's newest bad boys, they come across as Hollywood's newest sweethearts. Here's a video of him making the paparazzi's day by buying him a burrito.
Yeah, I got you, bro. Yeah. I like when people are respectful of myself.
Oh, that's so sweet. It's kind of like they mixed the classic paparazzi TikTok video with one of those TikToks where someone finds a stray dog and nurses it back to health. Both because he's giving it food and also because the person he's helping like isn't talking the entire time. They're just completely silent for some reason.
I like when people are respectful of myself.
For as weird as Ryan and Sammy are in these videos, the paparazzi character is almost just as strange. They're either like loudly screaming and cursing at them uncontrollably or dead quiet. Hey buddy, I got you a little something. I hope that's okay.
Yeah, like, is there even someone behind the camera? I feel like they're just adding it all in after.
You know, I get followed around a lot by paparazzi, but you're always super respectful and you don't get too close and ask really personal questions. So I just want to say thank you, really. And anyway, yeah, enjoy that. And are you okay? It's just you're not saying anything, so it's kind of strange. You haven't said a word. You're just smiling at me like that. It's kind of freaking me out, and you're just kind of glaring into my soul. I'm not sure if you're actually hearing anything that I'm saying. So, all right, well, I think I'll just get going. Again, enjoy the burrito. Thank you for being so professional and. Oh my God, what? Why? Jesus, every word that's coming out of your mouth is a swear. Are you okay? Are you mad at me? Whoa, dude, you can't say that. Okay, now you're just blasting copyrighted music out of your mouth. I don't know how you're doing that, but I guess I am gonna have to bleep that in this video as well so I don't get copyright claimed, so thank you. Okay, well, that's really impressive. I don't know how you're doing that. You're just making the beeping sound now. Ryan says, here, I got you a burrito for not following me all day. But the paparazzi is right outside the Taco Bell that Ryan's coming out of, so it kind of seems like he was following him. Something's not adding up here. I think this might have just been some guy. Ryan sees a guy minding his own business in the parking lot and is like, hey, man, thanks for being cool. Here's a burrito. I know you probably wanted to hound me and get my picture, but you didn't. So thank you. The guy doesn't respond, and Ryan sort of like rubs his eyes like this and realizes he's talking to like the Ronald McDonald statue outside of a McDonald's. Oh shit, sorry, I thought you were someone else. It kind of seems like if this were real, the paparazzi would have had to been following him though. I feel like the real determining factor in whether Ryan is nice to a paparazzi or not is whether he's wearing a hat or not. A hat to Ryan Halza is like a red blanket to a bull. Probably not actually blankets. I don't know what they're called in a matador fight. Probably an actual word for that. Bulls, man. They hate naps. Don't ever try to tuck a bull in. I've been keeping tabs on these guys for a while just because I think it's so interesting and I haven't seen anybody else talk about it. Some of these videos were posted back in like September of last year, but recently they've started branching out a little bit and getting more creative. For example, now they're not just doing fake paparazzi clips. They're now doing AI generated news clips about themselves.
Justin Bieber has once again found himself in hot water after rising influencer Ryan Halsa was seen attacking paparazzi.
I'm sorry, so Justin Bieber is under fire because Ryan Halsa attacked some guy? Man, I can't with this Justin Bieber guy, dude. Will he ever learn to start taking responsibility for this guy's actions? Pop stars, man.
Witnesses say that the future musician and Instagram model became agitated when photographers began taking pictures of him.
Additionally, did he call Ryan Halsa a future musician?
Witnesses say that the future musician and Instagram model became
You're
agitated.
talking to a future U.S. Marine.
Witnesses said they saw the model and future musician attacking the paparazzi. That's crazy, dude. I've never seen a human being attack another human being in such a way that I knew they were gonna start making music soon. That's pretty impressive. It turns out that Ryan Halsa actually is working on music. He posted this picture on his Instagram account of him playing a piano. It says music loading, #reasons dropping 2023. I like that his fingers aren't actually pressing down on the keys. He's like, look, I said I was gonna start making music soon. For now, I'm just touching the piano. Still trying to figure out how to make this thing make sound. I've been touching it a lot.
I'm just getting to know it.
And I'm pretty close to figuring it out, I think. Reasons dropping in 2023. What if his first song drops and it's just a cover of a future song? Everyone's like, oh, that's what he meant by future musician. Okay, weird way to phrase that, I guess, but cool. Speaking of his Instagram, by the way, Ryan has 4.9 million followers on Instagram, which is crazy. Very impressive. Even more impressive is how many of those he gains at one time. He'll go some weeks where he gains 700,000 followers in 1 week, and then other weeks where he loses 300,000 followers in 1 week. It does look like people are not excited about his music, as he's been losing thousands of followers every day since he posted that. His Instagram is full of a lot of the kind of like influencer flexing you would expect from someone who is trying to look like a bigger deal than they are. But my favorite post on his Instagram has definitely got to be this one. It says, going to the top, had to check it out before I buy. You're gonna buy the Shark Week blimp? That's so cool.
According to our reliable inside sources, Justin Bieber is upset with Logan Paul because of what he said about Bieber's new talent, Ryan Halsa, and how he handles the media in general. Watch this.
Ryan Halsa, listen up. I get it. You get the hype and you think you're cool and hot shit. But to hit an innocent paparazzi in the face is next level disrespectful. And I am telling you, watch yourself, kid.
Whoa, dude. Logan Paul's shoulder sounded really serious, man. Ryan, you better watch out.
And I am telling you, watch yourself, kid.
And I am telling you, watch yourself, kid.
Oh no, dude. Logan Paul is gonna come after you. Ryan, look out. I've seen a couple comments under some of their videos that are like, guys, this is obviously not real. This is satire. It's just a joke. They're making fun of celebs, dude. Lighten up. And I would just like to go on record and say, I don't think it is, man. I think these dudes are just trying to look famous. They have been posting on this Hollywood paparazzi account for like a year, at least. I can't even scroll to the bottom of it. I'm trying to scroll right now and it's taking forever. I just feel like if it was a joke, their posts would probably be a little bit funnier and they'd be leaning into like the goofiness a little bit more. And they probably also wouldn't be spending so much money buying Instagram followers like it seems like they are, allegedly, in my opinion. And they also probably wouldn't have paid to have an article written about them by a knockoff New York York Times, in my opinion. So this article is from September of last year. It's called Ryan and Sammy Halsey, America's Internet Idols and Beloved Hollywood Celebrities. This article is a really interesting read. You get a little bit of their background, you get to hear what they think about being so famous. There's also a bunch of weird phrases in here that make it sound like it was written by AI. Internet sensations, online fame, global stardom. The two brothers have seriously gained attraction and desire from fans all over the globe, racking millions of followers, watching the two skyrocket into their stardom careers. Damn, dude, I can't wait until I skyrocket into my stardom career. That's actually the career I pursued in college. I was looking for a career in stardom. Ryan is best known for his comedy skits and lip-syncing videos on camera on Instagram. On camera? On Instagram? These dudes know how to do it different. Not too different is Sammy Halsey, an American social media star with a strong fan base on Instagram. That's a funny way to describe someone's brother. Not too different is Sammy Halsey, a similar genetic code. Oh yeah, and thank you for telling me that Sammy Halsey is also an American social media star. I would have assumed that these two brothers are from different countries. Ryan and Sammy Halsey said, if you want a career and to make a living from social media, it has to be on YouTube. Wait, they both said that? If you want a career and to make a living from social media, it has to be on YouTube. I guess, actually, if Ryan was saying it, he probably wouldn't be moving his mouth. With that being said, though, I still can't shake the feeling that they could have done this so much better. Ryan, Sammy, I dig what you guys are doing, okay? I think it's fun. It's an interesting way to get your name out there, to say the least. Really, the thing that's been bothering me the most is just that I have so many suggestions for how you guys could do this better. Which is why a few days ago, I packed a suitcase full of outfit changes and headed into the city of Chicago to film a total of 8 fake paparazzi TikToks with my editor Jake, who did a great job posing as a fake paparazzi. And I used these TikToks to experiment and craft a foolproof plan for you both to use to upgrade your fake paparazzi videos and get you guys the exposure you deserve. Now, when it comes to the actual filming side, I think you guys do a pretty effective job. It's pretty clear that you've watched a lot of paparazzi videos, so you kind of know how they're generally shot. The only thing that I would maybe change is having the paparazzi guy actually talk when he's supposed to be talking. I think that would help a lot. Just like you guys with Hollywood Paparazzi, I came up with my own fake paparazzi channel. I called mine Viral Vision. I thought that sounded a little bit more like a paparazzi channel that would focus on influencers as opposed to A-list celebrities. So I photoshopped a quick Viral Vision logo, and as I was editing each TikTok, I just slapped that in the corner to add a little bit more legitimacy to each TikTok. I noticed that you guys did this in a few of your TikToks also, but inexplicably, instead of using the Hollywood Paparazzi logo that you guys made, you just used the Hollywood Fixes logo. Don't do that. That's too confusing. So with all the TikToks filmed and edited, it was now time to create an account. One of the biggest cracks in this whole facade that you guys have created is that this TikTok account that is somehow the self-proclaimed #1 TikTok paparazzi account only posts about you guys. That doesn't make any sense. That's so suspicious. And look, I get it. You guys are trying to portray yourselves as
it's all a psyop,
the biggest TikTokers in the world. But surely even you guys would have to admit that there are other TikTokers, right? You guys aren't the only TikToker. Because if you were, then I'd understand why they're so keen to photograph you, I guess. Seeing you guys in person would be like seeing Jeremy Renner of the Jeremy Renner app. But what I could see happening, if you guys really were this famous, is a fan account of yours scouring some channel like the Hollywood Fix and finding all of the videos that you guys are in and then posting that on their account. So I created a TikTok account called Viral Vision News. I uploaded all of the TikToks to that account privately, then re-downloaded them so they would have that little TikTok watermark on them. Then I deleted that account and made a new account called Greg Gonzalez 333. And that's where I posted all of the TikTok. This method also gives you the added benefit of captioning the videos from a fan's point of view. So you can basically caption the video and tell people how you want them to feel. The paparazzi's filming Danny from a distance. Wow, they should really leave him alone. Danny is a saint for dealing with this. Danny stealing the paparazzi's head and beating the shit out of him? He probably deserved it. Danny is such a saint for dealing with all this. Okay, so it's time to start posting the videos. The first two I posted were very normal paparazzi videos. The first one is just me being filmed from far away. And then the next one I staged to look like it was like my first ever interaction with a paparazzi.
Yo, Danny, what do you got going on right now? What are you working on? Any big projects?
What?
You got any big projects right now?
What is this? Is this paparazzi?
The sounds.
Yeah, I just have YouTube videos. Is this real? Okay, it's just YouTube videos.
Both I feel like pretty normal paparazzi videos you would expect to see from any up-and-coming celebrity. And without even moderating the comments at all or trying to do anything to convince people this was real, they snuck under the radar and people just took them completely at face value. He looks so confused, laughing emoji. He has genuinely never looked more uncomfortable, not even in that picture of him awkwardly holding the mic at VidCon. And my favorite, who even is this guy? And then they came back later to say, sorry, that was messed up. He seems nice. I don't know what came over me. I'm so sorry. But I mean, from someone who doesn't know who you are, that's pretty much the exact reaction you would want. And on this creepy video from a distance, I had people defending me even more. This is weird, leave him alone. I love how he makes direct eye contact with your camera and you just keep filming him. Like, what the fuck? Now, in hindsight, I think I wouldn't have made up a new paparazzi channel name. I think I should have tried to just make these look like they were originally posted on like the Hollywood Fix or something. That way if people get suspicious and they try to go looking for the original clip, they'll find the Hollywood Fixes YouTube and TikTok channels that all have like thousands of videos each, and they'll hopefully just get overwhelmed and give up. On its own, I think this one small change could go a long way in making your paparazzi videos seem more real, especially if they're just like basic paparazzi videos like the two I just showed you. But we don't want just basic paparazzi videos, do we? We don't want you guys looking like just some random celebrities, right? No. We want to use these videos as an opportunity to endear you to the viewer. We want you guys to look like Hollywood's newest darling, the sweethearts of showbiz. So the next day, I upped the ante a little bit and I posted a video of me gifting the paparazzi a bean burrito from Taco Bell.
I got you a little something. I just wanted to say thank you for being so nice and respectful all the time. I know it's a weird job, but you're one of the good ones and you're always respectful, so thank you.
Thanks, man.
I would recommend you space your videos out more. Multiple paparazzi clips of one celebrity being posted every day would be a lot for even like Selena Gomez. I was just trying to get this video done in a timely fashion. Sweetie angel. Bro is a better person than me. I would look them straight in the eyes while eating it. Don't know him at all, but I'll respect him for that. Now, Ryan, Sammy. Now seems like a good time to tell you guys that we are actually more similar than you probably think. You see, amongst my viewers, I too have a reputation for trying to pull little tricks. That's right, there's no judgment here. I am a little trickster too. I have posted several videos on my YouTube channel of me trying to trick my audience, and mine also never worked. So when the algorithm started picking these videos up and feeding them to my audience, I started getting a lot of comments from people skeptical about if these videos were real or not. But that is where my next trick comes in, guys. Comment moderation. The amount of comments you guys get that are like, who are these guys? And these videos are clearly staged are definitely not helping you guys look like A-listers. But let me put you onto this TikTok feature called Filter All Comments. All you have to do is just turn this sucker on, and now every single comment left on your videos has to be approved by you before they can show up in your comment section. So now all you have to do is every once in a while just open up your TikTok app, scroll through the comments, approve the ones that make you look good, and delete the ones that think that they're fake. Why the fuck is this on my For You page? TikTok really thinks I give a fuck. I'm gonna delete that one. That one is very mean. Danny, have you lost your mind? Delete. Oh my god, he's so nice. Approve. So now, even though this video has been shown to 800,000 people, most of whom think this video is fake, the comment section still looks like this. I love him. Danny making it big time with paparazzi on him. What a real and genuine guy. So now people who think that the TikToks are real in the first place won't be swayed when they see comments saying that it's fake. And if someone does think that they're fake, when they go into the comment section to have their opinion validated, it won't be. The day after I posted that burrito TikTok is when I really let loose. I posted a bunch of TikToks and I got a little wilder with them. I was kind of inspired by all the lore in your guys' videos and I wanted to see how far I could push this. So you guys inspired these very heavily, so I hope you like them. Let me know what you guys think.
Yo, Danny, are the rumors true?
Cease these games, photo boy. I tire of your questions.
Hey, Danny, I heard the channel's dying. What do you have to say about that?
Stop, dude.
You don't have any comment about the channel?
Are you just gonna follow me all day?
Bro, I'm just trying to get a comment.
I'm asking you politely to stop. Do you want here? How about this?
Whoa.
How about this? You like that? Now I took your hat.
What in tarnation? You get back here. No. You get back here, young man. You give me my hat back.
No.
YouTuber and future missing person Danny Gonzalez is under fire after video surfaces of an alleged altercation between him and a paparazzi.
No.
Leave me the fuck alone.
Fans are divided, some saying this is probably what the guy deserved, while others like Logan Paul were a bit more critical.
Danny, I'm gonna find you and I'm gonna go Logan Paul mode on you.
Now,
Paul
let us
mode.
enjoy the fruits of our labor. This video of me stealing the paparazzi's cowboy hat has 1.5 million views. And let's look at the comments. Very sad. Appropriate reaction, to be honest. He looks so good in that hat. This is Danny's turf now. Yeehaw! So look at that, guys. Just a few quick changes you can make to your approach, and I think you'll be seeing dividends immediately. I do have to say, though, my biggest advice for you guys to make these seem real is to actually be famous. I do kind of have this suspicion that if you guys just used like half the time you spent making these fake paparazzi videos and just followed TikTok trends, that you would already have like 5 million followers on TikTok, and then who knows, you might not even need to fake the paparazzi videos. They might just come flocking. So yeah, good luck, heed my advice. Also, can I please be in one of your paparazzi videos? I can give you a good line for a video if you want. Here, like something like, Ryan and Sammy Halza, you guys need to stop acting like you're better than all of us other YouTubers. Just because you have more followers than us and are making more money than us doesn't make you better. So yeah, if you want to stick that in a video, I look forward to seeing it. And for everyone else watching this, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you're new here and you're not subscribed yet, make sure you subscribe and turn on my notifications to join Greg. On a more serious note, thank you guys for all the love on my most recent Instagram post. If you didn't see, Laura and I are expecting our first child in October. We're both so excited, and it's been really fun sharing that with you guys. So thank you for all the love. I will see you guys next time with a really interesting video. Bye-bye.
Cute. I didn't know they were having a kid. That's adorable. That's so cute. A tiny Greg. Imagine. Alrighty. That's gonna do it for me. Happy Pride. Maybe I try to stream every day this month. I've been trying to think about it. I don't know if I can pull it off, but I'm gonna try. At least a little bit. We can, maybe do some, like, movies? I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll figure something out. So I'll be back tomorrow. Have a good one.
Until the next riot. Just give us some time for the wounds to heal. What is broken is broken. Let's just leave it for now. We need some perspective just to understand how. What is broken for now. What is broken for now. I think we both need to grow so that we need not to know. Maybe doubt, maybe ask, maybe understand at last. From knowing to asking, from tearing to building, from thinking to feeling, from hurting to healing. Please let's just be quiet and let the silence speak. Just give us some time for the wounds to heal. What is broken is broken. Let's just leave it for now. We need some perspective